Thanks.
Okay, fine. Okay, CID. And these slides will be available. You can play about with them. You can reuse them if you wish, as long as you quote who they came from. And you can also, if you've got any challenges, feel free to email me. Okay. You know. Right. We go to the next one. Right. So think about the ecosystem, and then the control and inform direct. Let's all put that together. How do we realize some of the stuff? How do we actually do it? So again, at the very top level, I refer to something called the business operating model. You may call it something else. At the very top level of any enterprise, it's how that business operates. Yeah. Okay. Now, the business operating model is not the same as a business model. Yeah. Okay. That's one thing I've got to make clear. Okay. And at that layer, what we're looking at, to some extent, is how our business operates. Yeah. And I've got a stack, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Some of the things we have to capture when we're thinking about this. Okay. And below it, and what we do as enterprise architects, we do a lot of classification. We like to put things into boxes. You know, we either classify them by services, by products. You know, we do a lot of classification, and it allows us to control stuff. Yeah. So here I've introduced a simple stack. Yeah. At the very top layer, business centric, technology centric. Now all of these are interdependent. Yeah. They all form this wheel, and at the heart of the wheel is the form. And on the edge of the wheel are all the external forces, all the disruptors, all of that kind of stuff. So it's just another way of representing something. Yeah. And if we look at that wheel, we say, right, our enterprise, it's a massive undertaking, today looks like this. And we say, right, these are the business processes, these are the capabilities, these are data and information sources, all that kind of stuff. That's today, right? Now, we know that our business is going to change, or it's going to be disrupted, or there's a regulatory thing coming in, blah, 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 all of that. So we know that the end state is going to be different from where we are today. Yeah. Now, in order to get to that end state, we have something called interim states. Yeah. So it's not just about, you know, the as is and the to be. It really is. What are those interim states? Because those interim states align to programs, projects, and all of that kind of stuff, which incur costs, which need to be controlled. Right? And if we take that to the next level, so can we? You know, one of the things, if we start looking at that and we start presenting another view of classification and organization, you know, how can we use this thing, right? Okay, so we start off by the thinking. We start off by looking at the enterprise and all that stuff, because and that's just generic thinking. But how do we actually realize some of that thinking? Yeah. And what I've done, and this is just an example, this is not for, this is generic, okay? What I've done is I've taken each one of those layers, business operating model, business process capabilities, and all of that stuff. I've taken each one of these layers and said, within each layer, you've got to consider X, Y, and Z. And what I've done as an example is I've put X, Y, and Z. Okay. What we're going to do now is quickly go through just 2 or 3 of the layers. I'm not going to go through the lot because we don't have the time. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend some time just looking at the top few layers, because the technology layers, they're the easy stuff for me. Yeah, not for me, but what I find in enterprise architecture teams, the technology stuff's easy because it's binary. Does that make sense? Yeah, and kind of we're all coming from a tech background to some extent. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're just going to look at the top few layers, right, and just discuss them. I'm not preaching here. We're just going to discuss them. The stack for your organization will look totally different, okay, to this here. But this is just to give you an idea of some of the stuff to think about. Okay, so we're just going to look at the top few layers, and we're going to start by just looking at the top layer, the business operating model. Yeah, and there's a left and right hand side to that, right? On the left hand side is all the things you've got to consider, right? And on the right hand side are the tools and methods and frameworks that allow you to actually gain that picture, that understanding. Yeah? okay? And we'll go to the next slide. So, oh, can we go back? Sorry. Sorry, I did skip some of these because I'm looking at the timing. Back one. Right. So at the business operating model, and the reason I'm going to just talk a bit more about the two top layers is because the technology side of things, because it is binary, you can apply metrics to it. And if you can apply metrics, you can measure it and you can, look at performance, all of that lovely stuff. So the considerations, typical considerations, external forces. Okay? The COVID pandemic, that's an external force that affected the way businesses operate and the way they changed the whole business operating model for a lot of organizations. What are the drivers for change? Government policy. We may have a new government, hopefully in a year's time, and policies will change. The structure of the organization, the business models, and the financial management. Yeah. Okay. So those are the kind of things to consider as enterprise architects when looking at your enterprise. Yeah. Okay. You're trying to build a holistic picture, and some of the tools that are available to you, SWOT, PIS, Porter, all the good stuff. Yeah. And you can Google these and you can find out, and they're all tools that allow you to understand your enterprise, your business operating model, etc. Yeah. Now, as we move to the next layer down, so what are the business processes that actually support that operating model? Yeah. And how do we classify them? How do we start looking at those things? There's the formal stuff, which is quite easy to document and capture, but there's also the informal stuff. How do you capture that? And then as we go along, we've got the process fundamentals, and any BA would know all of this stuff, execution, design. Okay. And on the right hand side, we've got, how do we represent this stuff, the visualization, the collaboration, and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So process fundamentals, process representation. Yeah. Right. So when we look at business processes, I don't want to preach to the converted. You probably know all this stuff, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But when we look at business processes, we've got the core business processes. We're guiding, enabling. We look at process orchestration. We look at process choreography, and then we start understanding how everything gels together, and we represent that. We could either do that as swim lanes, and we decompose those further, or we could use the various notational standards out there, UML, Archimate, all the usual stuff, yeah. And then you start looking at, triggers, execution. So the business process side of things, that's quite a big job in itself. Okay, that's not a minor job. And to understand how your business operates, how it's going to operate, just looking at how you're going to digitize some of your services, that's a mammoth task. Okay. So I'll put that up there. I'm sure you already know most of it, but I thought I'd put that up there. And then as we go to the next layer, right, there's different ways to represent the technology layer. Okay, there are different ways. And what we're now going to just have a quick conversation about this layer. Yeah. Okay. And as I said, there are different ways to represent this. And as enterprise architects, we spend a lot of time on classification and categorization and documenting everything. But a standard approach is capabilities, services, enablers, and then the hygiene stuff. And you can map that part of the stack to the capabilities, services, and I put some a bit of notes on the side that you can have a look at as well. Yeah. We'll move to the next slide. Come back to that. And this slide, what this does, it just gives you an example. So imagine a car manufacturing plant or anything that uses a manufacturing organization. Yeah. Okay. So we'll have all these capabilities. One of the capabilities may be gearbox development. Yeah. Gearbox development will invoke a load of services in order to create that gearbox. Yeah. You know, melting, molding, don't ask. Gearboxes aren't that easy to make, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that goes in. And then underneath that, the enablers may be a manufacturing execution system that puts it all together. Okay. And this is a common pattern in manufacturing. You've got your capabilities, your services, and then you've got the manufacturing execution system, which actually assembles everything. Okay. And this, if we were to look at it, capability, services, enabler, it's a classification and control mechanism. Remember I said control, inform, direct? So it's a classification and a mechanism of control. Okay. Right, and what this is there's ways to present stuff. As enterprise architects, there is no one set way to do stuff. So, you know, you could have service to application view, you could have some system context, and you can have level 1s, level 2s, level 3s, level of decomposition. There's various ways to represent it, okay? But what you need to do within your organization is make sure you kind of all your solution architects and your tech architects and your EAs are all using the same notational standards, right? How you present it is one way, but so long as you're using the same notational standards, right? Oh, and then as we go down the layer, as we move down the layer, right, put this in. Can you do it again? This I was just thinking about this on the train one day, right? And we talk about personas and roles to consider. So data, there's so much good work going on. I'm not going to claim to be I don't spend a lot of time in that area. I did some data models, but the thing is, you know, the personas and roles, I was thinking about this, okay? And I had data influencers, data producers, data processors, data stewards, data custodians, and data consumers, yeah? So when we're designing our data models and we're designing how we're going to expose that data, those are the personas that you might want to consider, okay? And then within the data space, you know, you got to think about master data, transient data, asset, financial, operational, reference data. These are all the kind of things that you got to consider. You know, how do you get from raw to optimized? How do you pull your data in? How do you optimize it? How do you expose it, etc.? So that's the data layer. Can you see what I'm doing? I'm quickly moving through the layers with a few minutes to go. Okay, I'm going to skip this one. This is can we skip it? This is just the bottom layer of the stack, which is a wraparound for everything else. Yeah, okay. So as an enterprise architect, right, believe it or not, and no one can do all of this, right? But as an enterprise architect, that's what you got to think about, okay? All right? When you think about your technology ecosystem and how it's going to add value and continue to add value and all of that kind of stuff, these are the kind of things that you need to think about, okay? All right. Right, now let's get to the good stuff. So we talked about the enterprise, we talked about technology ecosystem, the drivers that actually push that. We talked about a way of classification, how we classify stuff. Now I'm going to give you some things to think about, okay? Oh, I didn't know whether I should do this before, but the roles itself, we seem to have a lot of discrepancy about roles. I'm going to whiz through this, but you guys can look at the slides at your own leisure, okay? The next 3 slides, I did a presentation for a company and I used these 3 slides and I thought, copyright me, why not share it? So I'm going to whip through the next few slides. So with our architecture, we've got a community, right? Okay. And, you know, that community works together, but there are 3 primary types of architects. We've got our enterprise, we've got our technical, and we've got our solutions. Okay. Now you may have one person doing all 3 roles. Okay. Well, what I've done here is I've expanded it out. I've expanded it out and tried to cluster it. So as an enterprise architect, you may have a business enterprise architect. Okay. Now I know there's a lot of talk about separating that out, separating some of these out. But at the end of the day, to understand the organization, these roles all come together. Okay. Now I'm just going to quickly go through each one of these 3 roles. Enterprise, macro view, solution, down at the lower level of enablement, and then the technical is actually the engineers. that's there, that's just there for reference. Have a little look at it. Okay. And then what I've done is I've put some words together for each one of these roles. Yeah. Enterprise architects, really we maintain this organizational, abstract, high-level view. Okay. I'm going to preach to you what you do, but that's basically what we do. And I've put some stuff in there that should be part of a job spec for an EA. All right. And then on the essay, now on EA, we kind of got a framework. We all kind of use Zachman as a tick list, TOGAF or artifacts, but we have frameworks. I put this up because some guy reposted it. I did this a couple of years ago, right? But that I see as the flow for solution architecture, okay? From conceptual, from sort of understanding a problem, all the way to realization. Have a look at that, okay? Because then you can appreciate what the solution architects are doing. Yeah, okay. Exploring the options, but have a look at that. I put that in because a month ago, someone put it up on LinkedIn and said, who did this? And someone said, oh, I did it. And then the guy started communicating with me and it just kicked off a conversation, which I thought I'd share. And then I'll skip through the next ones, technical architects. Okay. We all know what technical architects do. Yeah. But do we really know what they do? Yeah. Okay. Right. So this goes back to that original slide. So I've given you some material. Okay. The value really comes from, some of the guiding stuff that the EAs do. We support, we don't do it, right? We support the North Star vision of the organization, where the vision is heading, right? We support and control that. But this is that you kind of already get here, but this is the interesting thing I wanted to point out, right? EA is not about, it's not the same as enterprise systems architecture, okay? EA is a lot more because it takes into account people, takes into account a lot more than just the systems architecture, okay? And enterprise architecture is not a methodology for building standalone systems, okay? Whenever you're building a system, if you are constructing a system, you've got to think, how are third-party systems going to consume those services? You're building a piece of a puzzle when you're building a system. You're not building, so EA is not just about building a standalone system, okay? And as I started off, I said, the goal of EA is to align, manage the technology ecosystem. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Okay, what happened there? Let's next one. Right, this came from the red teaming book. Okay, the book I was talking about at the beginning. Right, so I sat down and I thought, right, okay, and this is one for you. If you're working as enterprise architects, go back to your team and just think about this. Right, how do you view yourself? Right, as enterprise architects, how do you view yourself? What's your role? Right? Do you see yourself as a policeman? Do you see yourself as a guru who knows everything? Do you see yourself as an innovator, a service enabler? How do you see yourself? Okay. And then ask the same question, but how do EA stakeholders, how do they view you? Right? Do they see you as, the money man? How do you view your stakeholders? Sorry, Tom Kent. How do you view them? Right. Okay. Do you think your stakeholders are obstacles? Do you, view them as, and I've put these two things. These are things to think about. Yeah. And on the right-hand side, I've put, how do your users, not your stakeholders, but your users, right? How do they view EA? Okay. And then how do the stakeholders view IT? Okay. Now, the reason I said view IT, not the business, is because I'm assuming the EA function is funded by the IT function. Okay, that's why I've put that there. And I've just put some stuff there. Geeks I put in because my son made a comment the other week. He's doing some work on R and he went to ChatGPT and he basically answered the question. It produced the code for him. And he said, why do we need you IT geeks? And I had to explain to him. Anyway, So that I'd like you to think about, okay? Perceptions. Next one. Right, okay, so what I've done in the past half hour is I've said, right, okay, the organisation is there to create and deliver, maintain value, right? Okay. And you've got to always understand what your organisation is doing, okay? Because any systems you design will become obsolete if they're not aligned, okay? Then the technology ecosystem, and that's what a lot of us manage, is really about, you know, driving, delivering, maintaining capabilities. Okay, I tried to present that at the beginning. Then I moved on to think about value creation and value preservation, and I introduced just some classification techniques, okay, of how we control, inform, direct. We introduce you to that, and my kind of takeaway message, okay, my takeaway message is, and this I wrote this 18 years ago, right? Okay. You know, is it a method, a principle, a doctrine, all of that? Or is it a way of thinking? Okay. Is it a set of patterns that you follow to realize some outcomes? Or is it a way of thinking? What I hope I've done is to kind of get you to think, yeah, EA is a mindset. You know, you think about the business, you think about the technology, you think about how it all hangs together. There are tools that support that methodology or that mindset, but it is a mindset, okay? And one of the hardest things to do when you've got a mindset is to justify that way of thinking to your business, okay? That's just some food for thought, okay? And that's it, you know, and obviously, why not? Next one's out next year, by the way. It's for solution architects. And that's it. You know what? Enjoy your day. I hope that sets the scene for the rest of the day. We've got some great presentations today. Enjoy it. And next we've got on. It's not O2 for his slides. Okay. Oh, by the way, any questions? No. Oh, sorry, I should ask that. I'm just looking at the time. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the time thinking. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Daljit. This is very, very interesting. I had one question. When you said that somebody shows you North Star and the architects usually has to basically write down the roadmap, what solutions to be produced to get to that North Star. Is there a position you come across where you had to identify the North Star and tell the business, this is how we are going to get there, and this is your North Star, and this is going to work for the business?
Right. As we move into more digital enabled services, right, there will come times when your EAs are advising, not telling. Right? You don't tell anyone anything, advising the impact of moving in a certain way, right? See, EA, remember when we started, we said, right, you got your technology, you got your enterprise, and then you got your technology enablers, right? Okay. Depends on your role, right? Okay. I think the North Star is defined by the people who own and run the business, right? Because there's other things they take into account. Yeah. I've never been in a position where, I mean, we're developing a product at the moment. If I'm totally honest, we've been developing it for 2 years. Now, because we're developing it, and because I know it's for a regulated market, I, as the CEO and the EA arm, everything, I can direct where we're going with that product. But when you're talking about large organizations, right, first of all, you've got to look at who's funding it, your relationship with the, you know, with your stakeholders as well. I mean, I'm doing a piece of work at the moment where I've highlighted the technology North Star, right? So the business have already defined their operating model, their growth strategy for the next 5 years, what they're doing. But I've done the technology bit, yeah, and I've introduced integration patterns and all of that kind of stuff. But I've never been in that position. And I think it really depends on your role and your relationship with your senior stakeholders. Because let's be honest, if someone's got a high ego and you're telling them, read the Red Team book, that's good. Yeah, read that. That's really good. But no, I've never been in that position. That's
I have been at the board at a utility company, and we did produce the North Star, and I will talk a little bit about some of the things we did sensation Tobacock.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I was going to say, so I'll try to cover perhaps some of this on mine, but maybe I won't because we will see how it goes. But I see those interactions, I mean, a different word for consultancy, advisory, I see it as a negotiation, right? So ultimately, there will be something that they want, and there will be something they won't be able to get at the time that they need it, right? So it's the clarification of those elements. But for example, in a government department a long time ago, there were a lot of mainframe services, and they all wanted obviously to go digital and we're going to build the world and it's all going to be cloud and digital. But the data and the actual aspects and all of the things were inside the mainframe, and there were dialogues, and there was no documentation of how these dialogues would be used and operate. Right? So it was very difficult to actually bypass them. The risk is so high. And what happens in cases where the risk is so high is that the owner of the problem waits to retire. So, we just want the next person to actually come and pick it up. So if you wait long enough, you don't have to worry about it, right? So someone has to, if you build a lot of stuff on the front end, right? But actually you need to connect into the back end, you have a lot of very happy consultants or suppliers coming in saying, oh, we'll build that front end. We use lots of tools now, right? A lot of components, a lot of everything. But suddenly you have to go and connect to the back end. And they all want to stop there because obviously the easy high-paid job is up to that point, but the actual complex, how are you going to find that? So the negotiation of how you actually explain that to the business, and I mean, I see this as a give and take. There has to be a roadmap, and there has to be some understanding of how this problem is going to go away over a period of time in a careful manner. And there's a lot of stakeholders around to actually map that. So I think at the end, that's our role in that space in trying to bring together all these sides. I mean,
I agree. I mean, in my experience, I've done some of it. We used to have architecture team who used to do the floor walks, sitting down with the business, looking at what they're doing, and then observing where we can improve and what is basically being sold, how can we improvise. If it is software product company, obviously, as Daljit mentioned, right? You have a say. I mean, you can basically produce some sort of a nice features and sell it to sponsor that this is what we're going to develop. And this is at the moment going to be hot in the market sort of thing. So Bitcoins, right? I mean, that's a technology. When we talk about Barclays, Pingit is a technology product. And when we talk about finance, right? I mean, these are the things which probably could show North Star, but I'm basically puzzled. Where do we start? And how does the journey go? That was my question. Thank you.
yeah, okay. I mean, I'll start the presentation. Maybe there's something there. Maybe.
I would say one thing, what we constantly do is horizon scan. So if there's a new legislation coming out, if there's a new, we look at stuff coming out the EU, we look at stuff coming out the States. We're constantly scanning the horizon. The product we're developing is for sanctions. So we're constantly scanning for one person and then scanning all the time, see if there's any new laws or regulations. We do that all the time. Right, Con is going to be presenting for us. Con is a dear friend of mine. I've known him for a good few years. And over to you, Con.
Thank you very much. I'll try to link to some of the things you said. If I can to do that would be great. Also bear in mind that I designed this presentation to take about 20 minutes, so maybe it's earlier or maybe not. I'm going to try and cover the topic of.
Can you move this way? Because I
Oh,
can't see. If you
I can.
stand here and see.
It's better?
Oh, yeah, we're in the middle.
Yeah. Okay, I'll carry this one. Right. So I'm gonna try to cover the continuous enterprise architecture culture. So building up a culture as a process but will hopefully link all these different roles that have been mentioned by Daljit and others together, so that you hopefully eventually don't have to do all the work informing and advisory, but actually some of this comes to you automatically, or there's a good understanding of how what is your role in the organization, and how, you know, how can something be completed more effortlessly because everybody participates and understands what your role is and what their role is, which is challenging sometimes, but let's see if we can do that. So we can go to the next slide. So these are just some of the topics. Where I'm going to talk a little bit about business architecture, why EA is important, the principles, some foundational elements, roles, governance, how do we try to create this culture, challenges, perhaps some case studies and key takeaways, and maybe some questions at the end. So if we can go to the next topic, this is introduction. So business architecture is traditionally the first step. I mean, I guess we all know TOGAF and we all know everything in a circle, but traditionally we start from scope and vision, and we have some senior person who is dictating some requirement or some high-level thing they want. But then there's always a business architecture component or and this links organizational roles, business process modeling, business technology, understanding the strategy, and people and process. So I'm only gonna try and cover a portion of this because obviously every subject in enterprise architecture is quite vast and lots of people have in the past talked about it, but I'll try to present it to you in that space. So if we can go to the next one. So business architecture itself, we have a number of ways and methods, and we are very similar on some of the things Daljit said. Before the BCM, I remember it was mentioned there, and I don't remember if value stream, I think value stream was also mentioned, and communication stakeholder mapping. So some of the things here in terms of capability mapping, you know, you normally take the level 1 and level 2, or maybe you go lower in terms of the business capabilities, and you map them into the technical capabilities. Now, part of the reason I'm describing all that is that in a lot of cases where I was asked to come and do some work, the state of the enterprise was either after a merger and acquisition, or just a large set of suppliers that came in, and the documentation or whatever information and knowledge they left was a little bit inconsistent or did not adapt to give a full view of what the enterprise actually could do or was operating internally. So I think we've all seen this, right? In some of the work we've done, we start something, but there is an inconsistency in a number of areas where we're interested to understand and build and do something. So we normally go and map. We try to understand first of all the business capabilities. When we usually try to understand some flavor or version of the technical capabilities, we try to link them together and understand dependencies, and then understand value versus cost. So this is just one way of starting. Then we have value stream analysis and prioritization, which again, super useful way to see business architecture as part of a process where you get themes, initiatives based on a given stakeholder or a range of stakeholders, and you understand how you build value incrementally, and you can create this alignment change. And then we have communication stakeholder mapping on the landscape itself. So these are some of the concepts, if we can go to the next slide. So this is the rest of the concepts around business architecture that we may today. We have skills that the organization currently has, and it's, I think, super important to understand those skills and utilize those skills as part of the skills-based architecture component that I mentioned, towards what we want to accomplish in the end, because we already have the people and we already have the skills. So I know in the TOGAF paradigm, this is at the very end of the model and people don't normally pay a lot of attention necessarily to this, but I think it's super important to A, understand what each organization has, and B, understand where the organization needs to go and what skills they will need, right? So this is, I think, also part of what business architecture needs to do. We then have a super important part around information and knowledge mapping and management. So we have products, we have processes, we need a common glossary across the organization. So I think that's mentioned something like that before, but communication, the same view, the same understanding across all areas of the organization. So when we talk about something, or when someone else talks about something, there's a common framework around it. And this can be depicted by the glossary or by something else, but it's definitely part of the culture, because you cannot build a culture without having communication around the same understanding. And then, of course, we have some guidelines and blueprints, which is bread and butter of VA, and we use them going forward. So what is very important to enterprise architecture? We go to the next slide. So again, some of these things are, we need to align business and technology in most cases. So this is one of the things we do. It is about business technology, data, and all the other aspects, and innovation, process improvement. We also produce the guidelines and reduce the risk, and we do that towards building value. So the link between what we want in terms of a business and what we want to show to the business what we can accomplish based off that part of the process is around value generation and risking. We always say we want to avoid shadow IP and the building of technical debt, but in some cases, every strategic decision we make generates technical debt at that point in time, because obviously when you decide in a single direction, whatever other decisions have been made in the past and whatever else you've built generates technical debt. So you have to have a process and understanding of how you're going to capture that, but you also ideally want to have a way to resolve this. And we have found that resolving it is probably easier when you actually have funding on the project or program, but actually as a dependency on that has been declared as technical debt. So maybe part of your process domain, and this is also part of the business architecture, is to get to target and roadmap when this technical debt is going to be reduced or removed, by understanding when funding, when something else is needed, and maybe together to create value. As EAs, we have a very good understanding of horizontal alignment across the enterprise, because we don't necessarily see at great depth immediately, but we have a good understanding of all the activities within business and technology, or we should have a good understanding at the high level of all the activities that need to take place in the enterprise. And we advise and help all the other architects and suppliers and whatever else we have inside the organization to build things by providing this horizontal view. So one of our, as part of a culture and as part of a business architecture, one of the best things we can do is to be able to make this horizontal view linked to the vertical view that projects and other places have. Horizon scanning has been mentioned as an activity. We need to understand what other external influences of technology or regulatory or other parts are there. We normally build something like radars if we want to track down what we use and what we intend to use. And of course, we use market research companies and other information to help us make those decisions. So, if we can go to the next slide. Right, the other areas we deal with are integration between various different organizational functions. Now, we in a lot of organizations we work with, there is already a set of functions such as perhaps data architecture, data operations, or cybersecurity or service management or a lot of other ones, depending on the organization. But we need to link, align, communicate with, or understand. In a lot of cases, we don't necessarily control, or our function or our directorate or our C-level representative doesn't necessarily control all of these functions, but we do need to be the glue that unites them together and makes them communicate. And that helps streamline a lot of other processes besides delivery, governance, and also helps create a culture of understanding and alignment across the estate. And we also produce sub-strategies for business and technology domain, and we definitely work in most cases in procurement either by creating boilerplate documents or sections that go into contracts, or by advising in supplier grading, or by helping the whole end-to-end supplier process onboarding and other parts together, legal, commercial, they all come together in procurement. So we have a great role in that. I think we can go to the next slide. Right. So what could be considered as principles of continuous EA culture? Obviously, enterprise culture is important, and the way people feel as part of enterprise is super interesting, and you need to make them feel part of the picture and understand the why something is done, and not just the how something is done. And I think over the years, this now is becoming more and more important as part of organizations, because we want to retain the right skills and the right people, and in order to do that, there is a level of inclusion which takes place. We obviously as part of the culture with the alignment across organizational strategies, sub-strategies, and focus on delivering value. And of course, there is all that you mentioned already: communication, stakeholder management, getting the senior leadership responsibility. We need to not just get them to be responsible and help, but also facilitate that how this responsibility goes across the board, organization together. And then organizational values, agility and inclusion, because mainly the end game keeps moving all the time, right? So you need to be a little bit agile in terms of understanding what changes need to happen within the organization. And this is also why you do horizon scanning and why you do all these other things. And inclusion in the fact that all these elements, in order to deliver value from the beginning, from the business, all the way down to having something completely working and delivering value as needed, requires all of these people and groups to be included and to have an understanding of what's happening. If we could go to the next slide. Right, okay, so I just wanted to link this a little bit. So last year, I think we presented the EA cultural maturity model in this, and we said that there is a way to measure how your EA culture has matured, and we came in with some levels and some possibilities. Now I'm only gonna reference that. I have on the next slide. I have a little bit more information. If we could go to that in terms of some of the main elements that we discussed then, but there's a lot more information on the other slide deck. We counted as organization elements that need a maturity model around organizational agility, how incremental technology direction, product centricity, and of course digital products are also part of that, and it's around the level of product-based technology strategy that we have. Customer focus, super important in customer journeys and understanding of what the end game is, and that is where value generation comes from. So we have to do that. Change adoption, the strategy in some cases define certain things, and there's a lot of change that needs to happen in order for such strategy to be aligned, and we need to have a lean model around how we can do that. Security awareness, obviously start security from very early. These are all very, very hopefully well understood concepts. And then we added empathy in terms of how is the user understanding of what you're trying to accomplish and what vocabulary you're using to make that understanding become better and you have sufficient participation from all the different teams in how you can do that. And emotional intelligence in the fact that you need to persuade a number of, or you need to make a number of people aware and follow you on a journey, in the sense that you want to bring a change, and you have sometimes aspects of your organization that are resistant to that change. So how you can accomplish that, it needs to be measured, and you should try to improve. So these were some of the aspects we were mapping during the last time we were here. If you need any more, I think the previous presentation is available somewhere. You can go to the next slide. So what sort of tooling can we use? Now, obviously, there's a lot of options, and equally I think I'm a firm supporter that tooling doesn't solve a problem. Of course, tooling just provides you with an ability or a capability to put everything else together that you need so that you can try and solve a problem. One of the things that we've seen made a quite big impact when you are getting in the generation of a business architecture is the application portfolio management set of tools. Quite often the estate, especially after merger and acquisition, or especially or when a large transformation is about to take place, is not very well understood, or it's not been continuously updated. So there's a gap usually in our understanding of what's there, and such tools would allow us to do certain things, such as the business capability mapping and modeling. And also, we've seen quite a lot, especially with the cloud and all the new technologies coming in, the fact that cost is becoming part of the picture, and cost architecture is another dimension that we need to consider when we're designing things. And these application portfolio management tooling could potentially give us a view of dependencies and mappings of business level 1, level 2 to in the BCM in terms of reporting or other elements into the technology, so we can answer questions that CIO or someone else may be having around. If I change this technology, how much is going to cost me? What would be the impact? If I don't renew this supplier or this license, what is the cost impact? But equally also, we need to add FinOps and other elements coming in understanding the BAU aspects of decisions we make, because that's also sometimes very easily forgotten. So as part of explaining all these concepts as part of the business architecture and in the generation of the culture, we need to have a lot of information available in a language that is part of the organizational glossary, so that we can link all of the relevant people together and make them understand. We also, of course, have all the new things that are coming in. We can map this as part of the application portfolio management. And here I've put just some elements that we track in terms of if we can go to the next slide. So besides that, I think we will look more and more into the knowledge management. I think technologies that are coming in, especially LLM and AI and other things, would allow us now even more easier to locate information within the organizational state. I mean, we are obviously at the beginning of this journey, but because it will be something that would be easily accessible by our technology and business users, and because it will understand the taxonomy and ontology and grab all the information state, we can actually help build up a culture. Because, I mean, if we assume that there's a chatbot or something like that, it would definitely allow for communication across all the organization with something that contains organizational knowledge, and will make an organization more efficient in terms of understanding what needs to change where, and what skills exist where, or how something can be done. Of course, we don't have to go to that level of advanced knowledge management. We can use Wikis and other things that already exist. And of course, we also have a more traditional tooling around requirements engineering, cost engineering, and internal organizational communication. In terms of the cost engineering, we ideally want, I mean, a lot of problems that we found around creating the business architecture and breaking it into programs and projects is the cost. Now, in a lot of organizations, cost is not calculated very clearly or understood very clearly. It's sometimes a finger in the air. Oh, I need a website. It's going to be 500,000 or 1 million or 500,000 or 200,000. It does not include this full range of functions and an understanding of a breakdown of the logic of how this gets done, right? So I think super important as part of your initial engagement at business architecture, and also at building up a culture that understands what needs to be done and how, it means to have a way to go to all your functions and do at the very least, a t-shirt sizing of a problem domain, how much effort, resources, time, and which all translates to a version of cost. It will take for something like that to be resolved as a problem. And this will give you not just an understanding of how much something should cost, but over time, it will give you a KPI in terms of how well its function is maturing in making their value higher, right? Because if cyber costs a lot of money, cyber will start producing patterns and reusable components to reduce their cost and impact into the organizational projects and transformations over a period of time. And this is a very good thing to show to the senior leadership teams, because they will understand that the growth level of each function, and therefore they can allocate funds and do it. So cost engineering, super important. If we can go to the next. Right, let's talk a little bit about foundational stuff. I will only show this slide, I think, because I think everybody knows a bit more about all of these things. So very, very standard stuff mentioned before, adaptability, clarity, simplicity, without continuous improvement. These are all business architecture elements. We can break business architecture into static and dynamic. Static being capabilities, and dynamic being anything that affects the user journey and the customer journey across the organization. We can go to the next slide. Right, okay, so I'm going to touch a little bit in the role of governance, because that's also part of the answer. Go to the next slide. Right, so we want to build, that's the ivory tower model, we don't want to go there, right? So we want to have an enabling non-blocking function. We do not want to have one option for a decision. We want to enable potentially multiple different solutions, especially now that, you know, if we consider something like the cloud or multi-cloud or poly-cloud or whatever dimension of cloud you're considering, there has to be more than one ways to do something, right? So we prefer to have, for example, guide rails or aspects that would allow a larger set of people that may potentially understand or know different technologies or have different skills to have more than one ways to build something that is approved and goes through lightweight governance, right? At the same time, we want to tell the delivery leads and whoever else is responsible for the change that we are trying to make, if we are making a change somewhere, but they can do it another way, and we're quite happy with it, right? But the governance cost and the effort cost and the risk could be higher, because you're going to unproven, non-reusable aspects, right? So we don't want to block them. We want to tell them that, hey, it's going to cost you twice the money, and you're going to spend twice the time. And 90% of the time, this will make them adjust to the trying to use reusable aspects where they can, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a negotiation, right? It's all about so we want, of course, that's why we want reusability to create faster, cheaper, easier to manage outcomes. And we want to link internal and external governance management, because we have regulatory treasury or whatever else, your area or domain is inputs coming from those elements. Adaptable alignment to strategy, strategy super important, links to the business strategy and technology strategy, links and delivers the business strategy. But below that, you have a range of sub-strategies, depending on your either technology domains or business domains, and you can use those sub-strategies to be a little bit more flexible and inclusive in terms of skill and roadmaps. Right, okay, so very quickly here, I mean, risk management, we are obviously trying to reduce debt and corporate transparency, and we need to see strategy as continuous improvement. We do regular horizon scanning for that and create target operating models and think about it. But all these affect the culture, right? So you want to build that inclusive culture, and you want to make sure everybody understands what you're doing and be open about it, right? And of course we can do that by a number of different tools, and our tools in this case is the working groups, technical review boards or advisory boards, and part of the technical design board. But equally, we want for good culture to have high relevant attendees to those functions. Quite often, that who attends each area, each level of governance forum or discussion forum is not very well defined. So you end up having very senior people going to places where they don't understand things, or you end up having very people who are more into technology going to something which you want to balance this. So it's not about, it is about inclusion, but you want to balance it in a way that everybody gets something from this forum, which is positive, right? So you need to see how this participates to these things, and this will help you for the higher knowledge retention and run very. You have the right people at the right place. We can go to the next one, right? So let's cultivate the culture. Okay, but if we can go to the next slide, right? So how do we do that? I mean, I guess we already spoke a little bit about this. You want to help them get involved, so you need a carrot methodology, not an ivory tower one. You want to within governance, you have to have all these right people, right places. In terms of communities of practice and centers of excellence, these are super important areas where you can consolidate knowledge, keep tacit knowledge, map knowledge, and also help people through career pathways and other ways. You want to help them understand that they're happy where they are, they're included in the process, they can deliver better because they can understand from with their peers what's happening within the organization and how they can reuse things, how they can build things or deliver things. But equally, you want them to know that there are other places within the organization they can go if they're not happy where they are at that point in time. So hopefully that creates a culture of transparency, and this all links all the way up to the objectives here. So if we can, right. So some of these other things are, of course, joiners, leavers, task knowledge, understanding of how we store all this knowledge as part of having a better business architecture and a well understood business architecture. We want to, of course, have training and problem fixing rather than problem blaming. And we want to have the right KPI and OKRs to be able to advise senior management on what change needs to happen for the creation of even better culture. And I've just written there some of the things that we want to get involved in the domain. Go to challenges and solutions. Right, so standard things around challenges, resistance to change, which can be solved by communication and stakeholder involvement. and overhead governance by creating multiple guide rails and make sure that you have proven solutions. So we don't want to be copying O'Reilly books into patterns that we can reuse, right? We want to go and see what has already happened within the organization and extract that, elevate that into enterprise level and make sure that the right people, I mean, Google does, but everybody does it this way, right? We want to build something, they tell you, go and talk to these guys, we've done it before, and there's a lot of knowledge there. And it's a more inclusive way of actually doing things rather than say, oh, we're gonna use page 15 of this book. Skill gaps, we do need to manage those with career pathways and communities of practice and balance flexibility and standardization. We need to have math horizon scanning, utilizing balance pooling. So we need to standardize, of course, but also be flexible at the same time, which is challenging sometimes. But we can do this by creating multiple guide rails for the same problem domain. So some of these can be right. So just but hopefully well. I'm just going to mention. So we used those inclusion practices and cost engineering and those community of practice and skill matrices and pathways and we built an enterprise structure with the right level of governance and business architecture improvements across a number of different areas, smaller or bigger domains. I mean, also quite small most of the time, but government departments, finance are bigger, and we can align all of these concepts to how we also manage suppliers, vendors, how we do regulatory-driven change, all the way up to how measure and prediction discovery takes place across the organization for the production of this knowledge aspect. So if we can go to the next slide, I think key takeaways. Again, business architecture is critical. It needs to be together with governance, create a mature enterprise culture. So it's all around understanding and aligning and getting together and negotiating. We need a balance towards higher maturity level, so we get all these teams and functions organized together. So we can do that. There is a bidirectional link between enterprise culture and business architecture. The more the knowledge and business process and business architecture and capabilities are understood and aligned, the more the enterprise culture is preserved. The better enterprise culture you have, the more people come and talk to you and ask you the right questions, so you can actually formulate your business architecture better. And it's super useful to actually try to do that, because it means that you have to work less all the time, but you achieve better results. So I think this is one of the last slides, if we can go, yeah. So I timed it a little bit better than my previous presentation. So if you have any questions.
Hi. Yeah, yes, I love the words avoid fellow ITs and when dealing with business. And actually, can you share more experience when dealing with business and especially in those cases we are not actually ITs are not controlling the budgets, are not in the budget approval process as well as the vendor selection process.
Share what we've done in one or two occasions, right? I mean, obviously there's a number of ways to solve this, right? But what we've done is we record as part of our governance, non-blocking non-blocking governance process, right? Advisory. We track where all the decisions that have been made. Obviously, we record everything, we create all the details, all the usual things within governance. But part of the thing we do is we track the current state of technical debt. And technical debt we define as everything that is opposite to our strategy, right? So we have a number of sub-strategies in our technical strategy. Whatever decisions are being made continuously, right? So we need to, once we understand the state and using the tooling generated, we can track that. Now, what we do when a project comes into funding, right? for a change, because when you deal, especially when you deal with products, right? They're enduring pieces, right? So they will always be coming with some change. When that happens, there's an SRO and usually some funding. So that at the time of governance, we have a three-layered governance from working group, advisory to technical design authority, with different levels of seniority and all the things. So as it goes through that, it will be asked to fix the debt that has been accumulated in order to progress. So we're merging the technical debt with the desire to build something because they have funding and they can at that point in time do something about it. If we use the alternative, which is to consolidate all of the things that are not currently working and then go to the finance authority of whoever they are for each different organization and ask for a lot of money to fix them, we run into the danger of the state being moved by the time this agreement has been made. So what we need to now fix is not the same thing that we said we're going to fix originally. So we now have a different set of things that we need to fix. But if we actually combine it at the point when we have money, we use a data drip pattern, right? We slowly bring the change, and I think this is in some cases useful, right? I mean, obviously, if it's something super bad that you need to fix, like maybe something cyber or there's a problem, you will go and ask for money and you try to fix it on the spot. But for more and things which can be done in slower time, then this is a good way, I think, to do that.
Good question. You spoke a lot about business architecture, but there's long been a question in my mind and debates about how that differs from business analyst roles, particularly senior business analysts like strategic analysts. Just wonder how you see it. Do you see business architecture and business analyst as two completely different roles, or kind of a?
I see this as a glossary question, right? So I think when we deconstruct both of these job roles, and honestly, I think even when the title enterprise architecture is very badly used in a lot of different things I've seen, right? So what exactly is an enterprise architect? Is it someone who has many years of experience and can deal at this level, or is it someone that creates a certain set of things? But I think in particular to your question, right? I think and business architects, I see it as a slightly wider role, right? In the sense that the visibility level is across the enterprise. Maybe, and it depends on the definition of that job spec you're talking about, is a little bit more vertical. The other role is a little bit more vertical. And maybe it's got a domain, a specific domain, but the enterprise one, the business architecture should be a little bit more wide. But again, it depends on the definition, and each different organization applies different definitions to the job specs, and it could very well be the same, right? But I see it as a slight difference in the visibility area. Because they both participate in procurement, they both potentially participate in governance processes, they both participate in some other things, but it's the visibility perhaps.
The analyst is more looking at a specific problem. Business analyst is looking at business problem. Unfold that.
Vertical a little bit. Yeah. I mean,
Can I just volunteer? Because actually I'm a business analyst. So in my particular organisation, a lot of the work that I tend to do is pulling requirements, but I am always aligning to objectives, vision, etc. Value streams, business capabilities, all that stuff. But all that kind of information, like the value streams, business capabilities, tends to be constructed really by the business architect. They've kind of put all of that in place, all those maps in place. So when I hit a project, I should be able to go in and pluck out that information.
Absolutely.
And use it to actually to get some really good knowledge on the business and the project, and then to actually formulate a map of the business stakeholders, the capabilities, the value streams, all that kind of stuff, so that I've got really good insight when I walk in.
Absolutely.
And they provide the insight that should be in place, and should another business analyst do another project for that same area, they can go in and pluck out that map that the business architect would have preempted.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
it's
they're always updating that map
absolutely, absolutely.
because it's fluid.
Absolutely. I mean, we can see it as a pre-work, right? That has been done before you with the strategy and all the other alignment and the head of strategies and all those roles, depending on whether they exist or not in the organization. But then your role is to take that and make it better, right? By
And I could be doing a project
you-
that spans loads of businesses that have got lots of different maps.
When you push
so
it
it's
back,
really
you push it
helpful.
back to the business architecture and they update whatever other internal state they need to update by taking all of the other streams that are coming up and making sure that the next rotation of evolution.
Yeah, and then, as my project matures and eventually stuff goes live, well, then I'm feeding that back in to the business architect who hopefully will update the map.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. And all
Which
the
will
tools-
benefit the entire organization because somebody else may then need to go in and pluck out that same map or something that's got dependencies to that.
Absolutely, and when someone gets a CIO or CXO level question, or what happens if this capability, business or technology needs to be removed, right? Because we're no longer interested in, I don't know, creating vaccines, we're no longer interested in running these financial products, or we're not longer interested in doing this XYZ. You can use the business aspects that you've helped define together with business architecture and all these forums to understand the impact that these decisions will have to make to the whole estate, which includes the technology and the business dependencies within the business products, right? So
Absolutely.
this is how I see this in terms of the holistic view.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
Yes.
So we talked about governance, right? I've seen organizations who have governance companies, bodies, boards. And I've seen the organizations which don't have this kind of tools. There are few people who are making decisions. So I have this question that how many levels or how many minimum boards or.
Excellent question. Excellent question. I think the way I see it is you need a high level board, right? Which normally we call technical design authority, but names doesn't matter. This is traditionally and depending again on the situation, but let's talk about usually it's director level or above, right? So this is where if a substantial change happens within the organization, you need to very high up to say, yes, we all agree, we're going to fund it, we're going to support it, or they come back with the right questions, which usually is, why do we need to pay all this money to get that? Because that's what I've done 2 years ago and didn't work in that organization and I don't want to do it again. So that's the kind of discussions, I mean, exco level or director level discussion. Then, but this all usually gets called very few times because you don't, most of the change you make is not of that level within the organization, right? So a lot of change could be smaller and could be resolved between the layer below. So this could be, in the current view, an advisory function, which would approve also, and if need be, push things up to the TDA. So there are many names for this. There could be technical advisory boards or technical review boards, or doesn't matter how you name it, but it's just a step down. Now below that, you could have a number of ephemeral working groups, right? As needed to solve specific problems, right? Where you have enterprise architecture attendance. You don't necessarily need to have chairing, but you could, depending on the problem domain, and you influence effectively as an EA, or you try to understand either of them, how this problem is going to be resolved. And out of that, you may get guide rails or blueprints or something else, which will you then feed into the two other levels, actually just to the middle level, because the high level usually deals with slightly different questions around finance and commercial and other higher, more significant aspects. But in terms of where technology meets and business meets together is usually the middle level. That's where most of the discussions happen. And you could either approve or try to provide, not disapprove, that's not the right message, but try to enable it in some other ways. And you can create actions and other things at that level. And you can go into an iterative process of approval rather than an immediate process of approval. So in terms of that part is also the place where you need to include all the functions you have within the organization. So you could have by functions, I mean, sometimes call them directorates or something else, but it doesn't matter. But we're talking about things like data operations, data architecture, service management, cybersecurity, solution architecture leadership. I mean, there could be many. I mean, depending again on the business functions you have, you could have you could have financial streams, you know, commercial, private, whatever. You could have you know, in pharma, you could have genomics and virology and toxicology. All those functions in aviation, you have, you know, customs and clearance and parking and other areas. So you have participation at all those levels, and this is what creates a good view and a good decision making. You know, I think 3 is a good number, right?
Thank you.
And you also deal with supplier management in the layer, in the third and second layer. Mostly in the third layer, you have a working group to do a supplier management because they can then escalate to the tier for a decision to be made if something doesn't work. Sorry, I'm going.
We got Ben Fox next, giving us the market update.
Oh, hello. It's funny. It's great.
Perfect. Well, over to you, Ben.
Thank you. So, state the IT architecture market. Thank you. So the state of the IT architecture market. What is happening across the market? It's the question I hear most across the architecture market from job seekers, leaders, or those simply curious. We often talk about the problems facing the architecture market as being industry agnostic, the latest trends being simply a facade. However, have you ever wondered what's really going on across the market? What are the biggest drivers of digital transformations? Are the problems facing architecture really specific to their industries? How mature is the architecture market? Throughout my presentation today, these are the questions I will be answering. Please. So now I know you're probably all wondering, who am I today? So I thought I'd attach a photo of myself just in case. I'm Ben from Slotome Technological Recruitment Company. I've been specialising across architecture recruitment for over 2 years now, particularly helping companies with hiring while also advising companies as to how we can improve diversity, particularly from neurodiversity, but also females in architecture. Now, this is also my first public speaking event, at least in this capacity, so please do take it easy on me. Now we've got the formalities out of the way, it's fair to say that the last year across tech has been a range experience. Reduced spend, never-ending bureaucratic red tape, major acquisitions, where we're still seeing across industries huge transformations taking place or roadmaps being drawn out over the coming years. Now, underpinning all of this is, after all, enterprise architecture. With companies looking to scale dramatically, I want to examine the current state of the architecture market. Are architecture teams equipped to meet their organization's needs and projects? What does the current level of architecture maturity look like across the architecture teams and their respective industries? And to establish whether enterprise architecture practices, patterns, and tools drive value in a dynamic business ones. So with this in mind, and with the help of the wider team, we pushed out a survey across the UK architecture market. So, thank you. We received an overwhelming number of responses to the survey. Results came from over 48 companies across the UK from multiple sectors and sizes. And a huge nod to those of you who that helped contribute toward that. Thank you. Before delving into the results of the survey, I thought it was important to highlight the diversity of the responses we received. 43% of those surveyed identified as enterprise architects, 7% were in C-level positions, CIOs, CTOs, and 20% identified as heads of enterprise architectures in their respective companies. Now, we received responses from a diverse range of industries too, from large insurance companies to professional services, banks, education sector, and retailers. Strong range of companies, company sizes varying from less than 20 employees to more than 10,000. So, to the first question within the survey, when asked what is the biggest driving factor behind your organization's digital transformation currently, the most common answer, just over half of the responses, was increasing solution delivery and performance. Now, full caveat, say, instead of improving customer experience, improving solution delivery. Now, increasing solution delivery is a rather broad answer granted, so I think it's worth discussing this in more depth. From increasing site reliability to implementing FinOps practices to streamlining customer experiences so that website speeds run half a second faster, increasing solution delivery can be understood in multiple ways. Across infrastructure, cloud migrations have been going on for years, and even now we are still seeing companies make the shift from on-premise to cloud. Those with cloud already are looking to implement FinOps practices and increase optimization. Where solution delivery has the end client in mind, companies are streamlining applications to create omnichannel experiences, increasing website performances, or enhancing product offering to give the customer better value for money. Now, even in hindsight of the survey, there is an argument that creating cost efficiencies could be the same as increasing solution delivery. By reducing cloud spending, solution delivery could be improved, just as an argument. Now, for comparison, when we rephrase the question slightly differently and remove solution delivery as an answer, just over half stated improving customer experience was where architecture was having the biggest impact. Without detailing this response too much here, we can see that creating cost efficiencies is having a significant impact, whilst improving security performance and meeting regulatory compliance are lesser motives in current digital transformations. Slide. Now, does my business understand the importance of the architecture function in defining and designing the future digital roadmap? The majority of people agreed it does, while only less than a quarter stated they disagreed in some form with the statement. However, but when asked whether does the wider business understand how to support me in my role, there was a clear majority who answered no. Apologies again, this is meant to be flipped around. Now, why is this? Business clearly understands the importance of the architecture function, which is a positive step towards effectively enabling enterprise architects, yet there's still obstacles in the way which inhibit architects. Now, of those who answered the survey, I contacted a few individuals to establish why they feel this way and to explore how we can enable organizations to better support their architects. One individual put this very nicely. Would you build a building without a blueprint? I think if you went to 100 builders and asked them this, there would be a clear answer. No. Yet, what we're seeing across organizations is a desire to transform digitally or spend hundreds of thousands on technology licenses, telling employees to use the technology without understanding its implications or why such technology would benefit a business. I've seen, for instance, companies wanting to implement agile DevOps practices without any effective enterprise architecture. But how do we better enable enterprise architects? And I'll put this question out to you guys as well. By ensuring businesses have structured and clear governance, increasing better engagement from C-level, and if we were to circle back to the pound and show people within C-level positions the cost efficiencies or the cost if things were to go wrong, enterprise architects can help guide the vision and help the C-suite to see the end goal. With them brought in, it becomes easier for the rest of the organization to become better brought into governance, better change management, better frameworks to enable the enterprise architects to better be supported in their role. Now on to the next slide. This was also particularly concerning and insightful finding. Industries across the UK, and by extension the world, have been focusing on data, how it is utilised, and how it is stored. Often when I speak to CIOs, architects, enterprise architects, data architects, they tell me that data isn't being used to the best of its ability. Everyone likes to think it is, in reality it isn't. The retail industry, for instance, is becoming heavily focused on marketing strategies and how, with the use of data, they can increase customer engagement and buy rate, maximizing the spend per customer. Shockingly, of the data collected, one architect who had been working with a major retailer stated they strongly disagree and asked whether they agree with the statement above me. Now, without disclosing the name of this retailer, this company receives more than 20 million visits per month. Other industries that run poorly when it comes to storing data, also non-for-profit companies, the education sector, small organizations with smaller IT setups. Generally speaking, 100 or less. Now, one response, rather worryingly, came from head of cyber architecture at a UK government agency. Where architects said they strongly agreed with this statement, these typically came from industries which are very customer facing or in organizations with large internal IT setups. General insurance companies, telecoms, retailers, etc. The insurance industry is also worth a mention, as particularly across the last 12 months, underwriters and insurers are heavily making use of data and optimizing it to help speed the process of underwriting and allow underwriters to make better, more data-driven decisions. Aviva, for instance, is going one step further and incorporating AI to help settle insurance claims, increasing cost efficiency. On to the next slide. How mature is the architecture practice within your organization? 40% said very immature. This came from large retailers, the education sector, large e-commerce sites, as well as a number of software houses. On the other side of the spectrum, 28% stated that it was fully defined and embedded into the organization, mostly coming from large tech houses, telecoms, and a financial industry, typically companies with thousands of employees and large in-house IT setups. So drawing from this, it is of little surprise that it's easier to implement effective enterprise architecture mechanisms and practices when stakeholders are brought in and when there are large IT resources and teams to implement effective governance. So on to the next slide. Not last but least. Sorry, not last but not least. I wouldn't be a recruiter if I didn't talk about hiring in some capacity. Typically, when speaking to hiring managers, it can be hard to find the right talent. Firstly, the title architect is so broad, and even when broken into enterprise, solution, data, there's still no defined shared technical skills you can expect an architect to have. It is no surprise then to say that 61% stated that hiring the right talent is hard, only 2% stating it is easy. So what skills are in demand? What are the current trends? We've seen a heavier growth across the e-commerce industry, traditional retail. Retailers are looking to offer greater online portfolio, better buy conversion rates from customers, and seeking to enlarge their customer portfolio. There's been a surge in demand for architects in products and B2C backgrounds, and in difference to the past where cloud and SaaS would go to, we're seeing a heavy focus on more traditional commercial off-the-shelf products. Data is steadily growing, as previously mentioned within insurance, but I think we're seeing that across industries due to increased data security and optimization. Specifically, enterprise architecture, we've seen a growing demand for politically astute architects, architects that are well versed in navigating a very heavy bureaucratic landscape, particularly in large enterprise units, which have been reluctant to change. As to interviews, interview formats tend to be quite uniform across the board, usually seeking a mixture of general overview, technical rounds, as well as wider stakeholder and business impact. What is providing a challenge, however, is eliminating the subjectiveness of architecture interviews. No enterprise architect is equal. And sometimes it is a case for a hiring manager deciding what experiences and skill sets are going to most benefit business going forward, which does make sense. However, from my side, I still see hiring managers differ in feedback over the same candidate, even on the same principles, particularly across soft skills such as stakeholder engagement. Often, it could depend on the questions posed or the interview style. Whilst we often see technical interviews take place with at least two interviewers present, we don't see this on behaviour and communication-led interviews. What is even harder with architecture is the difference in vision from hiring managers. Some still want the candidate to be closely aligned to the current internal setup. However, fortunately, I'm still seeing a growing interest for a want of architects to come into a business to disrupt and challenge the current way of thinking. Growing acceptance to take on architects from industries different to their own. Now, notable trends also emerged across architecture, greater demand for cost optimization and cloud economists, as well as a growing concern for data governance. Now, this leads nicely onto my next slide, centered on what does the future hold. Closing out this presentation, one of the other key findings I wish to speak on is the biggest threat to architecture. 37% stated skills shortages was their biggest concern, while 23% stated reduced cost expenditure as being the biggest threat to architecture. And in third and fourth place was cost to serve and outsourcing. Now, when specifically centered on security architecture, and I should mention this question was only posed to those who said security is under their remit, 50% of respondees said the vulnerability of processing data, particularly in the cloud, is their biggest concern for security architecture. This was followed by the potential of AI and Internet of Things, with 5G networks being seen as the next two biggest threats. Now, onto my last slide. Ultimately, there will always be specific challenges to the state of the architecture market, caused by specific industries, by company culture, stakeholder engagement. However, what we can see is still to this day is a clear lack of effective governance in companies. Whilst architecture is having a positive change on business, its impact has been hindered by a lack of company-wide engagement and commitment to effective enterprise architecture practices. Enterprise architects need to be given greater authority within businesses. We need to stop seeing architects as a means to an end or as firefighters, and we need to start placing architects in a position where they can manufacture change, as opposed to simply steering the change already envisioned by a business. This is the desired state of architecture. Now, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me now. Please do come speak to me after. I will be around for the coffee break. Thank you for listening.
And can I ask you a question? So you're saying 61%. So it's difficult to find architectural skills. Right?
Yeah,
So
or
going back to a supply and demand model, surely if the skills are, if supply is low and demand is high, the cost of those architects, and that's something I'm not seeing in the market. You pay for what you get, basically. Yeah. And I think our architects, because if you look at enterprise architects, they've got a wide set of skills. Yeah. Are they moving into other areas because the money's just not right? Is that a factor as well?
There definitely is a change, I think, within also sort of contractual recruitment, where there's been sort of less sort of contractual spend from companies. So you are seeing a lot of contractors move to permanent. With regards to sort of enterprise architects moving away from actual sort of domains, less so. But I think if it carries on, then essentially there could be.
I just say, Ben, that was really well prepared, very well delivered. Your first talk. Well done. Really good effort. I've got a question as well. So on most of these things, they put TOGAF, right? And as a community, we're a bit skeptical about that. Have you got a sort of view on the supply and demand of TOGAF, and indeed to extend that further, whether the BCS or some other training body could provide better training and some of the things that you see lacking?
Yeah, I think to answer that firstly, I think there are a lot of people that obviously do have sort of TOGAF, or a very worst way of being sort of exposed to an environment where TOGAF has been sort of utilised, or where other colleagues have sort of helped them sort of learn. I think generally when you see it in sort of job descriptions, companies, it's a nice to have, but I'd never see it as a reason for rejecting a candidate, whether that be at CVs or interviews. Sort of larger, sort of like more traditional sort of enterprise sort of companies, they generally will ask for it. Smaller companies less so, but as I say, I think generally speaking, it's the experience that matters most. And I think the same with sort of similar, well not similar, but our sort of certifications when people say they want people to work in sort of an ITIL framework or sort of similar frameworks. Again, they're nice to have. As long as you've got the potentially sort of exposure to that environment, and that's what matters most. But I think it certainly does help to have that sort of certification and that exposure. And yeah, definitely, I think BTS or other organisations could sort of help individuals to reach out, particularly for people that sort of wanting to branch out into sort of enterprise architecture that potentially might be new to it.
So has anyone ever asked for the BCS Enterprise Architecture exam?
Not to my knowledge, not yet. Sure.
Yes, some very interesting individual responses that you gave there. Maybe you haven't got the data to be able to cross correlate them, but I'm not really surprised to hear that 77% of architects don't think their businesses understand them. We've probably all been there, but it's a continuing theme. But I'd be intrigued to know whether the 28% that you mentioned who think they are fully defined and embedded actually think they are better understood than the average, or whether they equally think, even though they say they're embedded, they still are misunderstood by their business. I don't know whether you've been able to cross correlate those.
Haven't yet, but there will be a report coming out
Okay,
following
look
this.
forward to that.
So I will make sure that's one of the things that we
Yeah.
check.
Yes, just a follow-up questions on the poll graph. Actually, in UK markets, do you have any surveys from those companies? Are these really using those EA frameworks like poll graph, like the Latos in the link sections, or is there any trends on adopting some kinds of frameworks? For example, in sometimes ago we use the pins for those project management. Is there any trends on those EA frameworks that in the UK enterprise architecture markets on this?
Yeah, I think there's definitely sort of a growing sort of increase in companies sort of wanting enterprise architects to sort of have TOGAF or similar sort of skill sets. I think generally speaking, there's also been sort of a growing sort of interest in like open agile frameworks as well. Well as sort of like well architected frameworks. A lot of companies have been asking for individuals to sort of have skills around that sort of area. I don't think there's been a particular trend in like certain companies, like in the sort of companies or certain industries asking for it, or at least I haven't sort of recognized that just yet. But likewise, I say it's usually a trend of people to ask for it, but whether or not they actually sort of a requirement is a different story.
You mentioned right at the beginning about neurodiversity.
Yeah.
Could you talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, so I mean, as a business, we do a lot of work around neurodiversity. So we actually have someone that leads this. So to give a bit more sort of talk around that, so there could be potential sort of individuals that are neurodiverse or might be neurodiverse, but they've never been diagnosed or don't recognize themselves that they're neurodiverse. And that can sort of impact them in 60 days from sort of the interview process all the way to actual working. So I think something like this, about 4 or 5 year waiting list to actually be diagnosed with any sort of neurodiversity sort of problems or issues, which makes it even sort of harder. But likewise, across sort of an interview process, for instance, where, for example, particularly in sort of an architect, where a company says someone has poor stakeholder engagement skills because they're a little bit quiet or shy, it doesn't necessarily mean they're actually poor stakeholder engagement skills. That might just be that it's them as their personality, or potentially they've got sort of a neurodiverse sort of condition, which means that naturally in the room with people that they've never met before, they are going to be slightly quiet. So it's basically advising companies around sort of how they can be sort of better accommodating to neurodiverse individuals from an interview process, but all the way to actually onboarding them and sort of continuing that. And for example, when companies ask, if they need sort of any accommodation, people don't actually have to disclose if they've got a neurodiverse condition, but the whole sort of argument is that companies should be accommodating these individuals anyway. It doesn't matter if they've got 100 neurodiverse individuals, or potentially they might have one joining the business. They should always be accommodating to that. I can certainly share some sort of resources that we've sort of provided around that as well.
What about diversity in gender diversity in sort of architects, is it, you know, I saw something the other day that that's all 1% of all EMs are female. Is that, are you still seeing that trend changing in any way?
It is changing a little bit. There's a growing increase in a lot of sort of companies, I use Amazon for an instance in promoting sort of females in architecture, and particularly sort of growing females and women from sort of an early careers perspective into sort of enterprise architecture roles. I think if you Amazon probably have one of the highest rates of females in architecture, but
What would that be then, if they have a highest percent? What would it be?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Okay.
it's definitely a lot higher. They get a lot of, where a lot of sort of traditional enterprise architects might sort of naturally transcend into an architecture role.
Yeah.
A lot of companies are starting to grow individuals from sort of an early careers perspective straight into architecture roles. So you're seeing like the growing sort of increase in sort of associate level architects. That we work with that want to sort of really promote that as well from an early careers perspective. So they sort of take people from university and offer sort of early career programs, but definitely across sort of the tech market, I think females in architecture is one of the lowest, 100%. I mean, it's all across technology, but in architecture, yeah, it's even worse.
Great, thanks, Ben.
No worries, thank you. Cheers.
Right now, back here at 20 past.
Yeah.
You sure? What are you doing? Hey. Half of the bank here. You're supposed to be at work, reducing interest rates or something?
No, we got a sponsored.
Good, good. Well, it's a lot cheaper than going to the IRM one in a few weeks' time. That's usually better as well. I've got to go to that as well, unfortunately. Hoping not to. But, I lost, I think I lost the gunfight and ended up having to go present to that. But Keith's going. I was pretty nervous as well. So he asked the questions. He handled himself. Okay. How are you doing? Yeah, good. Good. Yes,
yeah, but it's already, I think I think it is in line to be published as well, so it got pushed out quite a bit with everyone. But then it's a good, hopefully he's taken note, because there's a good little follow-up questions where he can come back and go, look, I've listened to your point, this is what I found. Next point from it, so.
Yeah, we didn't, this year, no, it's not as good as it has been in the past. That's not the average.
We'll leave stuff in here, guys.
Yeah, of course.
I'm here for the first part, but I'll be here for the rest.
So, get this noise up. Yeah, I'll send Steve a picture, saying your boy's on.
I'm going into the office in a minute, so we'll probably get questions, no doubt, so.
I'm doing one in the States for you lot, so not with you lot, so I've oh, bloody hell. So I'm in law, I chair this, we're stepping down this. Joining the American section. Open to use the offices in America. Talking to Laura, and we've hosted an event there, architecture event.
What he should have done for diversity, we held one with LBR, neurodiverse.
Dad, how are you, mate? Your mic is open, man.
Well, if you're in New York in November, I'll be running an event there. But nothing confidential, you'll find Galal.
Okay.
Lorne, you're into neurodiversity, aren't you? Yeah. I've got a plea.
Yeah, so through our, I'm Glenn from Starmay, hey. So I work with Ben, so, but no, we just hosted an event on neurodiversity with LBR Law Business Research about neurodiverse talent, how you can make them more how we can actually engage with staff and also recruiters, so you can actually make people more accommodating as well, so they feel comfortable, look at triggers, safe spaces and stuff as well. And for our consultancy business, we actually run like different seminars as well through it. So it's a big thing at the moment, and it's a major talking point. A lot of positive feedback that we're sort of cracking it and pushing it with different businesses as well.
So Holly,
Yeah.
Holly works with these.
Yeah, I've got 3 kids with ADHD. Diagnosed. I've probably got it too. I see a lot of it around.
We had the CISO who did the talk, and he's
I'll let you guys talk. I wanna.
Had a cup of tea.
we had a CISO come to the talk, and he's like, well, my son's had it, and where'd you get it from? And they reckon it is hereditary, so he gets
It is.
from any other.
Yeah.
He went back to where he was at school, where he was.
Rachel.
Thank you very much.
No worries, thank you. Right, enjoy the rest of your day. See you Monday. Yeah, thank you.
Well, we're either all dry together, because we're here listening to it, we're here for it, so,
Yeah.
you know, we're either all dry or it isn't dry. How many of these have you done, Tim?
Well, the presentation of the BCS.
Yeah.
This is the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of my time doing stuff in the capital with the client. Clients. We haven't done one of these yet. I'm also here to see how people do it.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
I think it's different when you've got a peer group versus when you pitch to a client. So
Yes, of
it's a bit
course.
different audience. I'm looking forward to it. I'll take a seat.
Big one. Okay. It works quite well. I like to overpresent because if I had 2 screens, I'd definitely have different information on it. It's a rookie error. I still haven't learned.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to go somewhere. Yeah.
It's your session.
Yeah.
The thing of. Is it worth it?
You register there.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
There's no online, right?
Yeah.
You can't present from there. It's got a back end powered. I mean, there's no general internet.
Everyone, this is Tim. Tim will be presenting to us. He tried to sit back there and thought he was going to present from the chair. Anyway, I'll let you introduce yourself and.
Okay. Good morning, it's Tim Aitken. I work for a company called BMT Group. We provide sort of consultancy into business and type. I'm going to give you a talk on NATO Architecture Framework version 4, commonly known as NAF version 4, and the NATO C3 taxonomy. I had originally about 40 odd slides for this. I'm going to condense it to about 20, and I'll hopefully give you an introduction. The intended audience, obviously, is people who are working at enterprise architecture level and have an interest in enterprise architecture, potentially for military and business projects, and might be considering using a framework like NAF version 4. Okay, so presentation contents. I'm going to take you through initially what NATO thinks for NAF4, what NATO think architecture frameworks are, their definition. Why NAF4? Let's have a look at why it was developed and how it was developed. It's interesting the way it was developed, how it came about. We'll have a look at some of the features, quick introduction to some of the features that are in the framework. And second subject I'm going to talk about very briefly is the NATO C3 taxonomy. This is an interesting taxonomy that has been produced from about 2015, which contains a NATO mapping of our entire enterprise. So it's interesting from a fact of usability, not just within NATO military projects, but also with business projects. Next slide. Okay, what are architecture frameworks? It's really about specification to organize and present enterprise through architecture descriptions. Obviously, the importance is that we need to clearly have a framework that gives us a standard and allows us to communicate across project programs and understanding. Has to be done with a common independent language. We can all understand that it has to be implemented in a tool independent way. Slide, please. So the aim of NAF4 standard is to provide a standard for developing and describing architecture for both military and business use. Previous to NAF4, we had NAF version 3, which was really focused on producing architectures in the military space. So suddenly there's a dynamic shift from moving from the military space to the business space, which is really interesting. So that has meant that it has to be some sort of alignment, and there's been alignment with a lot of standards bodies. For example, the ISO, the IEEE, the Open Group for obviously things like TOGAF, and the Object Management Group for some of the underlying sort of meta models that are used in some of the tooling. So this is where it gets quite interesting. There's been a consolidation of a number of legacy architecture frameworks that took place when NAF4 came along and implemented it. Consolidation took between NAF3, which is NATO Architecture Framework version 3, which was very, very strong on viewpoints, views, definitions, meta models, the modeling tools behind that, but it was never very strong on some of the guidelines and processes used for the architecture developing the frameworks. And also with MODAF, which is the Military of Defence Architecture Framework in the UK, that also is extremely strong with views, viewpoints, etc. Has a weakness in that guidelines that go along with it are not as detailed as, say, you'd find in TOGAF. TOGAF is the American standard Department of Defense Architecture Framework. Similar situation, very well defined for views, view sets. It's very weak, or not as strong on certainly the process of development methods. So bringing all those together, we get the birth of NAF version 4. Okay. I'll give you a quick rationale. On your right-hand side there shows you some of the NATO nation members. Currently, this is out of date, but you would expect that there's circa around 30 nations currently working together. And on top of that, there are some areas that are shaded there in yellow, which are countries that are looking at, perhaps using NATO standards, suppliers, providing systems into a federated environment. So the main driver for having the architecture framework NAF version 4 is to overcome some of the interoperability issues that you would find with in a very, very large organization with different nations. In terms of things like project costs, overruns, dealing with complexity, bringing together a different set of federated systems, networks. All these problems are a big challenge. So having a framework with standard, with a set of guidelines that's going to give you the handrail, if you like, to get your architectures in place becomes really important. And as I mentioned previously, the commercial sector, the business sector has similar sort of problems to the NATO environment. But obviously NATO, the scale of what's going on in terms of the number of different nations, the complexity of the systems, all the transversal systems you're dealing with. The complexity has been a big interest because it helps influence what we potentially could do with business or for the data architecture framework. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so NAF version 4 brought together a number of different features. There's methodology, which is similar to TOGAF or potentially an alternative type of methodology. They brought together a set of views, viewpoints into a grid, which has been thought through and organized and categorized. And they've also put together a complete example, if you like, of how to go about building the views that are needed for your solution. Next slide. Okay, this is oh, that's strange. I'll explain anyway. There's one piece missing. Explain roughly how it was developed. Back in just before 2015, the NATO architecture community of interest, different working groups looking at how they could implement NAF version 4. There was France that led the architecture development method. A number of different people, experts working in the team. In the middle here, there should be a bar, which is talking about the views and the viewpoints, which was led by the UK mod. The blue area shows, if you like, these coming together as a point of integration, how they were brought together from looking at the mapping of the ADM to the example views and viewpoints. And then there was some testing, trying it out in various bits and projects and different environments. Then the NAF4 standard was published in 2018. And it's since been used and implemented from that point. Okay. Next slide, please. My personal involvement in this was because I was involved with some of the NATO conferences and Tide Sprint, and I sat in a few sessions of the NATO architecture capability team. I got involved with the work that was taking place by the UK-led team to develop the grid and the views and the view sets, and they put together a set of the grid itself, which they thought was good representation of the views and the view sets that were needed. My involvement was I was asked to test drive the views throughout complete, and I went on to develop the initial set of a complete set initial for the example that we used. The methodology being developed by one of my colleagues in the same company I worked for at the time. I was working for a French company, and they were developing the architecture development model. So I was also in touch with that, how we went to develop it. We ended up putting the actual architecture framework into a architecture modeling tool. So we had the definition of the grids, which was done by the mod, the examples, and finally the architecture development method put into a tool. And you can navigate it as you would do an architecture to analyze and evaluate how it was going to work. Slide, please. This is a picture of the NAF version 4 grid development. This is around the time of 2015 when the MOD was putting it together. You can see the different architecture layers and how it's put together. At the top, you've got what they've called concepts, which is your sort of strategic capability type views for developing your architecture capabilities. Then the next layer down in purple is the service view set. And next one after that, the blue is the logical operational space. So this is where you do your, if it was your business model, your modeling, your operational modeling, your logical views, etc. And the next way down after that is the physical, which will also known as resources, which is describes the physical systems, resources, not just systems, but also resources, people, etc. And at the bottom there is a tier which with architecture management, and in that you'd have all your views to do with your the management or the development of the architecture. For example, if you're doing any architecture development plans, any particular standards, etc., you would put that into these views. Each of the cells in the grid obviously had a description of the view, how it would be used, and potentially at the time when we were doing the development, we had the underlying meta model that was used for the views, and all that linked to eventually linked to the example view set that was developed. On the top, you've got a set of what they call aspects of concern, which, talk about technology, structure, connectivity, and there's that whole set which is grouped into behaviors, talks about processes and sequences, etc. Information, talking about logical information views, also your physical data views, constraints and roadmaps. For example, if you're talking about capability roadmaps or you're talking about development roadmaps for the architecture, also captured. Slide.
May I ask a question, or do you want to leave them to the end?
You can go ahead. Yes.
Specifically about this. So I think I can see on the previous page, if you could go back a second, the layering of the horizontals is quite familiar. I think that's a well-proven concept to physical, Zachman and Dall's stack and so forth. Was there a rationale of how to bed down and settle on the left to right? Do you know at all? Is there thinking behind that, or was it just come about, I suppose?
I think it's gone about. I think it's been influenced by things like UAF and different standards of people in. In terms of the rationale, in terms of the people who developed the grid, they've obviously put this together and thought about it. There's been some tweaking to this, which I'll come on to into the end and might answer your question.
Okay, thanks.
Because you look at this and you see there's gaps here and it says not used and everything else, and there are some bits and pieces that have been put in following the alignment with the ADM and running it through the number of different, running a full example set all the way through. So we got a clear picture from actually doing the work and testing it. Taking it for a test drive. So that might be
okay, cool.
So this just talks about the different columns of the grid, which you've just been mentioning, and in terms of taxon, things like the vertical columns, the taxonomy, which is the categorization. That becomes quite important when we talk about C3 taxonomy. Structure, how elements are assembled, and connectivity. Then we have this behavior piece, which is process flow, activities, etc., information, data, information, how it's used, etc., and some of the constraints that might govern the model, and roadmaps at the end, which is your planning piece. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just an example of a description of viewpoint information from the current published size standard, giving you what you expect on the views. You get the name and description. This is an example here of talking about service taxonomy views, concerns, examples of potentially how it could be used, and this illustrative example of potentially how you could use it. So all that information is there to allow you to build some good architecture. Next slide, please. Okay. So architecture body of knowledge. I mentioned that we developed a complete view set. there's about 50 views in total that cover the whole grid. The scenario that was chosen was a search and rescue scenario because it was viewed to be a neutral type architecture, if you like, which could be viewed from a business and also a military type perspective. So it gives you a view. Yes, this is just an overview summary page. What's that? Can we have a next slide? This is just, I can't show you all the examples, but this is just an example of the equivalent architecture development plan, which forms part of the architecture roadmap view, which is down in the architecture management piece. It talks about how you can develop your architectures, your planning, you know, what you're going to develop first and work it through. Okay, next slide, please. This is the final NAF4 grid that's published. What's interesting is it's changed a little bit. There were some views that were added because they felt they could have benefits to the grid. For example, there's this down here in the centre here. There's a lot of people who used to work with things like MODAF, etc., and they wanted a operational concept type view, which fell into the logical specifications operational area. So there was a view placed on that, and others were placed because they assist with mapping between the different tiers of the development. It was a lot easier to have a view with a matrix in it where you could do the mapping between different layers. Okay, next slide. So we talk about the methodology. As I said, this was being developed by a colleague, France. The idea is that methodology defines the environment, the governance and the management, and it's used to defining, evaluating and exploiting architectures. The way thinking about the development initially was think about the methodology in three different main areas. The original design had 3 ADMs to focus on enterprise capability, program, project type level and foundation. The thinking was that we could have a separate ADM for enterprise type architecture, linking through capabilities to your different stovepipe projects underneath, all wrapped and governed by your foundation that provides prerequisites for your architecture. And this is actually used in the military space, but at the time of the development, it was deemed to be a little bit too complex. So we ended up with one ADM. Move on to the next slide. So there was one ADM which was produced, and it's very much inspired by TOGAF. It's like a lightweight TOGAF type arrangement with different, obviously cyclic and moving through. You obviously get a few points per architecture stage. The interesting is that whereas compared to TOGAF, you've got this very, very comprehensive ADM. With this model, what you get is a lot of the architecture work is actually done within the second phase, describing the alternatives of architecture work, rather than opposed like you get with TOGAF, where you've got your business, the applications, technology, data, etc. coming around this side. A lot of the work is done on there, and the rest of it is very, very similar in terms of migration, etc. In the centre, there is management of dashboards and motivation data. Yeah. This is a snap of the top level view that was put into the modelling tool itself, so you could actually drill down into the various phases and see the associated views that you potentially could develop and look at potential examples. So it allows certain refinement between the development method and the actual the grid, the views that are being developed, etc. Next slide, please. Okay, as with any other methodology, what you use is obviously tailorable, extendable to your business. So what you need to do is look at the applicable processes, etc., that need to be applied. This would give you a good idea of what you can do. Now, in addition to this lightweight, I put it lightweight TOGAF like ABM, there's a possibility of using alternative development methods, which, for example, if you wanted to take TOGAF, you could take TOGAF and you could map it into the views in the grid which were applicable. So it all gets quite interesting. If you're in the systems engineering space and you're just working at some of these systems level, you might use some of these systems like V models, etc. So it was put together with the thought of potentially using alternative architecture development methods. Next. Okay. NATO C3 taxonomy from the Consultation Command and Control C3 board. You probably can't see very much of this top level view here, but this is basically a tiered mapping of NATO's enterprise into a taxonomy. The depth of it is actually outstanding. It goes into, I'm trying to remember the last time I actually imported it in, it was hundreds of services which have been defined from an environment which is extremely complex and mature, thought through, and it gives you a really good set of potential building blocks going forward. The NATO called taxonomy is defined as a categorization arranged in a hierarchical structure. Behind all this, there is data information stored in a structured way. It provides this common language of understandings to the enterprise, and it allows this interoperability, reuse, etc., to take place, and has certain flexibility and adaptability. It's growing. It's been growing since it was first introduced in 2015, and it's based on, like I said, the NATO architecture, communications and information systems, and it's been developed by NATO and nations and various experts who work in the environment. The candid colours don't represent exactly what's on the NATO V4 grid. This was done initially as a separate piece of work. So don't read anything into the colours. The candid colours just happen to be put in there by the people who are developing this. I'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this enterprise mapping was a quite complex exercise, mapping the federated enterprise, item categorization, looking for integration and harmonization and dependencies and relationships. There are a number of different areas that it shows. I mean, at the top, you have a lot of very NATO, as you'd expect, because it's a NATO environment. You have a lot of NATO specific type definitions. For example, we've got a lot of operational capabilities here, which are specific to NATO, some of the operational concepts here. Then some of the specific user applications. It gets interesting about some of the technical services that are defined from about this layer going down. You look at this layer going down, a lot of this is reusable in the business space. Really is good. You can actually load some of this into your modeling environment and reuse these definitions. Go next slide, please. So that's going to be a quick example. I mean, this is drill down into some of the security services. You look at here, I've got focusing on some of the areas for you're looking at identity services, digital certificates, etc. All of these have really good descriptions and are arranged in a hierarchy you can look at. the depth of it is outstanding. There's also a lot of transversals like your service management control, cyber security aspects, which are mapped. Really, really good piece of work. Next slide, please. Okay, so how do you use the NATO C3 taxonomy? Well, we looked at the initially at the grid, and we have a taxonomy you can actually download from a NATO tidy Peer-to-Peer website. You can download it in Archimate form if you wish, or CSV, and you can actually load this into your environment. And you've got a choice if you're dealing with a legacy system, a legacy architecture. What you can do is you can actually reconcile it against these to give you a reconciliation onto the C3 taxonomy. Allows you to, from an interoperability point of view, to compare different architectures, or you can actually use it for development. So NATO continues to enhance the quality of taxonomies and to expand the portfolio with new taxonomy products. There's been a few additions. Can you just to this? There's, I think, information products was recently added. Quick summary. Version 4 is a great candidate if you want to do any architecture development, especially if you're dealing with military space. So all those architecture frameworks in the military space have now been superseded by NAF v4. It's great for, obviously, if you're involved in doing anything particularly for NATO. What's also great is that now there's a business slant to the frameworks. What you can do is you could potentially use this for government and business. So it becomes quite powerful. The taxonomy provides a mature set of reusable architecture definitions that can be used for NATO nations and business, and it's gained strong respect across the EA community. If you want to find more about the framework itself, the documents are openly published with NATO. You can actually go to the NATO website and have a look at the standards and documents that have been produced. You can also have a look at the NATO C3 taxonomy perspective, which is of interest, and potentially download your set of reusable components, reusable services, architecture components going forward.
It's all, you don't need a password or anything.
I think you probably, last time I looked at the C3 taxonomy, you did, because there are some things beneath the surface. There's a lot more beneath the surface than as initially shown. I think you could probably find it on the web in a search if you wanted to find that. These standards, certainly that's open. Everything's pretty much open in NATO.
So has MODAV gone now?
Yes, this is seen as redundant. So we don't use MODAV more in MOD. What they use is, obviously, they work with sort of NAF version 4 and Archimate, etc., and all the various tooling associated with that. So, yes. Yeah.
How about the UK government as a whole? Yes, the military department has already published that they changed from the mode to the LAIF version 4. How about the UK government as a whole, especially for the DTAT departments? Are they adopt the LAIF at this moment?
You're asking how far has it progressed into changing from version 3 to version 4?
Not exactly. My question is where does the UK government as a whole have adopted NAIF as the approved EA framework for UK government?
GDS.
Sorry?
GDS.
This is not the UK government, it's the military, or the military.
Yeah.
I think the UK government has got other enterprise architect standards.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot more open, but this, like I say, back to that original picture of the NATO enterprise, if you like, where you had all these nations different, so they need a common language, they need a common framework for development of architectures. So you do meet people asking for NAF, or as an example, with the UK government, certainly with the MOD, they're going to ask if you're doing some work in that area, have you got any experience in NAF before? They might also ask for TOGAF as well. So.
What about language of the artifacts? Is that all local language to the regions or countries in there, or is it sort of universally?
I think it's all English.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's American English, so.
Caveat.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Common language from Edgy, isn't it?
It's the idea of NATO, wouldn't it?
Had a bit of a fish out of water last week.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excuse me, is there a parallel session starting?
What, sorry?
Is there a parallel session starting?
That's at so where it was 12 times. Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned, Danny, he couldn't get permission from his employer to present the slides. So he nearly got permission, he's nearly there, and what we're going to do is run a separate session for him. We'll advertise that. So that session has actually been cancelled. I should have mentioned that at the beginning.
Oh, hi. Well, they fixed the technology. That is easy. That's it. I will do a presentation on myself. My name is Casimir, working as a consultant since 25 years ago. And if I had a printed business card, it should say enterprise architect, business analyst, and project managers. So I have several hats. And I will talk about invisible architecture. You got it.
Well done.
Yeah. Who has listened to the Beatles? You get the clue there. This is the one. So I will talk about how I have done enterprise architecture work for the last 10 years as a consultant. And this is my way of working. And does it work? Yes, sometimes not. So a little bit context where we are and what I do. So next, please. Yeah. No, right. Yeah. So the clients, they call for me when they want to solve complex business and IT problems. We heard then about scarcity about skills. If it's not complex, they won't pay the fee I want to have. And if it's not business and IT, I'm not interested. So this is what I do. It should be fun to do things like this. And what they ask for, the clients. They want to have a solution for their problems. They want to know how much does it cost? How long time does it take? What are the benefits? I never have a customer ask for the framework I use. You don't ask Stephen King what is his typewriter. Frameworks are not interested for those customers. They don't care. It's invisible. So if you have questions, please just interrupt. And what we need to do, first of all, when we come in as consultants, is to understand the client business. That's the first thing we need to understand, because otherwise we don't understand what they are talking about. And what I used to do is to start with the business model canvas, and as an example. This is a good start to have a holistic view of the company, what I do. I was working for an automotive company, and we did the as-is business model canvas, and we did the to-be business model canvas. So we can show what will happen when we have electrical cars, when we sell directly to consumers instead of dealers, and what happens when we have subscriptions. This is a completely new business model. I've also been in board level on a utility company. You have that question before. And we didn't use these tools, but the questions, the value propositions, the partners we should, they were on the board meetings. So we discussed these things on the board level. I resigned from the board and been an advisor instead. It's an interesting role. And now they have done, with my help, a business model canvas to show the management team and the board, this is our business, the whole business, because it's both network, electrical networks, it's fiber, it's a lot of other things, central heating, etc. So they have a lot of things that they need to cover. And the question now for the board is, what should we do next? Should we go on and expand or consolidate? That's the board questions. So as an enterprise architect, you are advising the top management and the board on what you can do. So you need to understand the business for the client. Otherwise, you can't solve the problems. Next. And we also heard Ben talk about low architecture maturity. I think I will talk about everything that has been said before here in this session. And most of my clients have a low maturity. On a CMN scale, it's probably more towards 0 than 1. Enterprise architecture doesn't exist. And the reason for this is that most of my clients are not telcos, they are not banks, they are not governments, they work in other sectors. And the focus there has not been on digitalization, consumers, complex things. They don't have mergers and acquisition in the same way. So the need for enterprise architecture have been rather low. But they still need to solve complex problems. And it gets even more complex today than before. With regulations, with new external factors. So this is why we have to work with architecture, but they don't have that in organization. So we have a lot of capability models, and we can ask these questions to the client, but you can also listen when they describe their situation and don't ask these questions, because it can be really embarrassing. Those models can be very internal politically challenging. So be very careful. Yeah. Why are we doing this? What's the reason behind? If you can't answer that question, then you are in a problem. So we're talking about value streams. We have a new business model. I talked about the car company. They want to offer subscriptions to the customers directly for electrical cars. That's a huge shift on the business model. And there are things that also like legislation. That's what I'm working with the utility company as advisor, new legislations on EU level. You don't need to care about that here in UK, so. And yeah, that's okay.
Great.
We have the segments, there's a lot of things, new product lines, etc. And the challenge here is also the timing, because everybody has different abilities. And if we don't do the change, then we may up in a Kodak moment. It's too late to do something. You can see the car industry. We have Tesla. Everybody else is catching up. So the question is, who will not survive? If you work for a governmental agency, that's not the problem. They will usually survive. And ad hoc doesn't work. Not for complex problems. It don't. Agile doesn't work either for complex problem. And the reason is why? It's about the complexity. It's about the dependencies. So even if you don't have an enterprise architecture organization, the maturity is low, you have a lot of dependencies between different parts of the organization. And those dependencies have a huge impact on how to solve the problem you have. If you want to start with subscription for customers of cars to customers, then it has impact on sales, marketing, but also on product development, because we can't have custom development costs being done for subscription. We need to have standard costs instead. It impacts the whole company. And this is why you need, even if you're just doing a solution for a problem, you need to think holistic, because the impact from all the other parts, dependencies, that's the important thing. And then I have a quote from Tom Graves. No, it was not there. It disappeared. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. So I said that IT is simple. The organization in stakeholders is the challenge. And the bigger company, the bigger challenge. And I work often in international companies where we have people in different countries. They are not in the same office. So what you have to learn very, very quickly is how the organization is set up. The business units, who is where and who is taking which decisions. Because these are the people you need to communicate with. This is the people you need to talk to when they need to take a decision. And we had Dal who talked about business operating model. And it's also about the governance, who is taking which decisions. So we have stakeholders taking decisions, but we also have on a number of different levels, boards that taking decision. And then we have the ultimate board up here, because if you're doing large changes, they will have to accept the money for it. It's not the CFO, it's not the CIO, it's not the CEO who has that mandate, it's the board. That's what we are taking decisions when I sat there. Which investments are we taking? Because the CEO didn't have the authority to take large decisions. That's normal in all companies. So you need to understand which level do you need to go up to have your decisions. And large things often here. Next, please. So now we come to a fun part. We need to have something to suggest. I once did a presentation where I start that we should start with to work with and find out a lot of things and methods. We didn't get that deal. I still remember that I was in Prague a very long time ago. We need to start with the hypothesis of the solution. And this is another case that I've been working with for 2 years. We had, could we renovate the existing platform? We know the why, but I will not tell you here. Renovate the existing platform, implement standard processes and software, or custom software development. And the hypothesis when I started 2 years ago was that this is how we can solve it. And then I had some reasoning of why is this not a good option? And why is this not a good option? So you have to define a hypothesis that the stakeholders that you saw previously understand and accept. And also that you believe in yourself. Because if I don't believe it, that will be shown. And both the stakeholders and I must believe it. And for large thing, I don't believe in this. This is probably the best way to go for most clients. Sometimes you have to do that because you can't have some socks also. So you have to start with the hypothesis of how the solution be, and then we also need to reuse a lot of things. We have to reuse the business capabilities. We heard that previously. And if we go for example, subscription billing and revenue management, Gartner has a paper. They describe a number of different capabilities within this area. We can reuse them because it's a common framework. Others know about it, the vendors know about it. So we can explain things to more than our business. Because when the architecture maturity is low, you don't have this. It doesn't exist. This is why we need to reuse. Otherwise, you can find capabilities. I've been working with telcos. So if you have similar businesses, then you can go to the forum to find out things. The same is with the business process flow. I had examples previous on the slides. Reuse them. And this is an example from Team Forum, an order to payment. And when we have these examples on a high level for this current customer, they started with this order to payment. And then we find out that we have 15 different variants in the different countries around the globe. So the challenge here is standard processes, standard software, and 15 different order to payment variants. And it's dependent on different customers, different customer segments, different business models. I'm sure you have this. But you have a starting point. Describe what you're doing for the architecture. Oh, that's a forbidden word for the solution. And then you have to look at the volume metrics in the business. So what's the revenue? How much money do we talk about for the company? You can go to the annual report. But you also have the number of customers. The size has a huge implication to the solution you do. If you have 5 customers, you can do it manually. With 5 million customers, hardly not. ARPU, That is very, very important when you have subscriptions. That's what the shareholders look for. Average revenue per user. The golden metric is Apple. Or two. Churn. How much customer do we lose? Can we improve that? So all of these business metrics are important as KPI because that is what we want to have improved in our solution. So you have to find out things like this. Then we have the business glossary. What does they mean when they say things in the business? Because we need to have a common understanding. For some customers, it's very difficult because they have same wording for different things in different business units and different wordings for the same thing. And when we talk to the suppliers and vendors in later stages, they don't understand. So we must need to describe this. The business glossary is an important part of what I do. And we also need to map the business glossary to some information models because they are crucial. When we want to implement standard systems, standard processes, we need to have track of this because that's, if don't can be implemented in the standard software, you can't have it. That is the challenge. You need to work with these parts. Then we're coming to IT. If I go to most of my clients the last 10 years and I ask, can I have one list of all the applications you use? They look at me and say, no, we don't have that. Or they point me on some Wikipedia. So this is our archaeology. We need to find out what are the main applications and the main integrations in the landscape we are working with. So this is a lot of digging. And good enough. This is what I say here. You can't have everything. Good enough, and then you have to find out more things. I still do that 2 years later. And you remember architecture maturity is low. Do you think they have architecture governance models? No questions so far. Do you think they have architecture principles? No. Don't ask for things that are not there. They, in the best case, they will understand what you ask for, but often they don't even know that, and that will embarrass them. Be careful here. It's easy to tread on someone else's toes, especially if they should have that information. So just listen and see what they have and play with the cards you get. This is my recommendation.
What about if they have, say, let's say basics like principles or even a governance model, would you then look to implement that or just say, okay, I can help you with this area and
No, I'm here to solve a problem. I'm not to sell in an architecture governance model or things like that. I need to focus on what I'm employed for.
Okay.
Yeah, that's otherwise they have a business problem. If they don't solve the business problem, they go Kodak. They don't care about architecture. The decision makers you saw up here, they shouldn't care about it.
No.
Yeah. So this is very simple. I've been working in one assignment for 25 years at an architecture unit for a year. That's yeah.
How about when your clients, those board, I would say do not have a good organizations on their ideas. They just have different idea pop-ups, silos ideas, do not organize, and it seems that Yeah, all of them are silos. How can you guide them on this field if we are not talking about frameworks, some principles on this?
My job is not to solve the whole world problem. My job is to solve, for example, for the car company, we need subscriptions. We need the direct sales via the web. How should that be implemented? I can't solve the whole car company to ensure that they have 100% manufactured and shipped cars with electrical motors only. That's not my problem. So it's about, you have to have a focus, but you have to think holistic and have a focus on what you're doing. There are different ways to skin a cat. So when thinking of the different solutions.
The room, so.
Yeah.
Not a cat.
No. So it's the same with, I didn't want to show that picture. So you can always have two paths. At least, so think about scenarios. And this is also about when you're communicating to the stakeholders that if you have just one solution, it's easier to forget something and they question why are you not thinking of this, why are you not thinking of this? And if you have too many scenarios, then it will be cumbersome to understand everything and it's a lot of work. So 2 and 3 scenarios, that's my recommendation here. And here is an example for subscription. You can have a smaller scope or a larger scope. That's one way of doing the scenarios. So how to do the scenarios is very dependent on the case. But think of different way, and the red team, I think that could be a good input. What could go wrong if we go for large scope? It's too complex, it takes too long time. Okay, let's go for smaller scope. So a lot of things that has an impact. And then when you have defined scenarios, then you can design a high level architecture. Probably now at this stage, they can take that word. And to show all the different scenarios. For a CRM, what do we have for capabilities in each of the applications? And here we have the new billing system, and we go for the small solution scenario here. And how should that be integrated to everything else? So dependencies, capabilities and dependencies in existing IT systems. Perhaps information model, at least on that level, to show to the management, top management, what are you getting? Then you involve the partner and suppliers, because we talk about the COT solution, or you have someone who will do a consultancy firm who will do the development, because most of my clients that don't have their own development team, so they can do it. And I used to have the RFI to verify the hypothesis for the solution. And then the RFP to answer question, explain the solution for us. What are the benefits? How much does this cost? How long time will it take? And what are the risks? And then we do have to communicate. And this is easy to forget because we are doing new things. This is not the normal business. We have to explain what we are doing, why we are doing it, to a lot of people in the organization. So what to communicate? Who should we communicate with? And when should we do it? So this strategy must be part of what you're doing from the beginning. And communication is very different in different geographies. And especially if you come to Sweden, if you don't communicate, you will get a big finger from the organization. They don't care about you. In other countries, it's a little bit easier. So communication is very important, and the type of communication is very different due to cultural things. So that is something I have to think of when you work international. And then we have to do the evaluation, the cost, the benefit, the timelines, the risks. And I used to say to the suppliers that we have Koenigsegg factory near where I live. It's a really nice car, but the features are very limited if you want to have it as a family car. It's not cheap, not at all. It keeps its value, however. Then to buy a Trabant, the old East German car, that's not probably not viable option either. So we probably end up somewhere in the middle, Mercedes or a Skoda. Well, it depends on what we want to achieve. So we have to think about the evaluation criteria. I'm not keeping the timeline here, so I try to be faster. And those and the things suggesting you go, it's probably not enough. So when you talk to the management, we can have that. They don't understand the solution from the companies. I've seen a lot of examples here. It's a challenge to be a vendor and explain what you want to do. And finally, the benefits. This is very common. It's too expensive. Or it takes too long time. Or the risk got too big. So we have to rinse and repeat. Improve the solution together with the vendor. And it could be that we had the big solution first, then we have to have a smaller solution. We have to do temporary things to minimize the risks. It's a lot of hard work. It will take a long time. We can find more benefits. We can have a smaller scope, as said, and mitigate the risk. So a lot of things to do to improve over the final position. So when I go into a project, my objective is to have a problem, and we should have a solution, suggestion, and we should have a yes or no decision. And the challenge here is that you have to pass all these stakeholders, all these fora to get these decisions. And you have to explain it very well what they get for their money. Otherwise they say, not now. So very often they think something else should be done instead because of priorities, risks, a lot of things in the business. What you are doing in your project is not the most important in the world. So you have to be very clear. So if we get a yes or a no, being on the board level, I said that we had discussions and we had for some proposals for new parts of the business, we said that no, we should not do it. We say no to it. It's not about don't answer, but we said no to it. That's better. And or have a yes, not to drag the things. And architecture is a toolbox. And it's in the shadows. I have our internal framework from where I work since 25 years back. That's a toolbox. I think all the things that I talked about, they are here. This is my toolbox. This is my typewriter. But I don't show it for the client. They have the current client have been working for two years. They haven't seen this picture. They don't know that exists. Thank you.
to ask you, why doesn't Agile work?
Does this. You have, when you talk about agile, you talk about your team, you have no dependencies to other. When you try to do a subscription model for us, I think it was 20 agile teams that are involved with dependencies between all of them. Try to do it agile, you can't do it, it's safe, no. You have to do that. You have to define the boundaries. That's what we do.
You gave one example of the sort of high-level picture you showed
Yeah.
to the board. I imagine you don't show them Archimate diagrams.
No.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, never.
Have you evolved any standardized approaches to showing the pictures that you think the board can understand or are comfortable?
Well, my business card, I don't have as a consultant business card, I have my business card for my film production company. So I think about storytelling, how should you sell an advertisement? That's my thinking. We don't have any tools at the current client. We are trying to see, can we use Sparks AI? But everything I do is in PowerPoint. And it should be nice pictures. So you have to tailor your message. I said that I have more need for the skills of working for an ad agency than for a TOGA certification. So you need words that set my priorities. Ben, are you here? Yeah, other questions? Or we can take them at the lunch later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's going to take up. So our next presentation is from Galal, who's in Egypt. So bear with us while we start sharing. Galal, you online?
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Do I have permission to share? I think you need to make me a co-host.
You now.
Text box.
Galal, you're on, I think. Share your screen. Can you?
Okay, yeah, I can do that. No, the host has disabled screen sharing, so I think you need to make me a co-host or something. Still can't share. I think the main host just needs to make me a co-host and we should be good to go.
Let me just sort it. What's that?
I'll get him again.
Yeah.
I get the message host disabled participant screen sharing, so.
Can't share his. Oh, okay.
Ah, no. I can do that. Great. Right, thank you very much. I think you can hear me now, I hope. Actually, I want to thank the previous speakers. They sort of paved the ground for me to go in the area I want to go in my talk. I'm mainly going to be talking about using scenarios to help or support systems architecting efforts. First, I'd like to just have you do a little exercise here, a little chat question. What are your most difficult architectural decisions or activities you've had to make or have to make on a regular basis? If you could go to Slido, you have the number here. That'd be fantastic. We'll just build a word cloud quickly of what you people say are the hardest bits. Oh, I think I need another machine now to look at your responses. Okay. We have 8 votes only so far. Anybody else? Okay, I guess that's okay. Still answers are coming, votes are coming. I'm gonna make notes of things I want to connect with. Okay, I think that's good enough. So okay, votes are still coming. Stakeholder management, yeah, I like that. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I'll go back to presentation now. Right. Back to sharing this. Okay. I think you can all see the work cloud that is being generated. Is that correct? Yeah, not just me.
Yeah, we
Everybody.
see it on the, when we submit a response, we see it.
Yeah, fantastic, great. A lot of stuff that's coming up about engagement and strategy, managing conflict, managing cultural change, managing stakeholder conflicts, understanding the business, stakeholder management and engagement are all very relevant actually to what I want to say. But let me just very quickly touch upon what I think the main point of having an architecture is. I've been privileged to actually study architecture formally, not at the beginning of my career, but rather later, at the later stage as I was teaching software engineering at Brunel University, and I managed to do both a BA and a master's. And the current or the continuous theme in all that is that a response, an architectural response or a design has to respond to both the brief from the clients and the owners of the funding sources, as well as the site itself. So bearing this in mind, I want to move on to the idea of what are we doing when we architect. I remember giving an essay titled to students who were studying computer science and programming about programming the programming activities, that if the program works, then it's okay. So really, the idea that an architecture is not just to work, just to achieve certain qualities or certain functions that the business owners want, but also to give rise to some emergent qualities, long-term qualities. So this is really important. The non-functional, maybe things like the performance, resilience, adaptability, flexibility, and so on. Because we can actually have a multitude of potential alternative architecture for the same kind of business or the same kind of enterprise, but they all vary in terms of the responses or the way they achieve certain non-functional qualities like adaptability, resilience, and so on. And obviously, for each of the alternatives that you might want to evaluate, you'll have a number of layers, if you like, a number of things to instantiate and populate with elements like the ones we've seen in Dallas' presentation and other presentations in terms of, for example, a stack or layered architecture. So when we say architecture, when I say architecture, I don't just mean a single model, but a number of models that collectively express that architecture. So we need to evaluate a number of architectural alternatives or proposals with respect to certain long-term qualities that we want in the context. So going to the architecture bit, Stewart Brand had sort of discussed in his book, How Buildings Learn, what happens after they're built, the way that some of the Victorian buildings, houses, in fact, in San Francisco have survived something like 200 years, being utilized and being adapted to a multitude of uses that were not even dreamt of at the time that these buildings were developed or designed. And forgive me if you've seen me do this before, but it's really important for what I'm going to see next, what I'm going to introduce to you next. Stewart Brand says that these buildings are sort of living and adaptable and learning because they are built in a number of constructional layers that are loosely coupled from each other. So the first layer that it discusses is the layer of the site, drawn here in a thick base, because this is the hardest to change, the most stable, the most long-lived, and it's the very last one that people who own the house or use it would want to change. On top of that, there's the structure, which is obviously a little bit easier to change than the site, but nevertheless it's hard. And the number of arrows there also is indicative of the frequency of change or the speed of change of elements in this layer. Sorry, I meant to go the other direction. Following that is the skin layer. Again, the skin or the cladding of a building is something that people don't tend to desire changes to very often, but obviously it can be more easily changed and it could change faster than the structure layer. And then we have the services layer, we have the ventilation, we have the water, we have the lighting, the electricity, and so on and so forth. So again, this would be easier and faster to changes more frequently than any of the previous layers I've just mentioned. Finally, the space plan layer, which is the one that people tend to change quite often. You know, if you think of your house or your office, you could bit furniture around, you could put like decorations or artwork or lightings and stuff like that as a light fixture, plus the lighting sort of wiring and stuff like that. So this would be something that people would want to change most often. And see what see this here is that buildings or general artifacts that are built as a series of layers that are loosely coupled from each other, that they can slip past each other easily and without exerting too much effort and without having to modify the other layers beneath it as far as possible, are the ones that are most adaptable and long-lived. So this is all good and well. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the very last layer, which is just stuff like the things you have around in terms of maybe ornaments and light fixtures and stuff like that. The space plan was more like rearranging the space, splitting a large room into two smaller spaces, or vice versa. Now I came across the work by Stamper on well, introduced in Kenneth Frampton book on studies, in a book entitled Studies in Tectonic Culture, where he says that the term architectonic refers to the difference in modes of construction in terms of stability and volatility. So we have like the very sort of stable component, which is the site, and then the bit that is easier to change and modify and carry around, which is the tectonic frame. So basically, in the previous representation that we saw here, let me go back to this just briefly. This is what we typically see in an urban development or urban settlement, the conventional buildings and houses that we know. But if you go to a totally different context, maybe the context of a nomad with a tent, you see that this ordering, this layers is reversed. We have the side that is being the one that is most changeable and most frequently altered and migrated from, and the thing that is most stable is perhaps the actual skin of the tent, and the structure is somewhere in between. It's relatively easy to modify and change. And there are many sort of studies that came up in the book by Kenneth Frampton on this, showing the variations in the tectonic nature of building materials between one site and the other. So we have then to sort of say, well, we always have to refer to the context to ask exactly what sort of qualities that we need to have as being prime or being paid the most attention to. Are we talking about agility, whatever that means? I know people will have different meanings for it, resilience, adaptability, ease of change, and so on and so forth. So I'm defending here the idea that this differentiation of the embedding of the various components in an architecture really depends on what sort of qualities or what sort of emergent properties you want to see at the end of the day. I once made the example, or used the example of the samurai sword that is sort of cooled at different temperatures. So the cooling near the base of the sword happens a lot faster to give it rigidity, while as the cooling at the top of the blade happens much more slowly, because they want this part to be flexible but this part to be rigid. So it's this differentiation between various qualities that we need to understand in terms of how quickly, how fast, how flexible, how agile, how stable, etc., that we want it to be. So let me move a bit to this part. So the architectural question for me is, what sort of layers do we need to have as the most stable, and perhaps less stable and less stable, and so on and so forth? Which components within each of these layers need to be paid more attention and need to be managed more carefully and monitored more carefully? And the arbiter of that would be the number of the types of qualities and emergent properties that we want to have at the end of the day. So what certain non-functional properties, NF here stands for non-functional properties or qualities we want in the long term. And this, I go back to the presentation by Casimir just before me, where he said that his main role as an architect is to understand the business, understand the specific domain. The clients are not interested in formal models and stuff like that. So basically, what are the bits in the domain of the client that needs to be looked at to drive the architectural choices, and what are the bits that might actually pose the risk of change or whatever risk that we have to guard against in our choice of architectural alternatives. So this would be the prompt or the impetus towards what are we trying to achieve for this particular business or this particular organization. So the architectural decisions would be about selecting the relevant architectural components at every level of the stack, referring to Dal's presentation at the beginning of the day, and then establishing relationships and relative depth amongst these components. And that is not standard. We cannot have one template or one size fits all. We really have to look very carefully at the particular domain that we're trying to serve. So here's where the scenario bits comes in. I had used the method known as grounded theory. This comes from the social sciences. It is a method that has been particularly developed to deal with large, dense qualitative data. Now, my thesis says when we try to understand the business, when we try to understand the domain of the organization and the client's needs and modes of operation, business model, if you want, operating model, if you want, we need to look for and characterize and manage a very large amount of data. Some of the approaches that are being mentioned also discuss things like coming up with themes and bits in the business that we need to pay attention to, or concepts like we saw in the NATO framework presentation and so on. So basically we have, sorry, I need to go back. We have to look at data collection stage and data storage stage, just collecting qualitative data in large amounts, and that could contain everything. I've been recently looking at foundation models and thinking about whether this could be one of the directions we could go to when we build like a base model for how a particular business or organization operates. Grounded theory says you need to do open coding, something about naming the categories that you can find in the data, and then through a process of analysis you could come up with categories of this data. If you can think of it as sort of growing a tree or building a tree of categories and subcategories and how they interrelate to each other, and the outcome of this dense and very systematic analysis of the data would be did someone say something? Would be basically a series of theories about the domain we're operating in. I used it to theorize about requirements and how the requirements can be different from each other in terms of relative stability, risks and constraints that we have to deal with, as well as strategic and interpretive scenarios. Let me show you just one example of what could come out of this kind of process of analyzing qualitative data in a sort of very systematic and disciplined way. I would argue that this is quite rigorous. It's not mathematics, but it can be brought into a lot of discipline. So basically, yeah, I said here something that sort of at the last minute. It's about dealing with the data you have access to. All the data and nothing but the data. So every bit of data, every bit of concept that you develop, or its properties, or its interactions with other concepts, have to be grounded in the data they've collected. So there is a lot of evidence to point at the things you'd like to show your clients or stakeholders. So this is an example of just simple concept of case. For example, this was a case study of dealing with a law firm, a document management sort of drive, and what I have here is a particular concept that sort of kept appearing systematically everywhere almost that we did the analysis at various levels, the organizational level, the specific legal domain level, and as well as the external environment. So every time you come up with a concept, you have to look for properties, again, within the data of that particular concept. What are the features or descriptors of that case? And what is the dimensional range that the values can take for each of these properties, and then a value, which could be undetermined and contextual. And then most importantly, actually point at the data, point to a particular locus in the data where you can find evidence to support your claim that this is a feature of case, and this is the sort of features, sort of range of values that it can take, and this is the particular values that you're claiming it to be. Now, fitting all this into a kind of a dynamic or process model that the grounded theory literature calls as the paradigm model, that describes a set of causal conditions leading to a particular phenomena in the domain within a particular context, and then there's a number of intervening conditions or interactions from stakeholders or otherwise who actually try to affect this phenomena or do something that would alter it in some way, and then action, interactions, strategies leading to some consequence or consequences. Now, this is about really fitting the results of your qualitative data analysis into a model that describes the domain dynamically in terms of cause and effect and influencing factors. Textually, you can think of it as something like that. We have a series of causal conditions, whatever they are, they come from the data, lead to a phenomena that we're interested in, and this phenomenon is characterized by and taking place within a specific context, and within a broader cultural context given by intervening structural context, intervening conditions, and then people do things to deal with them, leading to a particular result or consequence. Now, this is my main mechanism of constructing scenarios. Because if you remember on this slide, I said, well, we have a number of potential alternative interventions, architectural interventions, or architectural decisions. There are different ways of doing it. They all do the same thing, but they differ in terms of the qualities. So if you build a number of scenarios based on the qualitative data that you've developed and you've sort of analyzed very systematically according to a theory like or a method like a grounded theory method, then you can actually come up with something like that. For example, this is a snippet of a risk scenario for a particular organization where I describe a sort of a process or a sequence of events, one leading to another. Every time I mention an event, I mention an effect that can have, again, this comes from the data that I've been accumulating and analyzing. Now, so this is a very simple textual thing. Obviously, it can be expressed more visually. I have a diagram here that goes like that. So this is like a visual representation of how scenarios or the cause and effect relationship between concepts that I'm interested in that I've elicited or extracted from the analysis. So the concept that I've come up with through the qualitative analysis are like the stepping stone that I can tread upon to reach a particular conclusion or imagine a particular scenario, how a particular scenario will unfold in reality. This is again from the book by Stewart Brand about choosing alternative strategic architectural directions for your organization or firm. So here's the idea with a small firm, that is operating in a stable environment, and the same small firm operating in a fluctuating environment. So what happens? What are sort of the architectural choices that might result from that kind of situation? Or if the company is quite large and there's a stable environment, so that's fine. Usually you can do this. Obviously it takes
lost him.
Yes. It's frozen on 17 now.
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm not sure if it's frozen. So. You need to ask the guy over the road. Technology doesn't work. It's gone.
No, I'm just going to do that. Right, so we've got some people online. So a couple of things. Well, first of all, it's after lunch, so time for stretches, maybe. Secondly, for those of you online, I am going to log on to the chat in a moment, and when we've got questions for speakers, just kind of trying to represent those for you. We did look at them earlier, and so if you do have questions online, maybe we weren't factoring that as much as we could, so we'd like to do that a bit more. But just immediately, we'd like a little diversion before we start the next session, please. So there is a link in the QR codes that are on the seats, and the link for the online attendees is in the chat of Zoom. If you could follow that, please. There's 3 very simple questions, and we'd just like to give you a minute or 2 to give us some input, please. And this is for the panel discussion, which is going to be fairly interactive. We're going to have at the end of the day. So we want your thoughts before that.
It is anonymous.
It is anonymous, good point.
We're not collecting any personal data.
Good point, very important.
And we're only going to be looking at the aggregated answers as well.
So thank you. We'll give you a minute or 2 to do that, and then we'll start with the next session.
I even disabled, I think there was an option about cookies to stop you answering it twice. I didn't even set the cookies up. I suppose if you're really passionate about your answers, you can do it a dozen times in the next 2 minutes, but I'd probably rather you didn't do that.
Like it, like the one on the screen.
All right.
It's the same.
Yeah, it is. It should be.
I think maybe it's cut off the.
Oh, is that the printing? Not working. You managed to get the piece of paper to work.
That one's not working for some reason, but the one on the screen does.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think the screen won't work.
How to do really cute. Animation.
Where are we on the agenda?
Yeah, screen works.
Technology.
So it is.
You lost one of them.
Well, not hopefully, I mean, it's.
Yeah, I do know. I could make a start in my presentation, and when you're bored, you can carry on with the survey. It's only 3 questions, and they're not that difficult, I don't think. Good. I'm using this clicker, see if it works. It does. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm presenting something. This is the first time I presented this material. About 6 months ago, I left my role as principal architect at the Bank of England, and I felt I'd kind of made enough mistakes over the last 20 years. I wanted to go away and think about them a bit more deeply, or I'd been thinking about them, and write some stuff down. And I haven't kind of published any of it yet, but this is sort of the first public outing of some of those thoughts. And underpinning this is a kind of concern that I think came out from the recruitment survey that we heard about earlier today. And I'm just going to summarize that, I think, so we're on the same page, in 2 quotes, and you may well have seen these elsewhere in the press. And we certainly heard something from the architect side, but they didn't think they were very well understood. Well, this is validating that, because only 1 in 10 executives are satisfied with the way their company manages its enterprise architecture. That's pretty damning, because we've been trying to do this for quite a long time, or at least many organizations have. And if you put that together, and this is quite an old one, but I bet you it's still true, because we keep seem to be going around this loop, 72% of organizations are in the position of either starting or restarting or renewing their enterprise architecture initiatives. And actually that also came out, I think there was a maturity question that said that nearly everyone is just at the beginning. Now, it would be interesting to know whether this is the 5th time they've been at the beginning. Because I suspected it might be. And we'll look in a minute at the reasons. But if you put those 2 things together, then I think this might be something about it. I couldn't resist this. Apparently, Einstein never said this. But, you know, if it was Fred Bloggs, it's not a very interesting slide. I don't have a picture of Fred Bloggs, so there you go. But it does seem to me that we've got to kind of break this cycle. And we've got to escape that insanity of doing the wrong thing all the time. And that's probably why I finally thought after 20 years, I've been banging my head against the wall. And it seems to me most architecture initiatives, or enterprise architecture initiatives especially, the best they can do is sprinkle a bit of happy dust over a few projects. But actually having the real impact that their vision says they're supposed to do in terms of organizations. I can only think of 1 organization which I've seen where it really seemed to work, and they had a chief executive who was right behind it. They had a CIO who was right behind it. They had buckets of money. They were a government organization, not in this country. They had buckets of money, not in this country. And they really, you know, they put a lot of effort into it. Actually, whether, you know, I almost thought, are they spending too much money on enterprise architecture for the returns? I wasn't too sure. But at least things really seem to work. But that's the only one I think I've ever really encountered, if I'm honest. And it seems to me that some of the problems that those 2 previous statements, that are the source, if you like, of those 2 previous statements, is most enterprise architects have very few friends. very often it's only the CIO. Very often it's not even the CIO. It might be their immediate boss, head of strategy and architecture or something like that. And if those people leave, and one organization I've worked in got through 4 CIOs in the last 2 years. So they do have a habit of leaving even more frequently perhaps than enterprise architects. Then quite often, if that's the only sponsor, that's the only friend you had, you're left really in the lurch and you're quite likely to be shut down, or at least be told to restart because the new one comes in with a different vision because we can't agree among ourselves as to what enterprise architecture is. So they come in with a completely different vision of what it is and you're back to square one again. I don't know whether anyone's been following the various blogs that Gideon Slifkin has been pushing out on LinkedIn. They're quite interesting. They amount to a whole article, a whole book almost. He started actually saying, "What if I wrote a book? What would I include?" But one of the things he highlighted was how long it takes to start getting return on your investment in EA. And if you've gone through 4 or 5 CIOs during that period, the chances of you being able to have developed a solid sort of line of thinking all the way through those CIOs is pretty remote. But they don't last long. So the conclusion, I suppose, is we're not delivering enough value quickly enough to enough people. So how do we fix that? And I'm not going to answer that today. Not all of it. This is just a slice of it. And actually, what I've realized is a number of the different themes I've been talking on in various places. This is the underlying problem, if you like, and there are little glimpses of it or ideas of how we might start to address that in different places. And here's some of them. So we've got to one of them is we have to engage beyond the core team because no one has enough people, apart from that one organization I can remember, which was a government department in the Middle East, where they do have buckets of money. No one has enough people. So you have to leverage automation to get other people to help us. And it might be, talk going on next door, I think, it might be other things. There is the possibility now of starting to leverage some of the AI capabilities, because some of those AI capabilities, even though they're not very fully fledged, they won't invent brand new things, but if they're there to try to say, here's a pattern you should be applying here, that's what architects do a lot of the time. They're quite good at doing that. Let me summarize something at a higher level. Let me abstract something for you. Again, AI is actually already quite good at doing some of this. So maybe leverage AI, but more importantly, I suspect, leverage other people across the organization and use automation to reach out to those people and get them engaged. Don't tell them you're doing architecture, rather don't tell them they're doing your architecture for you. Find ways of asking them to provide information in a very user-friendly way and give them information that's valuable to them. And the byproduct is that they've actually helped to maintain and populate the information that you need. Possibly, you need to engage other organizations to help you do it. We heard about the shortage of skills, the difficulty of recruiting people, and certainly, working in the city for a public sector organization in the past, the ability to offer a salary that can compete with the major banks just around this region is almost impossible to recruit and retain people. So maybe the answer actually is you need to partner with other organizations to do it. And as I said, adopting the means of AI. To be able to do almost any of those things, you need to articulate what we do much more clearly than trying to say, well, it's awfully complicated. And I think the same is true on the supplier side, with partners. Most of the niche architecture consultancies that I've come across, and apologies to any of you who are in that position today, have a habit of saying to the world, we're very clever, we've got brilliant architects, just employ us and trust us, and we'll do it for you. They don't break down what they will do for you. They don't seem to have come up with a way of actually saying, okay, here's this piece, we'll do this piece, you do that piece, here's the interface between them. Good old-fashioned service-oriented architecture, as it were, to define what their services is, let alone pricing them, that says, if you want one of these, it's going to cost you a fixed price of this, and we'll deliver it in this way. I haven't seen that to the level of granularity that I'd like to see if I was a buyer, or I think I ought to be delivering if I was a seller in that market. So that's the bit that I went away and wanted to try to write down. So the result of that is something that I've ended up calling for myself, architecture services model. It's not a framework. I hesitate not to call it a framework. It's more I think there are enough things that I've learned and I've seen being done by different organizations I've worked with, that are reasonably good practice and that you could more crisply define the sets of things you want to do. And there's lots of good stuff out there. We've heard bits of it today. Some nice stuff from NATO as well, that actually, if you hoover all of those up and collect them into some sensible order, you can start to parcel out what you're doing in terms of architecture that allows you to be able to teach it, that allows you to be able to buy bits of it and negotiate what they will do and what you will do and interface to it, and perhaps allows you to articulate what it is you do when you are in the lift and the elevator with the CEO and he says, "Who the hell are you? What do you do?" And you're lost for words, or you've given him a 4-hour and he's fallen asleep, or he stepped out the next floor. So yes, so Gideon, this stuff I've written was about 6 months ago. And then a couple of months ago, Gideon, one of his kickoff blog was this one here. So if I was going to write a book about EA, what would I do? List out the things that EA teams do, come up with a basic method or approach, describe what that is in some detail, think about how you put it into practice. And I probably wouldn't come up with some single overarching framework. I wouldn't try to define everything in one sentence. And I probably wouldn't try to make any predictions. So quite interesting that that struck a chord with me, because I think that's probably the mission I was on about 6 months ago. And if anyone's followed his blog since then, they're quite interesting. I think they're quite controversial sometimes as well. But he's stirred up lots of debate, I think, as well. And there are a number of things that I'm going to pick up on that are common to things that Gideon has also quoted. But we haven't been in collusion. What I've ended up with is 41 services. I've called them services. They're not very crisply defined yet, and I'm sure that more work could be done. This is very much work in progress and initial thinking. But I've gone away and found 50 tools and templates. Now, what I call a tool, and I've got some examples, so if we've got time at the end, we can zoom into some of them. Here is, I'm not talking about sophisticated software. What I'm talking about sometimes is it might be a Word template. It might be a PowerPoint. It might be a canvas, like the business model canvas. That's one of my tools. I didn't invent these tools. Mostly I've, if you like, reused. I was going to say stolen. I've reused stuff that's out there. There's interesting ISO standards. You have to be licensed to use them, but there's no point in reinventing those wheels. There's good stuff from IASA, people familiar with that organization. Lots of great templates there that my old buddy Gar Akriosta wrote a lot of them. Some really good material there. Don't reinvent the wheel. So it's more a gathering together as stuff that's out there that I've focused on. Of course, having identified a set of things that I think can be done, whether it's by your organization or a service delivering organization, it's sort of crying out to say, actually, you could come up with some sort of a benchmark to say, how good are we at doing this? And that might help you decide whether you should get someone else to do it. So it seemed obvious next step to think about some sort of maturity model that could sit behind those 41 services. So I've done that. But as I say, I think, at least my initial thinking was, you could teach this stuff. And that was where I was sort of going with it in my mind. I'm beginning to think now, I now work for Ardoc as well, cards on the table, which I didn't when I wrote this stuff, but it seems to me that you can teach it to machines. In other words, tools are beginning to have the knowledge about these things embedded in them. And that was what actually drove me to choose to join Ardoc, to help them build more intelligence, if you like, into the architecture tooling. But you could teach it to people as well. And particularly, I think we have a problem in how do we bring new architects along. If you say it's very difficult, go and do stuff for 20 years and then eventually you can call yourself an architect. That's not very helpful. We need to accelerate that. So this is what I've ended up with at a very high level. And the other critical thing, which I think is also something that Gideon highlighted, is this, and it came up earlier in Dal's presentation, is the interplay or interaction between what you might call enterprise architecture and what you might call solutions architecture. I haven't focused in on other sort of specialisms, but it seems to me that they're characterized, and how I've been thinking about them in that they run in different cycles, which don't naturally synchronize. And I think there's a problem in that. The left-hand one largely, I think, aligns to a cycle that is oriented around money in most organizations. Maybe not a startup, because they don't care about money very often to begin with. But it's largely around the strategy cycle and the investment cycle and the planning cycle. And in most large organizations, that's an annual cycle. They may dress it up with quarterly objectives and so on, but it's usually then aligned back annually to where are we going to spend our money, how much money have we got, even if they break it down. I've seen a few organizations, I think in the software business and the IT business, that will be faster. I've seen it in telco. I've seen a telco work with a telco that was doing this truly doing it on a quarterly basis. So it doesn't have to be an annual cycle, but it tends to be in most large organizations. And I've rather unashamedly sort of borrowed the cycle actually from Wendy Kuhn. If anyone recognizes the left hand picture, that's come from her business architecture model in her book, Strategy to
Reality.
Reality. Thank you. Yeah, so again, reuse. The right-hand one is a different kind of cycle. In organizations that have swallowed the agile pill whole, it might be an iteration cycle. And of course, it will be different for different initiatives or different agile teams. And the pace, the size, the period may vary. For other organizations, it's probably the project, if they're still in the project world. And again, that will vary. That may be multi-year in some cases, and it may be 6 months, or again, they might break it up into iterations of some kind in some sort of hybrid model. But the pace is much more about what are we going to do? Possibly, can we get the money or agreement to do this from an investment board of some kind? And then, actually rather similar to the crop circle that we saw from the NATO framework is, okay, can you describe the problem? Can you start thinking about multiple solutions? Again, I think you were saying, you think about alternative possibilities, put them in front of some people who can then make some judgments on the quality requirements and choosing which is the right solution out of maybe several possibilities. As the design emerges, and then as you probably start building something, you probably will start implementing. You probably still need to continue to refine that design in the light of experience. And then there ought to be a reflection back that says, okay, what's the next iteration? We didn't do everything. We ran out of money. We had to go live on something that was 3/4 what we want. There'll be another iteration. Can we learn from what we've done and feed forward to the next round? So those two things are spinning at different speeds. And of course, you've probably got maybe only one on the left-hand side, depends a bit on the nature of your organization, but probably quite a few of the ones on the right-hand side spinning at a faster pace than the one on the left. But if you don't connect those things together, then we're back in the very first conversation we had, and somebody mentioned the dreaded word ivory tower. You've kind of ended up with a bunch of people on the left-hand side that draw beautiful pictures, but don't have much relationship to what's going on in reality, because it's the people on the right who are actually making stuff happen on the ground. And so you have to find a way of linking those things together. So I don't really believe in talking about enterprise architecture as a discipline and divorcing it completely from the solution architecture. They need to be linked together. And sometimes, as somebody mentioned today, they may well be the same people. I think was that Dal? I can't remember. Whether they're the same people or not, I don't know is so important. Let me just go a little bit more detail about each of those things. And this was my take on stuff I found useful, and I've seen other organizations finding useful, sort of plotted around that cycle. Some of them, people would say, I got scenario planning in there. I'm talking about the stuff that Shell, people are familiar with scenario planning as a discipline, the stuff that Shell were quite famous for, came out of the American Department of Defense, I think, originally in the 1950s. So some of them not new, not particularly new. People would say scenario planning, that's business strategy, that's nothing to do with enterprise architecture. Maybe. Are we useful facilitators? Do we bring the right kind of skills and maybe analytical view to be able to help do that? I think the answer is yes. And I was certainly privileged in one organization I worked for a few years ago, to be invited by the executive management team to come and lead several weeks worth of workshops to help them through understanding what the future of the insurance market would look like and what, whether they would survive and what they'd need to do to continue to survive with the changes in the way people were behaving, the markets were behaving and so on. So I think sometimes there's a half open door there. And if you're an enterprise architect, I'd push on that door because it's a great opportunity to be engaged there. And there's other stuff that you're much more familiar with, I suspect. I've called something the big picture, which sounds a bit meaningless, but it is that bird's eye view of the enterprise. A couple of us here were at the Intersection Group conference, and I've certainly highlighted them on my toolkit the edgy language as being, I think, one of the best ways of communicating that big picture to senior executives as the highest level of abstraction that you then want to be able to go down. You need to throw away some of the clutter and allow executives to see what their business really looks like. I've got some examples later. If people want to sort of dip in and say, well, what have you done here? Or can you show an example of the tools and the templates and so on that sit behind each of these? But for now, let's jump across to the solution architecture piece. I've called it distributed. In my experience, it doesn't work if there's some kind of central control of solution architects. It's nearly always going to make more sense if they're embedded with actually what's going on and there to drive it. I'm not talking about reporting lines so much as how and where they work here. And again, it's a cycle, but hopefully on the top left, you're going to start with some business sponsor. There's a change going on, whether it's a new thing being created or a change to an existing thing. Someone needs to sit and describe what they're trying to achieve, what sort of information it's going to be involved in, who's going to be affected by it. So all of those concepts are coming up here. And I've become a bit of a fan of C4 model diagrams, which a number of people are aware of. And that top level business context diagram is a really useful one. In fact, one that's really useful is what I think Simon Brown calls the landscape diagram, which is the wide angle lens, but at the same level. It says, actually, forget technology. We're talking about introducing a thing here. It might be a service. It might not be a piece of IT, a service supported by IT or a new product or service offering. This is the thing. This is what it's got to talk to in order to work. And these are the people that are going to be using it, delivering it, affected by it. And so you can build up a very simple picture at the top level that the sponsoring executive can use to talk to the other people and forget technology at this stage. This is the vision. This is what we're going to do and how it's going to work at a business level. Then you can open up the box, if you like, or the boxes that are inside that when someone's giving you the green light and say, well, go and do a bit more investigation to figure out how much it's going to cost and make sure it's feasible. And at that point, you open up the box and start working out what are the options, what are the alternative ways of doing it, as we heard earlier. And then you're probably into that solution outline piece there. And you may be starting to look at architecturally significant requirements. What are the quality characteristics? We heard some of that from Galal with the pace layering approach, maybe. What things need to be flexible, what things need to be so robust that they can't go wrong and that they're going to be there for 5 years, several years maybe at least. And there are various techniques in that toolkit in the top right-hand corner to help you think about the alternatives and evaluate them and look at them and so on. And then as you start saying, right, we're going to now start building, we've chosen something, we're going to start building it. Whether that's an agile approach or not, the next two, emergent design and design refinement, will probably almost merge together or be done iteratively. And you probably want to do something that says we've got a blueprint, a high-level blueprint of what we're going to do. Let's come up with some kind of an agreement with the project team to allow them to steam on forwards within these guardrails. We've heard that term, I think, today. Within these guardrails, just make your decisions. Just go ahead and do it. You step outside that, you're going to tread on somebody else's toes. Maybe you need at least to talk to the solution architect, and they maybe need to talk to some other solution architects. Maybe you've got some kind of review board of some kind to at least oversee that someone's not reinventing a wheel that's already been invented somewhere else, or they're not going to screw up some other initiative in the organization. And so on. And then it is quite a good idea to come out at the end and say, actually, have we done something so interesting that it could be reused? So have we created some patterns that someone else can then use, whether it's code or just design? So it's worth a reflection. Possibly, if it's something business critical, can we make sure that we are sure that it's doing what it should be doing and it works before we put it into production and let it go? So have we built what we said we were going to build? Especially if you've had a very open and agile approach to building it, you may want to validate that you built what you originally thought you were going to build. And is there some kind of a roadmap that we should have for how it's going to evolve in the future, and so on. And then you maybe are back around the cycle for the next iteration. But of course, that's going on in lots of different places. And so in many ways, critical but not exactly shown here are these connections that take place, and they don't really only exist from that one place. In fact, I think on the next slide, this is the diagram from hell, really, and it's only a small portion of it. I just tried to think about the different services in the middle. That's the one that's going slower on an annual basis from an enterprise point of view, and lots of the ones on the outside spinning around at different speeds in terms of different solutions or initiatives. There are all sorts of cross connections between the way that you would do things from the enterprise point of view that need to connect back in. You've got roadmaps at an individual solution level needing to connect up to the overall corporate roadmaps that you may be going for example. And there's quite a lot of things that need to cross connect. And that hasn't mapped all of them, but it was just trying to illustrate that there are all sorts of points of connection all the way through. And if those don't work, as I say, you've ended up with that ivory tower that's not really connected to what's going on the ground. I think that's about it. In terms of thinking about it, what does it consist of? I've kind of come up in terms of those tools and templates. As I said, I've begged, borrowed, stolen, reused, it's a nicer word for it, all sorts of material from ISA, from TOGAF, from Edgy, C4 model diagrams, my own previous work on evaluating alternatives. And there's all sorts of stuff out there that is formal standards, like ISO 25010, T-Plan from the University of Cambridge. I don't know whether everyone's come across that. That's on road mapping. Really came out, in fact, there's an interesting unit in Cambridge. They're part of the Institute for Manufacturing. A lot of the early work from road mapping in the 1960s came out of, I can't remember the name of the American company. Motorola was one of the early pioneers of road mapping. A lot of stuff in manufacturing. Japanese industries jumped on road mapping as well in a really serious way. And so a lot of the research thinking around road mapping has come out of the manufacturing world. When I went on a course, they have a very good 2-day course, which is of course expensive because it's Cambridge University. But when I went on that course, I think I was the only person with a sort of IT architectural background. There were missile manufacturers, there were aircraft manufacturers, all sorts of kind of manufacturing people in there. But it was very interesting, and there's some very good material in there. I presented in other conferences some joint work with Volkswagen, who'd come up with and published something called PQR quality. And again, that's a manufacturing organization, but their architecture team came up with some interesting approaches to looking at quality in a design thinking way. We presented that together. When I went to the Bank of England, we did some collaboration.
Sorry, what's SARM? I didn't recognize.
Solution Architecture Review Method. It's a kind of child of ATAM. People are familiar with ATAM, Architecture Trade-off Analysis Method. That's come from the Software Engineering Institute, was sponsored by the Department for Defense, which is a good thing because it means it's become public, just like the NATO framework. So that's freely available, but is actually, when I tried to use it many years ago, so it's a trade-off analysis method for looking at alternative software solutions in order to figure or to find weaknesses and strengths in a software solution. You can analyze one solution or use it to evaluate and compare alternatives. Problems we hit when we tried to use it at the Office for National Statistics many years ago was that it uses utility, it uses the economic concept of utility trading, trade-off. We had a bunch of business users, and when you start asking them about what's the utility of this compared with that on a scale of 1 to 10, it's so abstract. they were arguing over, well, why is a 6 not a 7? What's the difference between these numbers? And we just disappeared, you know, into the ether. And what the big aha moment we had then, which is then I fed into this came out of my doctoral thesis. So it's public and free. What we realized was that actually the language that our business colleagues did understand was risk. And the risk language conveniently breaks down overall risk into the likelihood of something happening and the impact if that does happen. And then you've got nice linguistic terms. You're not saying just give me a number on a scale of 1 to 5. You're saying, is it likely? Is it almost certain to happen? Or is it unlikely to happen? And actually, we found that groups of people could settle on the right number very quickly. They'd agree on that one very easily, much more easily than if you'd ask them just to give you an abstract number. So in many ways, we sort of slightly simplified ATAM and use risk. And the other nice thing about risk, of course, is you get this likelihood multiplied by impact. So you get some numbers to play with, and you can start comparing numbers and showing very red colors and very green colors or whatever you want to do in order to say you've got pockets of risk over here. If you choose this solution, nothing's going to be perfect. You'll have screwed up the security if you make it very easy to use. Or you can have it really, you know, locked down security and people are changing their password every 3 minutes. Now, you know, is it a banking system? Is it a weather forecasting system? You may choose one or the other. There's no right answer. It's a different trade-off among the quality characteristics that you're looking for. Yes, Psalm dot. Oh, I can't remember. God, I should know.
Psalm.org.uk.
Thank you.
I was about to tell you, but
know this. Thank you.
it's the footer one. It's your website. I can't tell you the URL of your own website.
Thank you. Psalm.org.uk. I think Psalm.org was already taken or something. Yeah. And there's plenty of stuff there, and again, there's a spreadsheet. There's nothing very sophisticated there. So this tools and templates stuff to support those services is a mix of things. Some of them are just workshops. This is actually, I know how to do this. If you give me 4 workshops, 4 half-day workshops, I can help you build a roadmap for a particular piece of technology. And that's sort of taken from the Cambridge University method. If I was a service provider, I could bundle that. I'd know exactly how much money I have, or work out how many people I want to do it. I could price it, and it would be a fixed price that says, if you want one of these, we'll do this. So these number of workshops, here's what you get. And that's the sort of thing I think we miss in the architecture world. We tend to just wave our arms and talk about stuff without being crisp enough to say, this is how you parcel this piece. So there's facilitated workshops, and then I've just sat down and wrote a bunch of templates of how I would go about doing it. There's some models and some meta models there. C4 model diagrams are nice, but they're in many ways just pictures. The real power, I think, comes if you then turn them into a modeling tool and try to join them up, because then you've almost got that graph, if you like, of the enterprise. So there's a meta model to be extracted, if you like, from the method. And there's some templates from boring things like our architecture decision records. Comes from ISA, I think. Again, I'm not going to reinvent that one. And a few spreadsheet tools, mainly from the Psalm. Yeah, so this is a breakdown of what I've come up with, and where you can see a little picture. I've just got examples. So there's an example of a facilitated workshop. There's a couple of templates in here, and a few models, meta models, and worksheets, just so that if somebody said, "Can you talk a bit more about this?" or "Can we go and have a look at one of these? What does one of these look like?" As I'm not coming from my own laptop, where I've obviously got all of them available to me, I just grabbed some screenshots from a few of them if anyone was curious about any of these things. And that probably is the end of my talk. So we've got 7 or 8 minutes, I think. Yeah. So are there questions? Can we ask if there's any questions online first?
Other than how we got the sound working, which we managed to overcome. We overcame that.
Just start again. Yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, but that might have been controversial. No, not yet.
Okay. All right. Well, certainly we are monitoring the online questions. So if there are any online questions, we will actually not ignore you. We hope. Thanks to Mike. Yes.
First of all, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
We looked at defining services as a consultancy company 15 years ago. And the challenge was that product lifecycle management concept, this is a lot of effort. And then we need to have enough of people to sell for each and to understand this. So it was not worth the hassle.
Yeah.
That was the challenge then. I know that we are now at the company I'm working now, we are approaching this field again and with other tools and things like so. But to maintain this and to have it profitable compared to what I do, sending in going as an expert and just a bit.
I can believe that, but you're lucky enough to work for an organization which is quite well known, and companies that have got a problem are quite likely to ring your organization up and say, can you come and help us solve the problem? Or yours and a handful of others, should we say. And I can understand then you've got a crisply defined problem. You're not getting into that argument of what is architecture or can we fix it? And I bet if they said, we've got a problem with our enterprise architecture team, would you like to come and fix it? You'd probably say no and run away
Sending my colleagues.
to the next engagement. I mean, what I've witnessed is, having been trying to run enterprise architecture in a number of enterprises and trying to reach out to organizations because we couldn't get the resources or we couldn't sustain that capability sufficiently. There are now a number of fairly niche consulting organizations that won't get the phone calls that your organization will get, but that are trying to offer services at this level. And I suppose I'm daring to sort of appeal to them that says, actually, get your act together. I don't think your value proposition of we're very clever, hire us and pay us lots of money, that's a little unfair probably to them. But I don't think that's a crisp enough value proposition. And I think it's possible, and I've just made a first stab over a 6-month period, in a dark room, to try to define what that might look like. And I don't think that they should try to grab all 50 or whatever it is, 40 something services. What I think they should do is say, actually, this is nicely defined. We can offer this as a service, but we can show to our clients how this links into what they already do. And maybe they could analyze that they think that other organizations are not very good at that and they could be good at that. So it's more a sort of point of connection and that they could do that. But whether it's worth your organization revisiting that, maybe your company is revisiting it because of these niche companies starting to get into that space.
I'm going to say similar large scale consulting organization. We're absolutely building up these. We had these sort of method packs, we used to call them, because bright people going into a client isn't scalable.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't scalable. It isn't offshoreable. It isn't consistent. We're in the process of harmonizing ourselves across Europe and then ultimately across EMEA as a single member firm ultimately. And therefore we need consistency. And consistency comes from having toolkits of, what they call them, services or products or approaches or whatever. You need a toolkit so I can get 18 people from 18 different countries all knowing what's going on and all doing the same thing. So we're absolutely investing in this again to rebuild them.
Yeah, and I must admit, after I'd sat down and read this, I thought, okay, now what do I do with it? And that's partly, why I'm presenting it here. I don't know the answer really, but I did think, I've written enough to go into a book if I wanted to assemble it as a book, and and some people would buy it and it will proudly sit on the shelf behind them, and it won't be happening necessarily. So I wasn't altogether convinced that turning it into a book would be a good idea. I thought I'd probably end up when I started negotiations with a few large consulting firms to say, I can teach this stuff to you guys and you'd be doing it exactly as you just described, Colin. And I thought that was where I'd be going. And actually it was a former colleague from Gartner that I had a conversation with, and he said to me, have a look at the tool vendors, because they're starting to, actually you can bypass the human bit increasingly now. The tool vendors are building the intelligence and the ability to do this into the tool. And that's kind of how I ended up at Ardok. This isn't a presentation from Ardok. This is the presentation from the stuff I did before I joined Ardok.
Simon, yeah, I like the idea of packaging these things up. A bit that I might have missed is how the enterprise architecture, the left-hand wheel, fits into the business strategy type wheel that would be further there, because all the things I saw that came on the outside of were all IT type things, I think. So when you had your wheel with all the things coming off the side of it for the enterprise architecture,
I want to get to.
It's the next one, I think.
I think it's gone and died.
Slightly too fancy.
Yeah, the slides are too fancy. Took me ages to do that as well.
You talked about the life cycle and the
But yeah,
actual
the
planning.
stuff at the top left-hand side, well, I mean, an example would be, actually, I did mention that, scenario planning, as a piece of that. Because that is really pure business planning. It's actually trying to imagine what future business worlds are going to look like and help the executive team find their way into that. There are a number of ones that are in there. I think it's the hardest task, especially if you're an enterprise architect who's sitting underneath the CIO. In many ways, it's the CIO's job, and it's your job probably to give them the ammunition, because you probably won't get invited to the meetings that they're invited to. And if all they're ever doing is reporting operationally, they've missed an enormous opportunity, because nowadays it's technology often that might open up business opportunities to do stuff that other people may not have thought about.
I think you had enterprise architecture strategy, and I was just thinking perhaps it's more, it's a subset of business strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it varies a lot also in the nature of I mean, I worked for an airline. There's no way that someone with a largely IT-oriented enterprise architecture view is going to tell them how to run an airline. It's physical stuff. You're moving big pieces, you're paying hundreds of millions, for an airplane, and trying to work out how to get people on there and optimize fuel consumption and the revenue for the people. It's a very physical job. I also advised oil and gas companies. That's terribly physical. We saw the same with other engineering type things. Whereas in banking, in insurance, in government, it's very often largely an information-oriented business. And for those ones, it's quite likely that actually IT and technology transformation could completely transform the nature of the business, because the whole thing is essentially virtual. Sorry, Colin, you want to come back on that?
Point. Yes, airlines are physical, but you see, for example, in America, when IT isn't up to scratch and the disruption takes place, they need to stop all flights for 3 days. One company, they need to stop all flights for 3 days while they sorted the data out in the systems, because the systems weren't nimble enough to cope with the disruption caused by bad weather coming through.
Yeah.
And a shipping company, a well-known containerized shipping company, 5 years ago, when hit with a cyber attack, chief executive said, "I used to think we were a shipping company with IT, and I realized we're an IT company with ships." Because the data drove everything. And the data ultimately was a container, but it was the movement of the data tag through its stages that kept it live. So I think while I wouldn't go in and tell them how to run containerized shipping, or indeed how to run an airport, there's tremendous opportunities for the IT.
That's true. Maybe I misspoke, or whatever the term is. I didn't mean to underplay it. And I mean, I was at Emirates, which I think is actually pretty good at some of this digital stuff. We certainly haven't fallen into all of the traps that some of the other airlines have fallen into. And the same is true actually of oil and gas, in terms of the spatial data that they actually make enormous use of now, and IT/OT integration and digital twins and so on. So I didn't mean to underplay it, but the entire business model is virtual in banking and insurance and so on, so it's a bit different.
We need to move on apparently, but two quickies online. Will today's slides be available? Yes, they will,
Yes.
and we are recording. And another, if we can mention real quick, I can see you have some other tools on your SARM website. Is there somewhere to find all the tools and templates? Are you able to share them?
Today, no. This is the first time I've stood up and said, I've been sitting away, beavering away, writing this stuff. And as I kind of confessed, I haven't really figured out what to do with it. So I guess some of it's my intellectual property. A lot of it is public. So it might make sense for me to sift through which things are public and provide links to those things. Others, like ISO standards, are not public, or at least they're licensable products. So you can only use ISO 25010 and those kind of things if you pay a license to use them within your organization. But yeah, I mean, actually, feedback from people, by all means, reach out to me. I'm interested to know how useful this is. It's version 0 point something. Other people maybe want to contribute to it. So I haven't really figured out what to do with it, is the honest answer.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know about many. them and figured out to do it, so you can let it out, and think, oh, this PC, fine.
I think the first time in real life, yours called your LM. That's fantastic. If he is finally like that, no, that's lucky. Yeah, well, hang on, what's this? There's a 10.
7 pages of notes on university stuff.
It's 9.
It's mine.
9 LM.
Their website has a few bits like.
You're a PDF.
I'm a full-time EA now.
There you go, there you go.
Can't just reproduce that and so on, so there'll be others.
So I suspect you need to do a page up and page down.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's right, he licensed that. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Same conversation about this.
Can you see that? I'm afraid I've lost my voice.
Oh, no.
So, that's great. Simon gone. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's really good. Very interesting. I'm gonna take a bit of time out. I think we've done a lot about EA, enterprise architectures, lots of different methods, tools, approaches. I'm gonna come at it a slightly different way, and forgive me if I come across this. I've only got half an hour. Dal gave me half an hour, so we'll have to concatenate it. I've got something at the end that might be interesting. You all see that? Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. So a bit about the crisis in EA, or not, and then I'm going to talk a bit about building architecture, and then this thing called the centering approach, which I have developed, and then sort of see how that might bring us out of some of the crisis. So let's just talk about EA. At an organizational level, we often don't have enough executive support. We've heard today of CIOs changing, more quickly than the year comes around. And EA struggling to kind of secure and maintain critical role, particularly with what we haven't talked too much around is that these large blocks of systems which people try and sort of absorb, like Oracle or SAP. If you've noticed recently, Birmingham City Council have declared virtual bankruptcy partly because they've tried to absorb this thing called Oracle. And it hasn't really worked. Okay, so is that an EA problem? Well, it is really, but we get overridden by these big tsunamis of SAP in particular, in my experience, but Oracle as well. And then we've got the other challenge of Agile, which particularly the sort of marketeers love because it's all over kung fu and nobody knows what the fuck's going on. It's my French, and the whole thing can end up in a complete muddle. So at an organizational level, we're challenged, and at the deliverables level, we talked about artifacts and tools, but so often we create stuff that's actually never looked at, never used. Yeah, and it's a challenge, and it's not in the client's language. And the interventions often don't demonstrate clear business value. We say, well, we've got all these artifacts. And they say, yeah, and it doesn't show business value. So these are some of the challenges I think we face. So how can we improve, how can EA support and enhance be improved so that we actually affect organizational performance? And ultimately, that's what we're to do. So a quick joinder, quick sort of off into the unknown of building arches, architecture, okay. If you've got 2 points, A and B, I'm gonna look over here because I'm going crazy otherwise. You want to bridge them between X, and you can't go through it, you can't go under it, you've got to go over it, right? Then you build an arch, and within the building world of architecture, there's a thing called a centring, a CENTRING. Anyone ever come across the term? It's actually the scaffolding that's used so that when you lay out the arch, it's not going to collapse. Okay. You have these things called boisseurs, the French term, the little stones, and until you get to the top and you put that final keystone in, then the whole thing's stable, and you can take the centering away. But until that point there, you know, the centering is vital. And I've often found in my architectural that when they built whatever it is that you're looking at to try and adapt, change, move in a different direction, all the centering's gone. You know, the documentation's gone, the reasoning behind things have gone, the software itself might have been upgraded and gone. Yeah. And so this centering, it's a bit about sort of centering yourself around why was this thing put here in the first place. Now, I know we're down at solution level, but you know, often that's where we work. And also, how does it link to other things? And in this case, you know, the centering itself, once it's taken away, you've got your bridge, so you can get from A to B across X. Yeah, but you're still missing a lot of the stuff that was put in there. So that's one idea. I'll come back to it. Right, so let's go back to organizational performance. Now, when I put this together, I was trying to, I have a model, I have a way of looking at organizational performance, which I've used for a number of years. And I went into Claude.ai. Has anyone used that? It's like ChatGPT, but probably better. And I found out that a lot of the work that I put together was actually backed up academically by some work back to the 1950s, which quite excited me. And it was all around three things: effectiveness, efficiency, and one other thing. Can anyone guess what the third thing is? Got to start with an E. Effort. Effort.
Esoteric.
Sorry?
Esoteric.
No.
Energy.
No.
Empathy.
Close. Close. Way back in my career, I did a whole lot around expectations in an organization and how different people expect different things from different people. And the word is actually expectancy. And so it goes back to the human aspect of how much we expect of other people. Okay. And that could be of ourselves. You know, often if you're striding out to be successful on a project, you'll actually set yourself a lot of expectations. You might tell your boss, or you might tell the project manager, and then you might come in or not come in, depending on what it is. So the two on the right-hand side are fairly normal measures of performance. Is it effective? You know, are we doing the right thing to get to where we want to get to? And is it efficient? Is it doing it at least cost, yeah, or at least effort? Okay, so those are the threes. And I have got a whole load of academic work behind the threes, but the way I framed it, the way I came to it, is through bees. I'm a beekeeper, and you can use the same framework to help you understand how a bee stays in a swarm of bees. So again, at an organizational level, it becomes quite interesting. If a bee's trundling along here, anyone seen a swarm of bees before? Yeah. Imagine a swarm of bees here and it's moving in that direction. Small bee here, three things that are really only important to it. One is the orientation. Where's it going? Yeah, the alignment to the direction. Because if it goes off that way, it's going to get outside of the actual swarm itself and get picked off by a bird or something. The second one is cohesion. So if it is outside of the swarm, what pulls it towards, that sort of attracts it into the middle? And then the third one is separation. Doesn't get too close to the other bees because they'll all fall out of the sky. Okay, so there's a sort of degree of separation involved. And these three forces or rules have been programmed in and help quite a lot with AI in terms of doing sort of random models to try and seek out solutions. Okay. And I find this really helpful when it comes to facing a new problem. Just simply thinking like this. So alignment, where is the organization aligned? We've had a number of people saying today, EA is all about organizational alignment, aligning the IT to the organization. And that's absolutely true, but there are other aspects of alignment. We talk about value generically, don't we? Other aspects of alignment, which are absolutely key, is something I've seen often, a pattern of who is your customer's customer? Is if your customer, perhaps it's an internal customer, has an external customer who needs to solve a problem, you need to get that flow of alignment. And actually, some of the best alignments I've seen is where a small project is working on a product that's working for a customer solution. And that customer themselves is trying to fix a much bigger problem. And you get that alignment right through. So alignment isn't just one step, it's about thinking several steps ahead. And salespeople are very good at this. I got trained in IBM in sales. Wouldn't say I was a very good salesman, but I could, the really good ones were the people who could actually see through the organization they were working with and through and would create this wonderful world of possibilities where, of course, the IBM solution was the answer to all their problems. Yeah, that was the second thing. And I think that alignment aspect is key to think about. The second one, cohesion. I've sort of got some little. The second one is cohesion, which is around expectancy. If I'm a bee outside of the swarm, yeah, I would expect to want to go into the swarm to get safety. Okay. And the amount we expect of one another is always really interesting in an organization because some of it's stated, some of it's clear, but some of it isn't, some of it's hidden. And being much more clear, not just about the alignment of where you're going, how you're going to support the overall swarm of bees or whatever it is, but also the cohesion amongst that team is going to be a major part of the success. So if you get a bad egg, if you get somebody who doesn't really fit, yeah, it can actually throw the whole thing. And that cohesion creates, in the right environment, the culture that we've all been talking about. But why I like expectancy, it's very specific and actually say, well, what do you expect of me when we get to that stage? Or actually, I expect you to do that so we can do this, that, the other, or whatever it is. And I like the word expectancy, you know, in that whole area of pulling the thing together. The final one is separation. Okay, so that's about efficiency. And broadly speaking, it's the manufacturing of pins, you know, is separating out tasks so that we actually are clear that we don't step on one another's toes and that we're clear that, you know, somebody's doing one thing and somebody else is doing another thing. And obviously there'll be an interface to work with. So a lot of the integration comes with cohesion. So a simple model, and it's something that I use at the beginning of projects often. You can adapt the language, but basically it's not technical. You know, you can explain this to most people. And if you can write down one piece of paper per each of the three E's, yeah, you know, what are we trying to do here? The alignment. How are we aligned, not just with ourselves, but through the organization to somewhere else? What are the forces of cohesion? And indeed, what are the forces pulling us apart at the moment? So that we're actually clear about them and we know what's going on. So for instance, I'll come on to some examples in a bit. And then finally, separation. Are we clear on our own individual roles, responsibilities? And are we actually going to sort of trip over one another or knock each other out of the sky in the terms of the bee, yeah, in creating an efficient process here? And is it over efficient? In other words, is there enough resiliency within the organization that if something does drop out, we can still carry on? So there's those aspects to it. There's a lot of stuff underneath this, a bit like your models and things, Simon. So let's just talk about alignment. I worked for a large German company. They had stripped out their innovation into a separate division of 1,000 people. And they worked for 3 years to produce absolutely nothing. And the CEO turned around and said, this isn't how we want to do innovation going forward. And I was part of the team to come and try and fold that back into the main organization and get rid of 750 people at the same time. Transformation. But what was interesting is that in this terms of alignment, the innovation department had gone way out of bounds and had just lost the plot. Another company I work with, I did some work sort of mapping out the alignment and working out which departments actually had direct customer contact as opposed to as a sort of internal department. And it turned out 65% company were internally facing. So at the board meeting that I presented, I was very proud of it. At the board meeting, I presented these results. They decided to move 10% of the back office people to the front to get more aligned to customers. So you can make a big difference using this model in a very short space of time. And the other thing here is often, because alignment's about big ideas as well, and what are the ideas that are going to take us forward. Having a background in billing, I was listening to some of the things earlier on. If you can't build for it, it's going to take a long time to get off the ground. So there are sort of basic practical things with alignment. Can we get this aligned, not just to where we're going, but aligned to where we come from in terms of our existing capabilities? Making sense? Cohesion then. Something like 50% of most IT projects are integration. The costs go into integration, costs go into the interfaces. Can be less than that. And I was recently working with a client earlier this year, and they were a German company, and they had invested in an integration bus. And as a result, they could do so much more in terms of flexing their architecture, knowing where interfaces weren't working. They had a near real-time system, which was very important for them to run every night. And that power of having somewhere that does integrate all this stuff together, as opposed to a spider diagram of point-to-point integration, really proved its value. 20 years ago, I worked for a company that had built this massive architecture. They got one of the big Indian companies to build it for them. They were called 186K. They were a spin out of National Grid, and National Grid decided to spin all its grid lines with fiber optic cable and had to say it was the telephone company. And they spent 100 million on this system, and they had no customers. And they went bust pretty quickly. And getting this sort of cohesion, not just with your own sort of architecture, but cohesing to the customers, so the customer's actually using what it is you've got, is absolutely critical. I don't think you'd probably find that again. It was the dot-com boom days. And then there's another one I did, another company where very simply with cohesion, you can see the two bubbles there. We were asked to go and look at the billing. The billing itself wasn't great quality. And we found 35% of the errors were in the upstream processes that salespeople filled out. Okay. And when I asked the billing department whether they actually ever told salespeople that they were filling the forms out wrong, they said, no. So getting cross-departmental understanding with cohesion, so that you're not just tying the systems together, but also the people aspects and getting all the forms and everything else lined up. It's absolutely key. So we listed out all the top key things that they should go and speak to sales about. And the billing queries and everything reduced because there were fewer people, fewer customers complaining about lack of accurate bills. Finally, separation then. So much of this is down to ownership. And it's great when you've got a well-organized company where everybody's got their slot, but so many companies now have made people redundant. There can be large tracts of systems and processes which just aren't owned by anyone. Classic, this client earlier this year, she was the CFO, she decided to take over IT under her wing. And I was doing some requirements gathering and I said, right, finance has some IT requirements. That's fairly obvious, isn't it? For finance systems. You said, yeah, but that's not my problem. That's IT's problem. You think, you know, trying to get ownership lined up often within separate businesses so that you can actually say to somebody, right, you know, will you own these requirements? Will you own this new initiative? Will you own this new way of going about things? And I think Birmingham City Council I mentioned earlier, you know, chief executives thinking, okay, well, someone somewhere has gone and bought an Oracle system and nobody quite knows how much it's costing. And we've got loads of consultants in there. We get to the point where the company can actually go bust. And that's possibly going to happen more and more because a lot of this more heavyweight software several years ago, with all the fees that go with it and with the price rises of the suppliers, means you end up with a massive legacy burden. And one client of mine got to the point where they would make no changes to any systems because they bought in Amdocs, which is a telecoms system like SAP, massive sort of thing. And they would only do things that they had to do regulatorily because they had no money, they had no cash to burn on any other systems changes. So some good stories and bad stories. Just branch out here, working on a project, guy on the rest, no ADHD, guy on the right, ADHD, he's gone on the coffee. But you can actually apply this to AI. There's a lot of debate at the moment around AI alignment and how we align AI to what we do and making sure it works properly. And in fact, I looked down and these three words map perfectly onto the challenges we face in terms of integrating AI and governing AI going forward. So it's a nice model like that. And on neurodiversity, the slight joke about ADHD, I've actually mapped this onto organizational ADHD. So effectively alignment or lack of alignment is often when you're indecisive, which is an aspect of ADHD. You can't decide which way you're going to go and you just confuse everybody. So particularly if you're a leader and you say, right, today we're going that way and tomorrow we're going to go that way, you're not going to have many people behind you following you. Let's do separation is around inattentiveness. You know, if you're not actually focusing on the bits that go to make up the whole, and you don't get that right, you know, because someone's left their desk, then the thing is likely to fall to bits. And finally, the interesting one, cohesion, which is more around human relationships and the expectations between humans. And I can say this with someone who has probably got ADHD, though not been diagnosed, but it was the end of my career in IBM, is an impulsiveness. Often you say things or you do things like I swore earlier on, and I rather regret that. Yeah, but you say things or do things that others don't deem to be acceptable. And I think that you get a lot of organizational uncohesion when you get these sort of behaviors. So as much as anything, it's about making sure you get the appropriate behavior time. And yeah, that's the pyramid really, the triangle. It's quite elegant. It sort of sits there and can be applied at an individual level, an organizational level, whether it's department. And I've actually taken up to multi-organizations and industries in some of the work that I've done using sustainability and circular economy. So it's quite scalable. And it's a language you can apply to anything. So maybe it's just a tool in Simon's toolbox, but it's a darn useful one. And finally, I suppose, it's easy to tell stories around it. I mean, I've told a number of stories around it, but I think one of the things that was on the survey that you're talking about later is, what's one of the most useful things? I can't remember, but I put storytelling anyway, because I do think storytelling, we're not often that good at it, but you can actually tell a really good story. We were aligned and then we weren't aligned. Yeah. We were cohesive and then everything fell to bits. Yeah. Or we were all separated, didn't know what we were doing, and suddenly someone, savior, came along and pulled us all together. It's actually easy to make stories out of this in terms of geeing up people and getting people excited about whatever it is you're trying to do. Yeah, and get everyone moving in the right direction. I was talking to Chris earlier because he was talking about getting everyone lined up and how difficult it is, particularly in this remote world. But if you can find that alignment first, that's the first thing, and then get some cohesion, get some people behind it, and then get properly organized around the separation of work and a sensible work plan. You're over 50% of the way there to get a change program up and running. So, we'll have a summary. As EAs, we can become more relevant and valuable if we focus on enhancing the organizational performance. And by the way, there's a load of stuff under this about organizational performance I've gone into. We ask the leaders where their real challenges are and go about helping them fix it using these ideas. And we help the business achieve their objectives with more innovative products, better customer service, and getting more cost savings out of the lemon juice. And I hope you see that those were the original sort of crisis in EA thing, but that there is a way at an organizational level you can build executive support, maybe getting the execs to be clear on the sense of direction they want. Speak with more precision. I think this is so important. We talk about value. We throw these words around, value and architecture and stuff, but we need to be more precise in our language. And I think the tools we use need to get that precision so that we know we can get to the point where we can measure stuff. Speak with more precision on strategies and the measurements. And then in terms of what we create, the artifacts, sure, we still need to create those, but we need to front it with a really few simple ideas. This is one or two things that can translate from the business and get business performance in the context. And interventions can demonstrate clear value. I think when I put this template on a lot of projects I've done, I can tell a much better story, often not measurable, but sometimes measurable. So next steps, I've been given half an hour, I've used 28 minutes. So I'm going to give you an offer. I'm not going to sell you anything, but I'm doing a couple of follow-on webinars, Monday and Monday week. I'm going to dive deeper into some of these ideas. We haven't got time for Q&A and stuff. Time for one question. And if you want to come on the webinar and explore it a bit more detail, then you'd be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where do I find my presentations? Yeah, on the desk. It's on the desktop. Three facets. You should want to remind me actually of.
Maybe they're all free.
Yeah, it's free.
Oh.
Totally free.
Any money?
No, I'm not making any money. No, I'm trying to develop the ideas, a bit like Simon's.
Understand what everyone in the project was
I'm sure. Lots of bit about cohesion, actually, each of those elements. I was. Has everybody the initiative for years? Been enough to figure out what level of these. They've got well-trained, good slides, everything. They reminded me quite a lot of that. I can't remember which one it was. I'm sure you had a great time. You showed brilliant. The river. Right, no, it's just bringing in new wildlife.
How do they stop that just leaking the AI model?
I found it. I found it. I found it. I'm turning over.
Lying around.
So I'm before tea and coffee, I think. I have half an hour. I found it. You found it. Handing over. I'm really pleased being here. My name is Gunnar Menzer. I chose the subject maybe connected to the presentation you just gave around the challenges that we see in the market, but also in society, and maybe gives also a reason for connecting with various different stakeholders, also making sure that we understand the value of enterprise architecture, and that's around sustainability. I've been in IT for 34 years. I've been an architect for, I call myself an architect, probably about 20 or 25 years.
You're not that old.
I'm that old, yes. Thank you very much. And I have, just to give you a bit of context to my role, so I've led various different transformation for large government departments here in the UK. I was born in Germany and I moved over here in 1999. I was also working for a large airport in the UK. Also transformed the IT there, as well as for a large manufacturer, and always like as an enterprise architect or as a solution architect. And certainly over the last couple of years, I saw as an EA, I saw sustainability being a really important subject, but sometimes quite difficult to really trust or difficult to see where EA really fits into sustainability. So my pitch for now is just to you. I'm very pleased, of course, being in physical as well, is maybe talk about a bit more in practice. What does it actually mean, EA and sustainability? So I don't really have concept models and templates per se. I have some examples and some sort of suggestions. Just need to see how I can control this. Yeah. I guess you have two screens here. One like this.
Yeah. Just you.
I got it. I got it. Got it. Right. So first of all, I guess sustainability, we probably don't need to kind of set out the challenge. This is actually where I used to live 35 years ago, or 40 years ago in Germany, in Trier, in that house over there. Now online, you probably can't see where I'm pointing, but it's in the top left. And we never had any floods there whatsoever. There was never any issues with floods or flooding in that area. Now, if you maybe recall a couple of years ago, 2021, in Germany, we had an awful impact with floods where lots of people had died, and certainly kind of woke up society, also organizations and people. Another aspect, I guess, you need to consider, and that's something that I think is quite important for us as well, is you know, if we continue the way we currently operate, by 2300, our sea level might rise by 2 to 4 meters. So it's certainly something maybe we should do around sustainability. And this, of course, you've seen over the past 4 or 5 years, been really sensitized in the market, in organizations. Our clients all talk about sustainability. They're really keen on making sure that their products don't impact or create unintentional consequences. Of course, when we talk about IT, so if I look at IT per se as an enterprise architect or as a technologist, IT itself has unintended consequences, because about 3% of CO2 is being produced by IT. So if you combine all the IT we have worldwide together, it emits the same amount to aviation fuel per year. So all IT together is about 3 to 4% per year. That doesn't sound really much, but it certainly has a footprint. And we, as EAs or as solution architects, have a role to play to reducing that and making sure that our solutions don't have the impact or negative consequences in terms of CO2. Another example, maybe you've probably seen this before, if you were to combine all the IT into one country, it'd be the 3rd largest in terms of electricity consumption. So clearly kind of an impact created. Now, on the plus side or the positive side, the UN has stipulated that if you were to use IT appropriately, maybe AI as solutions, or ICT as a total, it could help us to save significant amount of CO2 worldwide. And it's stipulated that IT has a part to play in 17 of their sustainable development goals. So IT not just a negative or unintended consequences, but also an enabler of change. And that's kind of the focus I had for the next 20 minutes, seeing how we could, as EAs, have an impact on sustainability. Now, when you talk about sustainability, and I sometimes see that as being quite confusing, because I often get my clients asking me, right, so what are the sustainable products or products I can use to drive sustainability? I usually see that in 3 different dimensions or 3 different aspects. One, you have the sustainable solutions. So when you design solutions, make sure your solutions have sustainability built in. Then you have sustainable products, so products that help you to attain sustainability. So for instance, using solar power, or using flywheels instead of UPSs, or have a footprint that has no or very limited impact from a physical perspective. And of course, also then you have, once you have those products and solutions created, you need to make sure you maintain those in a sustainable way. So often you see sustainability in an IT context having 3 lenses or 3 perspectives. So one is the solution, second is the product, and third is the operation of those products when you're operating or when you're running them. Often, of course, over years, or multiple years, or maybe even over decades. My short presentation is just focused on the first. So it is just showing, maybe giving some ideas, some suggestions, my perspective on why or how EAs could design solutions that are becoming or that are more sustainable. So I'm not giving you or providing some examples from a sustainability perspective, but what are the kind of the typical activities that we, when I say we in Capgemini do when we design sustainable solutions. Now, there are 4 key steps when we architect solutions. So first, and we find these very important when you are, whether you are creating an EA or also whether you're creating a solution architecture. We had this discussion before, is EA and solution architecture something completely different? Obviously it can't or mustn't, because if it is, then you have a separation. So when you are creating an architecture solution, then you must make sure that you understand what sustainability actually means and what are the key principles for your solutions. That's usually driven and created by your clients, or working with your clients, or was working with a government department, and actually defining what does actually mean to be sustainable was actually not so easy. It sounds easy in terms of numbers and figures, but it becomes a bit more trickier if you define sustainability wider than just CO2. So in terms of impact, so society, or impact in terms of inclusion. So what are kind of the aspects that you can translate into something that is actually designable, or something that you could use to make a decision which option you should select. So actually sitting down with your client or your organization to define what does that mean, sustainability in the context of the solution, is very important, usually the first step. Then previous presentations talked about, if you have different options, well, you need to make a decision. You need to weigh up which direction of travel are you taking, which option is best for you. So make sure that you ensure that you include all the aspects around sustainability, and get to this in a second, when you're making those decisions. So throughout your design process, so I mean design process as an EA, when you create a solution, you're designing a solution. So throughout your design process, make sure you include sustainability as part of your criteria when you're making a selection, or when you're deciding which ones is the best in your context or your area. Then often you have this problem that something that is super sustainable costs you a huge amount of money, or is not as flexible, or is not as fast, so you need to weigh up. In those weighing up, you need different tools and techniques to help you there. So here I'm just saying that making sure that you understand what are the various different factors, and being able to weigh them against agility, against compliance, and against value for money. And then making sure that throughout the process, you apply design thinking approach. So when you're an EA, it's not just about, of course, the frameworks, the methods, the tools. Is making sure that you apply design thinking throughout your solution designing creation process. So when you start collecting your requirements or working with your clients or with your stakeholders, making sure you understand the various different aspects from a design perspective. Very abstract, but I have a couple of examples, so hopefully it becomes a bit clearer. The first one, so when we talk about solutions that are sustainable, many years ago, probably somewhere in the mid-90s, and this was created by the necessity of having a framework. This wasn't on the list before, but we also have a framework. Everybody has a framework, I guess. So integrated architecture framework is a bit like TOGAF 9. Actually, the content out of IF got into TOGAF 9. So when you look at TOGAF 9, the content framework, a lot of the artifacts came from IF. And when we design solutions, we go through different stages. So we have obviously a contextual, a conceptual, logical, and a physical. And within those aspect areas, we have a business, application, data, as well as technical infrastructure on different abstraction levels. So basically, when we're designing architecture or solutions, we are creating artifacts in all those aspect areas. And in the past, across all of them, security or governance was very important. So we would usually create a business architecture, a connected data architecture, an application architecture, or an integration architecture related to each other through these artifacts. And we would have security and governance as a key perspective, because security and governance applies to everything. We realized a number of years ago that actually sustainability is another perspective, because sustainability is also important in the business, it's important for application, it's important for the infrastructure. So we added sustainability as an artifact within that framework. So when we are designing solutions, or when I design solutions, I start thinking about sustainability right from the start. So don't do that at the end or halfway through. It's right at the start of the contextual. When I ask the question, why do you need the solution? What are kind of your key criteria? Or is compliance, is security, is value for money? But also collecting what is important to the client from a sustainable perspective is very important right from the start, because it will enforce or force you through or specific routes when you're designing or when you're making decisions around options. So if, for instance, the client says that sustainability is the most important aspect, then maybe money is second. I've not seen that necessarily for a client. Usually it's on peer level or on par. But it's clearly a criteria that helps you to design in your logical how you would translate your requirements into a solution. And we notated or we've annotated the solution related aspects for sustainability across all the frameworks or the aspect areas, making sure that our architects are connecting those artifacts. So what does that mean? Well, I mentioned there are specific deliverables from an architecture perspective that you should really think about from a sustainability perspective right from the off. I mentioned principles. Obviously, compliance and standards are very important, but also any corporate or company-wide sustainability strategies that you maybe collect in the contextual. So right when you start with your solutioning process, then you may have some sustainable related requirements in your conceptual, which then maybe leads to particular logical solutions that you would construct as an EA. So as an EA, we and I don't see EAs just looking at it from a conceptual perspective. You also need to think about logical and to a certain extent also physical. And that doesn't mean that I configure the EC2 on an AWS or I understand exactly the configuration of the routers and switches, but I need to understand the implications of the solutions that I'm creating. That's very important when you think about sustainability. It doesn't stop on a conceptual. It needs to go all the way down into the physical. And that's where the connection between those layers are very important. And of course, a framework can help you with those connections. If you use TOGAF or use other frameworks, enforcing those sustainability aspects within those artifacts are very important in my view. Now, what would that look like? Well, obviously some obvious examples. For instance, when I worked at the government department I mentioned before, I was tasked with cloud applications, about 6,500 servers, they had 3 data centers. The big question was, can we take out 60% of CO2 by transforming the entire application infrastructure landscape. So that was the challenge we had right from the start. So the solutioning design process from an EA's and a solution perspective has to include those characteristics. And you need to be aware that manufacturing already includes 20% of the CO2. Your main CO2 production that you create is throughout this production of its life. So it's about 80% and 1% of disposal. So when you design your solutions and you have, I'm not going physical, but you deciding to move to a specific data center or using the cloud, they have a certain lifespan. So you need to consider that. You know, you're sweating the assets for 4 years or for 6 years, for 8 years. And then as an EA, if you want to make a real impact, being listened to by the company, in my personal observation, you can't stop at the conceptual, just defining some conceptual models. You need to understand from a sustainability perspective, what impacts are you actually creating? What impacts can you create? And what is the result of that to your organization? So that's where you're moving obviously from EA more into solutioning maybe. Another example, we talked about the principles before. So what are, granted you can't read them all there, but I find very important, if you look on the left, there are enterprise architecture principles as an example. In the middle are more solution-related principles. So principles that solution architects would apply when they are moving from, say, conceptual into logical into physical. And all the way on the right, again, I appreciate you can't read this, but all the way on the right are operability principles or principles you would apply from an operational perspective. So the run aspect of a solution. Now, if you're an EA, again, somebody mentioned ivory tower, you can't sit in your ivory tower and just define principles that apply from a conceptual EA perspective. They sound very good. You shall be sustainable. You must make sure you're reusing assets. Must make sure you're not making an impact negatively, or you must make sure that you're reducing the amount of footprint. You also need to make sure that you translate those into solution-related aspects, so the middle bits, and or operational aspects. So connecting your strategy, connecting the EA with solution, with operational. One example in here, I just put those three out. So there are some description. These are the examples that I used at the time when I worked for that government department. So you have a typical EA principle, sourcing, operation, disposal of IT equipment does not directly, indirectly, negatively affect economical, social, and environmental aspect. Very grand statement. What does that mean if I was a solution architect? How do I use this to make a real impact? Well, you have some very critical success factors for your solution or design principles for your solutions that you can then use to decide which solutions should you go with, which product do you select. Are you going for a COTS product you developing yourself? Are you going on to a public cloud provider? Are you building it yourself? These are all decisions you need to take at a point in time, and these principles can help you help making those decisions. The same applies to the operability principles. So when you are operating the environment, what does that mean in terms of sustainability? So what are the criteria or the requirements more for the operational side that will connect your solution with your enterprise architecture? Another example, and this is something that I've seen in the past quite often, you have how you could connect enterprise architecture and solution architecture, and how do you do this in a way that makes a positive or creates a positive impact. So when I started my IT career, it was very obvious the template that we're using for application design. You had a UI, business logic, you had data. Typically, and we still see this lots with legacy or traditional systems, you had a development environment, a test environment, a UAT environment, an SIT environment, an operational test environment. Then you had maybe a production environment, you had a disaster recovery environment, so loads of different environments. Now, that is actually not needed anymore for greenfield or for solutions that you're creating in a cloud native environment. And many organizations that are, somebody mentioned startups, many organizations that have greenfield nowadays don't have these environments. They have dev and have a live. When they test in live because they can back out very easily. Of course, very difficult if you have an old mainframe systems, or if you had a more traditional system which was designed 15 or 20 years ago. But that doesn't stop us from using a new template, maybe from an enterprise perspective. And I also see this as a role from an EA perspective. So as an EA, I would expect from a sustainability perspective, as an example, to drive a change within the template, within the organization, to say, well, we shouldn't actually be seeing or looking at all those temporary environments. We should maybe think about start designing and templating against only two environments, one death or one life. Of course, there are usually roadblocks beside that and challenges ahead in terms of people's perspective and how you see it. But it certainly is a role that I see also EAs to have, to spearhead the change within the organization and making sure that we are impacting the environment, society. So as I mentioned, not solutions, not offers, not products per se, only a short glimpse really in terms of sustainability. I think it's certainly something as an EA I feel very passionate about. I see sustainability as part of the non-functional characteristic of a solution. So when you're defining NFRs for solution, availability, scalability, cost, value for money, sustainability has to be there as well. You must identify those sustainability related aspects across business, application, data, and infrastructure right from the start. So in your contextual, not in your conceptual, logical, or your physical, or at later stages, you must do that right at the start. And it must feature when you're making decisions around balancing various different options against each other. Again, that was mentioned before. So value for money, compliance, speed, agility, that can have an impact, of course, when you want to develop a more sustainable solution. And maybe you need also different approaches. So when we designed the data center, those days it was not many public cloud providers. When we designed a new data center for this government department, we made a conscious decision not to use air conditioning units. So it was all fresh air flow, cooling of machines. It was about 20 years ago, that was quite new. Or using flywheels instead of having batteries to power the systems. So having a different approach, different template, of course, then needs to be thought about, and it's something that the organization have to be aware of. And I see often EAs within organizations being at the top to understand that this is what is needed. Because an EA has the role, or the role of an EA is to define the target and then helping the organization to achieve that target. And I see the most value of EAs usually when they're connecting the boardroom with the machine room. So making sure that they're designing something that actually has an impact in real life. If you stop on a conceptual, it's very hard, as we heard before, for stakeholders, for our stakeholders, to actually understand the value we're creating. One value proposition that I have is maybe, we focus more also on sustainability and maybe use that as a driver for us to be an ambassador of change. Now, if we, of course, be in a position to help the organization, we can influence, like you were talking about, the various different aspects. Of course, it goes without saying. I'm not saying how we do it. It's just something we should do, particularly if you consider how important sustainability is today. I did a short presentation around sustainability just before COVID to a bunch of CIOs in the north of England. And I did a half-an-hour pitch, which was similar to the beginning bit. And I said, I think sustainability is very important, or will become very important. Most of the people just completely ignored me. I said later, they didn't say I don't care about sustainability, but they said, well, compliance, security, value for money is very important to us. Now, if you do a presentation around sustainability, everyone's listening. Everyone's, oh yeah, so what product can I buy? And my point is not just the products you need to buy, you also need to think about how do you weave sustainability into your organization. I think the EA have a good role, a good place, because they usually have a longer view. They usually are the ones who think bigger. And my point is, don't just think big, make sure that you also make an impact physically. Don't just stop at kind of the conceptual, creating nice concepts, and make sure that you focus on a particular area where you can make an impact with a client, your CIO or the CEO, the organizational stakeholders see that you make a real impact to the organization. I think maybe sustainability is all part of that.
I think I like what you just presented. Basically, this is a very good aspect which you have brought in today. The main thing of what I couldn't understand is why did you say that consider it as NFR?
NFR, yeah, good. Because typically you don't get, in my experience, I don't get clients to come to me and say to me, you know, I want a sustainable solution. They usually say, I need a CRM system that is sustainable, value for money, secure and performant. So usually sustainability, and also when you talk to the business users, it's the functional aspects that are most important to them. Sustainability is usually a non-functional characteristic. So you need to do this fast. I need to be able to do payment, and it needs to be sustainable. It needs to minimize the impact to the environment, or has, you know, maybe only 10 grams CO2. So it's usually a kind of a non-functional characteristic, or sometimes an SLA or KPI on the solution. Typically, the functional aspects are the main driver for solution. Sustainability is then a characteristics of that, like cost or like security.
I was more thinking about policy or value, embedded value in the organization itself. It has to be driven as sustainable organization sort of thing, right? We support the system sustainability. That policy itself will bring that characteristics into the whole of the organizations, not just into the solution.
Yeah, of course, if they have one, yes. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and I know that the car company I talked about earlier, they have to track CO2 in their for all their productions, things like that. So the company you work for has been doing that kind of work. That's my company also, so we are colleagues.
A question from the chat, from the online people that are also, there's about 20 to 25 people online. I think it's a really good question, actually. You mentioned AI helps to be more sustainable, but some articles talk about AI being less sustainable due to the power-hungry nature of AI. So could you elaborate a little bit about that?
Oh, that's a bit.
I told you it was a good question.
You can spend a whole afternoon on that. AI is fascinating because obviously AI can drive a huge amount of support, of impact, of value when you apply it. The trouble with AI is you need to train it. And doing a training exercise, I was working with a manufacturer. There were there's a press shop, so they are welding metals together, and the inspection of the weld is usually done by a person. So they said, well, that's not very effective. We weld loads of material together. We use a camera and we use AI to spot any imperfection in the weld. Now, for the AI tool to learn when to spot an imperfection, it had to get 1 million pictures applied to the AI tool. That itself, I think, consumed as much electricity as 40,000 households in the US in a whole year. So it's a huge amount of compute power that you require to learn or to teach those AI models to be as clever, as intelligent as they are. So when you are creating a solution and you're applying AI in your solution, it can create value, but you need to include that cost, because that's a negative cost. If you don't do that, you're missing out. I did a couple of years ago, I was very fascinated about that question. What is actually the footprint of AI from a CO2 perspective? If you go on my LinkedIn account, I blogged that 2 or 3 years ago. And it's fascinating to see the calculation. It's actually quite tricky to figure out what is the true footprint of AI tools today, because a lot of the companies don't really openly say, A, how much data they are using, and B, how much power do they require to power those machines. So it's certainly something I think we still have to kind of unravel a bit in the.
So presumably the most sustainable application of AI would be to the more repeatable scenarios, e.g., more utility, and I'm implying infrastructure, lower levels, because they're more common across multiple organizations. So where it's less bespoke to one.
Yeah. Or something where you could have a massive impact, reducing, millions of tons of CO2. Yeah. So you need to understand. So when you create or when you use AI, it can create value to you, but the cost of AI is a bit like when you buy a server.
Yeah.
Like I said before, 15% of the CO2 is already built in. So when you start using that, you need to include that 15% in your calculation. The same applies to AI. The trick is, or the difficulty is to finding that CO2 footprint in the first place. It's a bit like with cloud as well. I had a client saying to me, well, I don't really have to worry about CO2 because I use a public cloud provider. So I said, well, okay, so, but where are your applications running? Well, in the cloud. Yeah, but what on what? Yeah. Well, it's a virtual server. Yeah, but where's this virtual server running on? On physical, exactly. So what is the CO2 footprint of that physical server? And I sometimes don't include that because it's also sometimes tricky to obtain that information from those third parties. It's getting better nowadays. So data center industry is a bit more open nowadays to reporting on PUU rating as well as the amount of electricity mix they're using. So it gets a bit easier, but it's still quite tricky to ascertain what is the footprint of those applications or solutions that you're using within your EA solution.
Great, thank you, Gunnar.
Thank you. It's funny because actually Gunnar and I have spoken on this topic a number of times. And then Gunnar pinged me actually to say, hey, I'm on just before you and I'm covering a very similar topic. So we sort of just quickly exchanged messages to make sure we were covering sort of slightly different things. There is a bit of overlap, but I think I'm going to be going a bit deeper on some of the things that Gunnar only managed to sort of skim over. And so, yeah, I've been really passionate about this for a while. So yes, sorry, firstly, who am I? So Ollie Cronk. I've been in science and computing since, I was at school really young, and there was a toss-up for me as to whether I went into a science-based career or a technology-based career. And I ended up in technology, but I've dipped into the sort of science side a few times. And actually one of the jobs I most enjoyed was back in the noughties, was when I worked for an energy and climate change consultancy. And that's when I really kind of got into the sort of science of climate change. I was working on some of the first carbon calculators in the UK that people were using, like DEFRA and Department of Energy and Climate Change Environment Agency, and also the European Commission and so on. So really love working in that space. Would have loved to have stayed working in that space, but unfortunately this thing called the financial crisis of 2008 happened. And unfortunately, a lot of the projects I was doing got canned by government because they didn't have the budgets anymore because they're bailing out the banks. And so I ended up moving from gamekeeper to poacher and ended up working for a big energy utility for a while, big German energy company. And that's actually then where I moved from being more of a developer and a technology team lead into being a solution architect and more of an enterprise architect. And actually at that energy company, I became a member of BCS and actually became a chartered IT professional thanks to Andrew Mountford, who was at the company I was at. He encouraged me to go for CITP, and I've been a chartered IT professional since 2011, since I was at that company. More recently, I've started a podcast called Architect Tomorrow, which Gunnar has actually appeared on, talking about sustainability. It's great to go and check that one out. Gunnar and I talking about this topic. And the podcast is all about how do we architect a better tomorrow. It's not all about sustainability, but it's that theme comes up a lot. It's also talking about the future of the architecture profession and what do we need to do to improve as architects. But certainly that's a podcast well worth checking out if you want to see Gunnar and I and others talking about this topic. And now what am I doing today? I actually no longer have the architect title anymore, unfortunately. I'm now a technology director at a medium-sized consultancy in the UK. And we, Scott Logic, so we specialise in software and data engineering, do a lot of work for the big banks and government departments. And actually a lot of what we're doing now is how can we help our clients move the needle on sustainability? So a bit like what Gunnar was saying, how do we bake in that thinking into the client projects, into the technology projects that we're undertaking for clients so that they're thinking about these things. My QR code is just for LinkedIn if you want to connect with LinkedIn. So actually, Simon mentioned this. Simon and I, maybe some of you also were at the Intersection Group last week, the conference in Vienna. And one of the themes of their conference was this statement, which I really like, which is the theme of their conference was about creating sustainable enterprises. And this comment here about contributing to life thriving on the planet. Enterprises must start to bake sustainability into their assets. And Intersection has EDGI, which is the concept of assets in its model. Spot purposeful opportunities for delivering better products and authentic brands. And I'm going to touch on sort of some of the greenwashing that unfortunately is happening at the moment, which we all want to help our organizations avoid and actually do the right thing properly. As architects, we understand what's going on under the hood. We can help our organizations navigate what is often quite complex trade-offs. And Gunnar was touching on some of those trade-offs that we have to make kind of, going forwards. For me, the first question on this whole topic in terms of architecture for sustainability starts with this one question,
which is what kind of enterprise are you? Are you in a really heavily industrial sort of physical industry, or are you in more in the knowledge economy? And in fact, actually, I'd like to ask this question in the room. How many people, show of hands, would describe themselves as working in an organization that is highly sort of manufacturing or industrial, or has a large sort of degree of manufacturing factories, that sort of things? No one. Okay. Be interested to see on the chat who would say that they sit in that space. How many of you would say you sit more in the knowledge economy? Okay, and so some people perhaps struggle both, or don't know which way to vote. I guess I know quite a few in the room are working for consultancies or working in technology. So I guess, yeah, more on the sort of information side. And so that means this, what I'm going to talk to you about, is more relevant. I think if you work in a highly industrial sector, the first place you're going to be thinking about architecture is, how can I use systems and tools to optimize the energy consumption that's in the large sort of industrial plants that I have in operations? Perhaps I have large offices as another area to kind of optimize. And that steers the initial focus for the enterprise architects to think about, where do we apply sustainable architecture first? Where's the biggest amount of energy being consumed, would be my initial steer. But let's talk about enterprise technology for a moment. Let's talk about these technology assets and digital products. I think we've been sort of slightly misled in many cases, a bit like Gunnar was saying around cloud. These things don't have a real world impact, or it's minimal. You know, these things are ephemeral. We can't touch them. You know, where are they? You know, they don't have any real impact. And I think we've all largely been fooled by some really clever marketing, particularly on cloud. You know, just migrate to cloud and all your sustainability problems go away, because that's now, you know, you've outsourced it. And I think it's a really dangerous sort of space to kind of get into. Who's seen the video on the left from Apple? The show of hands. Anyone seen this Mother Nature one? Yeah, I've really mixed feelings on it. I think it's great that they're raising awareness and they're talking about what they're doing, but fundamentally they work in an industry that is pushing a new product, you know, a new expensive in terms of the environment impact product to market every year, 18 months. And you know, they can make the process as clean and as recycled as they like. Fundamentally, their business model is about pushing out a new carbon intensive product on a regular basis. And I feel like the video completely, you know, doesn't address that elephant in the room at all. I would say even worse, because they've made people obsess over how thin, light and, you know, stylish the device is. The competition has stopped doing things like being able to easily replace the battery. Samsung for many years used to be able to very easily unclip the back cover. You can swap the battery, upgrade the memory, do all that sort of stuff. It's now impossible to do that without sophisticated tools, you know, often heating up glue to remove screens. It's not something that the average person would want to like do. You would not, as an average person, want to try and replace the battery in your phone now. Whereas a few years ago, you could very easily do that in a Samsung device. So not only are they kind of pushing out devices at a regular cadence, they've actually pushed the market in a way that's less sustainable than it was before. And the cloud piece is a complex story. I'm going to touch on some of the things that Gunnar was also talking about embodied emissions as well as operational emissions, because the reality may well be that they're running on very clean electricity, but you need to consider what are you migrating from. If you're migrating from, you know, on-premise equipment or servers that perhaps had additional years of life, or perhaps you're one of our clients actually is Scottish Government, and they have data centres sitting in some of the most, you know, cleanest electricity grid parts of the UK. You know, the grid in Scotland is often, you know, less than 50 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. You know, London, it's generally kind of up to 300 grams of CO2. So, you know, for them to migrate to the cloud means they're going to move from a data center in Scotland that's almost carbon, zero carbon, to you know, data centers in London, which are, you know, a lot more carbon intensive. So I think it's not as simple as just saying migrate to the cloud. They're using renewable energy. You know, I'm not saying they're doing bad things. They are. You know, they've got some great policies and they've got some good thinking, but it's not an easy sort of, you know, option just to switch to cloud. So I'm going to explore with you a little bit of the reality rather than the greenwash today. UN Sustainable Development Goals, I think, going to flush these up just now. How many of you've seen, just as a show of hands, how many of you come across the UN Sustainable Development Goals before? Okay, great, about half. What I've done is annoyingly the Zoom bar is slightly on top of the slide, but what I started to do a few months ago was map out the UN SDGs. Yes, it's true, IT can help positively on a number of these, but there's a sad reality that technology actually has a significant impact on a number of these. The one that a lot of people talk about is the energy consumption. So the kind of the SDG 7, which is about affordable and clean energy, and climate action, energy consumption. Let's try and get our servers or our IT equipment running on as clean energy as possible. Great, but that's only part of the story, as you can see from the slide. The other part of the story is what's known as embodied carbon, or the life cycle in the equipment. And Gunner's slide said that it's about 20% is embodied carbon. That's for servers. For end user devices like laptops and phones, it's actually flipped the other way around in many cases. Up to 80% of the carbon or the destruction, the environmental impact of a device comes from its manufacturing and its shipping to you. So before you've even charged it, it's used the majority of its emissions. And this is why it's really important. I bang on about, can an end user upgrade the battery? Can you extend the life? Because actually the one thing we can all do is just use our devices for longer, upgrade them, kind of repair them. And therefore organizations, tech companies need to make that as easy as possible. Unfortunately, it's not always compatible with nice quarterly revenue figures because you're not shipping more and more devices. But I'd love to see the tech companies moving towards more of a repair subscription sort of service or something where you can kind of get batteries or other things from them rather than a whole new device, because that's really, really important. The whole upshot of that is there is all kinds of horrible waste to landfill implications. You then have, unfortunately, water being polluted, you have land being polluted, and that's before we've even got into data centers using up lots of land, data centers using up lots of water, particularly in water stressed areas. So increasingly you're seeing now in the headlines that I think part of Spain is in uproar about the amount of water that data centers are using. They're already struggling given climate change and heat waves. The last thing they need is a data center sucking up a whole load of drinking water that they actually need for irrigating crops and for drinking. So there's going to be a whole bunch of other considerations beyond just CO2 that we're all going to need to start to think about as architects as we're kind of planning and thinking about how to take our organizations forward. I won't I could bang on about this one all day. It's just, I think it's important to kind of pull back the lid and think about where the technology sector is really impacting the planet. The other piece of work we've done, and this is sort of in its infancy really, and there are others I know in the industry that have also looked at this, is the other SDGs like good health and well-being. I've been seriously concerned for a while about addictive algorithms and dark UX patterns and various other things that essentially have a negative impact on us as human beings. Yes, it maybe drives loads of ad revenue for a service, but what's the impact on someone's mental health? Someone with 2 children kind of going through school, kind of managing that sort of tech addiction sort of challenge. I think there's real concerns there. There's other things around privacy and surveillance, various other things. Biases, data sets, non-inclusive software, AI to generate misinformation. There's a whole range of concerns I think we're going to have to navigate our businesses through as we use AI technologies and we use new technologies to make sure that we're staying on the right ethical line here. And when I talk about sustainability, I'm also including these other kind of impacts as well. And so, what does that sustainable architecture picture look like? Well, for me, it looks a bit more like this. Rather than just being all about carbon and CO2, and I'm not downplaying the importance of climate change and us kind of accounting for carbon, it is just one part of a bigger picture for me, which extends into green. And I talked about sort of air quality, water quality and other things. Production I touched on just now, but that also applies to servers as much as it does to end user equipment and phones. This middle piece actually, and the left-hand piece, for me, if something is sustainable, it's also financially viable. A lot of these things are linked to cost. CO2 and cost is actually an interesting kind of correlation there. The more you spend, often the more carbon you're emitting. So for me to kind of get everyone on side for this, not everyone sits in this green camp. There are people that are more financially driven. There are people that are more driven by security and risk management. There are people that are driven more about how supportable something is or other non-functional requirements that the kind of non-functional angle that Dana was also mentioning. there are different people that are looking to tick different boxes. And for me, this allows you to kind of take everyone on the journey, because actually a lot of these things align. They don't always, but in some cases they align really quite nicely. And I'll give you an example of how security aligns with environmental savings in a second. And so, yeah, for me, the kind of bigger picture for sustainability for architects is this bigger set of considerations, not just CO2. And there's something called carbon tunnel vision, where we can just, a lot of people are just fixating on CO2 as, right, okay, I've reduced the CO2, so I'm done. Not thinking about what the other unintended consequences of that optimization has led to. So Green Software Foundation, if you've not heard of Green Software Foundation and you've got people developing software or considering how to kind of reduce the impacts of software in your organization, you can point them at GSF. They've got a great training course, it's about 5 hours. It really kind of goes through the kind of fundamentals of greenhouse gas protocol and the various sort of fundamentals of what I'm talking about here. I'm just going to skim through quickly some of their principles. So they have 3 main principles here around energy efficiency, where we want to consume the least amount of electricity possible. Kind of makes sense. Hardware efficiency, because as I talked about before, hardware also has environmental impacts when you procure it, it's manufactured. So let's use the least amount of embodied carbon possible by being efficient with hardware. The third one here is interesting to me. This is something that has only really started to kind of come about the last couple of years. Carbon awareness. Let's try and shift our workload such that the compute is done at a time when the electricity is cleaner, and we try and ramp down when it's dirtier. Not always possible, I know. When you have Black Friday, you have an e-commerce site, and you've got people just hitting it. Obviously, you need to service those users. But let's say you have other jobs that don't have to be done right now. A great example of this is well, a couple of great examples here to give the tech industry a bit of credit for once, rather than backing them in this talk. Microsoft updates, Windows updates now, try and run when the grid is cleaner. So it's really interesting. Windows 11 introduced this a few months ago. The other one is YouTube. So when you upload a video to YouTube now, it doesn't immediately transcode or change that video into lots of different formats. It waits and it queues and it waits until the grid or its capacity is at a lower level, such that again it's doing those jobs, it's deferring those jobs to a time when they can be run when the grid is clean. So that carbon awareness piece, I think, is an important card to play in our architectures. No longer should we just design systems to kind of be run at full capacity at a time. Can we start to shift? Can we start to kind of make the architecture a bit more smart, as it were, when it comes to when we run workloads? And I mentioned security. I drew some interesting parallels here. This is the original slide was Green Software Foundation. I then did this overlay, which essentially says, if we're using less energy, we're probably trying to use simpler solutions. So a great example of this, really naughty example, do you really need to use WordPress for your content management system? Or could you use something that generates static imagery, something like Jackal? Because actually every time you hit a WordPress site, you're hitting a database, you're hitting a whole load of tiers of application. Do you really need that? Or can you actually do your content management editing offline and then push out the published pages to the server? Something that BBC, by the way, has been doing for many, many years. One of my friends, the architects of BBC News, they actually wrote all of their CMS in Visual Basic on the desktop. All the journalists wrote the articles on the desktop and then published the static HTML and used content distribution network and so on to scale, rather than having a big complex content management system with lots of databases and so on to kind of power that, actually kind of picking a simpler pattern, a simpler solution. And often those simpler solutions are more secure. Jekyll has far less vulnerabilities in it than the WordPress site because it's got far less attack surface. It's got far less complexity to be attacked. Hardware efficiency talks to reducing your attack surface with hardware. If you can manage your assets better, reduce your assets, you've got less of a security attack surface. So there's a nice parallel there. And then the carbon awareness piece, I think, talks to sort of building more adaptable, more resilient systems. You've got systems that can dial up and dial down. Well, then you can probably move them to other regions, other locations. You've got better resilience and other risk mitigation there as a result. This is essentially, I guess, for a software project, from the left-hand side being the kind of design phases and thinking about how to manage technical debt, all the way through to sort of development and cloud computing and the development environments and deployment. These are all the kind of boxes that we're considering at Scott Logic. Where in here can we be improving efficiency? Can we be writing more efficient code? Can we be deploying to less complex cloud infrastructure? Can we reduce the number of different non-production environments we have? Can we simplify the deployment process? Do we really need, does clients really need to be deploying hundreds of times a day? Do they need that capacity to do lots and lots of testing and deployments? Or actually, could they make do of less? I think there's been a big push for us to sort of throw hardware at the problem and go, oh, it'd be great to be able to do lots of releases a day. These things come with a cost, not just financial, but environmental cost. And it started to sort of unpick some of those decisions and go, does it really make sense for us to have this really complex DevOps environment, or would actually a simpler solution? I think if we get all these things right, we start to trend in the right direction. Our solutions that we're getting our teams to build can be far lower impact, can have less compute and storage, therefore less electricity demand, cost, and CO2. And that has other side effects as well. So to wrap up then in our last couple of slides, and I'm happy to take questions, and perhaps then Gunnar and I can kind of respond. High level recommendations. I think the old classic cliche goes, you can't manage anything, you can't manage what you can't measure. I see a lot of people saying that now about sustainability, and I completely agree. If you can't measure it, cost does turn out to be a reasonable proxy. It's not a perfect proxy for emissions, but it's a reasonable one. But there comes a point where you can't optimize for cost and also get carbon savings and environmental savings. So to a point, it's useful, but you need to start digging a bit deeper if you can. Don't forget about embodied carbon. As I say, I think there's a lot of focus on we're using renewable energy, so we're fine. What's that hardware asset life cycle? If you're going to migrate to cloud, when do you do it? Can you sweat your hardware a bit longer? Can you get it to 5-6 years, then migrate to the cloud? Does it make sense to move that data center to cloud? Where is it geographically? Is it actually in a better place than the cloud data center you would move it to? And I have a little joke at the bottom, use a trustworthy consulting partner, but I suspect I'm speaking to a room of consultants, so possibly is a bit of a moot point. In terms of like reduction, critical thinking, I think, is a big one here. Like I was talking about earlier, do we really need it to be bigger, faster, more releases? There's critical thinking of new products and services and features, like do we really need it? Does the client really need it? It's not always an easy conversation to have, of course, because we want to do more. We want to kind of do more projects, do more stuff. It's sometimes hard to sort of say no and sort of question whether we really need something, but I think we have to start doing it more. Not chasing hype. You can sort of see the very few people talking about blockchain now in the news. It's all AI. The danger, isn't there, of just jumping on the next type thing. How much money do you spend on it? What's the environmental impact of blockchain? I dread to think actually what the environmental impact of blockchain is. Just Bitcoin mining still is consuming a ridiculous amount of energy. So I think distributed ledger technologies have probably been one of the worst things in the last few years for tech's impact on the environment.
What about quantum computing? Is that going to be heavy?
It's an interesting one because quantum's a completely different sort of pattern. I think initially quantum computing is going to require a lot of energy because it's going to be like the classical computers of many generations ago, right? Where you had a whole room with valves and sophisticated equipment. It was very inefficient. You look at quantum computing, a lot of it needs near zero, cryogenic type temperatures. Clearly that requires a lot of energy. So I think initially it is probably going to be quite energy intensive, but the problems it solves are quite niche. I don't think every organization, I might be wrong here, it's like one of them classic quotes where the person from IBM said you only needed 4 computers in the world or something. But I think there's quite specific problems that quantum solves. I don't see it being like a general thing. I think it will help people like do risk calculations, do different models and stuff. But I don't see every person at home having a quantum computer powered laptop. I just don't see that happening in the near term. Potentially yes, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as blockchain has been. So yeah, keep it simple. Strive for backwards compatibility. I think this thing about sort of always chasing the next device, the next sort of format, the next platform leaves people behind and upgrade devices. That's something we need to start thinking more about. Strive for efficiency, but unfortunately there is something called the Jevons paradox. So the Jevons paradox says the more you make something efficient or lower cost, the more people use it. Great example, this is cloud. We've made cloud incredibly cheap and easy. People are consuming far more compute now than they ever were. So it's not always just about efficiency. I touched on when do you transform, when do you migrate, when do you move to cloud, when do you make something digital? Think about that timing. Region shifting. So a really interesting one for us. We looked at our own cloud compute that we were doing in research and development projects. And we actually found a team had spun up a whole lot of stuff in the US region of AWS. And we're like, well, why? We're a UK-based company. And actually just that one switch from the US region, one of the products we were running to the UK has made a massive saving on CO2 for AWS that we're doing. And the carbon aware time shifting piece I talked about earlier. Can you make your applications, can you make your architecture more aware of its energy intensity and when it runs, when it runs workloads? Can you shift things in time or region to make them more efficient or cleaner, I should say? And with that is me whistled through and done. I appreciate this fair bit of repetition with previous talk, but hopefully kind of took us down a slightly different angle. We are doing a lot of R&D in the space with partners because we're essentially trying to test hypotheses. Like there's been lots of sort of things doing the rounds on social media, like everyone should code in C rather than it's far more efficient. Well, let's actually test that. Let's do some research and development. Let's have some proof points, some data points that we can actually go into situations with. So if there are things that you're interested in kind of collaborating on, by all means, shout. We're doing a lot of that pro bono.
Assembler is better. Assembler.
Yeah, everyone should just go back to
more efficient.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit like everyone's kind of going no code and AI powered apps, but actually what's the quality of that code that's being generated? So anyway.
So I mean, very interesting. Again, thank you for bringing this topic here, which is very, very good. I feel being in a chicken and egg situation. Now the technology is being so rapidly changing. Every now and then new processor is coming out, far more efficient and far more, less power hungry sort of thing. Every time the new processor comes out, basically, everybody in the technology industry wants to have it because the speed of change is so high that at least for next 5 to 10 years, you want to retain that. You don't want to recycle it. And the softwares, what we have, they're not basically compatible with the new processor. Now it's a chicken and egg situation. How do we basically make sure that this iteration or recycling doesn't happen?
Yeah, it's a tricky balance. I mean, like for example, the ARM, for those of you who know AWS, when AWS brought out the ARM Gravitron-based processor, the cost saving and energy saving that you could achieve for making that switch was massive. Like people, I was working for a previous company, Tanium. One of our clients literally, I think, halved their cloud bill by making that one switch. So in some instances, yeah, there's a massive energy saving by making that switch. But the question is, what happened to all the hardware that they were running? Did that just, well, because customers didn't want it anymore because it was more expensive? Did AWS sort of quietly get a whole load of trucks and sort of truck a load of infrastructure? Or I hope maybe it made its way into the sort of secondary market and other people kind of got to use it. But there is this sort of trade-off, I think, between trying to pick the latest, greatest thing because it's faster and more efficient. Yes, it maybe uses less energy now, but you go back to that embodied carbon piece and that life cycle, we have to try and pragmatically sweat assets, I think. And I guess to a degree, that's the cloud provider's problem now. And this is where I think the reporting from the cloud providers and the transparency from the cloud providers is really, really important. What I'd love to see them doing is reporting on waste. How many tons of electronic waste did they get rid of last month? How much water did they use? I think we've pushed them for CO2, and AWS is still a little bit lagging. You have to wait 3 months, by the way, for AWS to give you the CO2 data. Other cloud providers give it to you pretty much on the same day. We need to push them now for the water metrics, for the waste metrics, for other things, so that we can kind of understand what are they doing, what decisions are they making on our behalf when it comes to those sorts of trade-offs. Yeah, it's not easy, and I think it's different for end user devices like laptops and desktops than it is for server hardware, because the embodied carbon is so different. Like with a server, it's more like 20%. And if you run that server for 5 years, then you've pretty much sweat that asset. With a phone, 80% of the emissions were in manufacturing and you're potentially changing it after a year. That's horrendous. And that's what we really have to start trying to discourage. fast fashion.
I think that's a good point. Lots of the desktops, laptops, Apple's have gone to models where they glue everything in and you can't upgrade them. I mean, I've had pieces in the past, I just upgrade them a bit at a time as I needed them and throw the whole thing away.
And there's a great website called iFixit, and I've got their little toolbox actually. And the thing I do for friends of now, I still like to kind of, even though I'm not kind of in hardware day in, day out, I like to still get the screwdriver out and upgrade and tinker. And actually, there's repairability ratings, and Microsoft, to their credit, I had a Surface Pro 2, I don't know if you know the Surface devices. It was horrendous because you had to get a hot glue gun. I didn't do it. Hot glue gun to kind of take the screen off to upgrade anything or replace batteries. So that thing is unfortunately is dead, and I need to take it to recycling. But to their credit, the latest version of the Surface, so that scored 0 on the iFixit repairability ratings, or maybe a 1 out of 10. The new one scores 9 or 10 because they've replaced all that glue with screws. And they've actually made it really, really easy to take the thing apart, upgrade it, repair it. So to their credit, some of the tech companies are moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, I don't see that from Apple, other than perhaps the recyclability of some of the stuff that they talked about.
They always used to have those, you could repair them and they had a manual that read about how to do it. I think they've moved to a glue model now, but.
Yeah, it's disappointing if they have.
So one question from our online colleagues. You referenced YouTube delay in processing of videos. Given that content creators are always growing, there might be pressure to reduce that time to availability, especially when disruptive competitors could meet those needs. So do you think YouTube can stick with that approach? I mean, you maybe speculating, maybe you could say, how will YouTube ensure?
It's a difficult one for me because I've been running a YouTube channel, I suppose now for about 3 years. And someone made the point to me the other day that actually I'm responsible for quite a lot of emissions. Because every time as a content creator, and this applies to anyone who puts anything on Facebook or Instagram, if you've got any kind of following, and I don't have a huge following, but I have a reasonable niche following of architects like yourselves, you are effectively creating energy consumption, because in the transcoding and the editing of that video, there's that. But every time that video gets played, downloaded, it has to be stored for however many years it exists. There is as a content creator, there is a footprint. And I guess for YouTube, it's a tricky one, but I think they've clearly got quite a lot of data, and they've balanced like the demands of the user and the creator with the environment, because I think there's always a version available. It's just maybe not available in all the different sort of resolutions straight away. So I think it's can you kind of look for those pragmatic trade-offs where you give the business what they need, and then you refine. So I think that's the example there. You do MVP, you've delivered the video, someone can watch that video maybe at a very low res and full high res, but it's going to take 24 hours for all the other formats to be available. So that's those sorts of conversations and negotiations I think we have to have with our business stakeholders to say, do you really need everything all at once? Because of course everyone says they want everything all at once, don't they? It's kind of managing them back from that position to say, can we have a pragmatic balance here? We don't need this in all the different formats straight away, or do we need this replicated to all the regions right now, or can that wait until the next low carbon window for us to do that data transfer or backup? It's those sorts of conversations I think we're going to need to have. Colin?
I just love the return of the batch.
A return of the. We should say make a meme. We should say make a meme. Yeah. Except I'm not sure that the return of the Mac is entirely PC anymore because of the artist. But no, absolutely. I think we're too quick to sort of drop one pattern because we think maybe event driven or real time is where it's at. Well, actually, some things batch is fine, or on demand or ad hoc or whatever it is. Doesn't all have to be here now. But it's difficult when we say this because I suppose particularly when I was at the energy company, we were implementing these amazing integration architectures which were near real time, replicating everywhere, and it was exciting. It's like as technologists and architects, we want to make things better. Sometimes we just have to take a step back and go, but is it really needed?
Yeah, I have one question. Why the tech giants can claim they are carbon neutrals, and we are talking about just talking about carbon reductions? What exactly they have done? Can we do the same as a small company?
I guess they have a scale advantage in that they have significant amounts of money that they can play with to kind of go and buy renewable energy upfront. So a lot, so and what's interesting actually, Amazon, to their credit, I was hearing the other day, I think the stat is they're funding 2/3 of global renewable projects right now. Which is just an incredible statistic, right? That one tech company is funding like, well, maybe wind. I think it's certainly in the renewable space. They just have that, I guess they have that cash, don't they, that they can invest in that. They also clearly like look at offsets and other schemes as well. I think it's a scale thing. I mean, the thing for me about cloud is they have that economy of scale, not just from a financial sense, but from an environmental sense. And if you look at services like serverless, where the things are only running when you actually have work for them to do, they can do that because they can pool all the compute and all the demand, and they can do that nice matchmaking. It's very hard to do that as an individual business unless you start sharing your resources with other companies.
That means if our companies put some investment on those windmills, on those renewable energies, then we can claim that we can achieving those carbon neutral.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping anyone looking at kind of carbon offsetting. I would say we have a principle of what's known as abatement before neutralization. So reduce before you try and neutralize. Because I think trying to just buy offsets is a bit like, I don't know, never paying off the loan really. You're just continuing to kind of keep the credit card running. Whereas actually if you can reduce that debt, you can reduce that energy consumption, that's always going to be better than just trying to offset it. So there was a question at the back.
Yeah, so you talked about sustainable development goals earlier on.
Yeah.
One of those you talked about was addiction, which obviously has an impact on society, but it also has an impact on the more people are using stuff on green stuff as well. Have you? I mean, it's a big question, right? So you might just go no. Have you any thoughts on how that could be mitigated? Perhaps.
That's a really interesting point. I hadn't made that connection actually between like addictive algorithms are driving up increased demand for services. That's a really, really good connection. So thank you for that. And no, until you mentioned that, I hadn't made that connection. So no, that's an interesting one to sort of add to the list.
Talk too much about scope 3. How easy is it to implement that, and how effective is the actual legislation?
So for those that don't know, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 are the greenhouse gas emission sort of standards essentially. And scope 1 is direct emissions. So if you have like a gas heater in your office, that's scope 1 because you're directly burning that gas. Scope 2 is generally things like electricity. So in using electricity, there is energy burnt often, and so there's carbon associated with that electricity consumption. I'm doing a very quick job, by the way, of talking about scope 1, 2, 3. I'm going to find better definitions online. Scope 3 is generally things that you've got through a supplier. So generally cloud is scope 3 because they're not your emissions directly. Someone else, a third party, is emitting, I suppose, on your behalf to deliver you a particular service. So for cloud, it's their electricity consumption, their embodied carbon is your scope 3. At the moment, frustratingly, a lot of the legislation says that you don't have to report on or really reduce scope 3. And I'm hopeful, I think a lot of what I've talked about today only really kicks into gear when companies start to take scope 3 seriously, or legislation starts to force people to take scope 3 seriously. There's this, like I started the talk, let's just move to the cloud and we don't have to worry about it. There is, unfortunately, you can kind of play that card at the moment and then report your carbon emissions looking a lot greener because you've just moved all your stuff to the cloud. You don't have to report on scope 3. As a company, we report on our scope 3, and one of the things we stood up was the Cloud Carbon Footprint Tool, which is a great open source project by a number of consultancies actually, that you can plug all your billing data into it and it gives you that carbon emissions from the billing data of the cloud providers. So there are tools out there to do it, but it's not as well a trodden path because people aren't being forced to do it at the moment. So I think it's important because if we don't tackle scope 3, we can just sort of make it someone else's problem. And I think as a country as well, if you look at what we've done, we've pushed a lot of our emissions to industrial processes elsewhere in the world. And as a result, the UK looks amazing. There's a great video, actually, a TED talk I watched this week, even taking into account offsetting, that outsourcing or offshoring of emissions. We've still reduced our emissions massively, so it is significant. But that tendency that we have to kind of just make it someone else's problem it's something we all have to sort of, I think, as a profession, really start to challenge, like, yeah, I'm moving it over here, but I'm still going to account for it, and I still want to manage it and reduce it as much as I can. Okay, all right.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, yeah. I think I've got the link. Yeah.
Right. So now we're going to turn to the poll we were asking you to complete earlier. Just give us a minute and the four of us will come to the front as we use these chairs.
You admit.
That's right.
Plastic clothes. Their servers are very, very simple. They don't have video cards.
Yes, there's my. Very busy.
So we're going to entertain with a bit of an interactive session, and I do have a colleague, in fact it's Oliver, thank you Oliver, who's taken over from me for the online attendees, so we'll hopefully be able to take a few questions from online people as well as in the room. And we really want to talk about the intersection and the relationship of architecture and leadership. Now we've been a little bit ambiguous about this because we've not been explicit, or we've not constrained as to whether we're talking about leading only other architects or indeed IT, or whether we're talking about leadership in the business. And that was a deliberate choice because we wanted to see how people reacted. We held an event about this actually in spring, and we had very good, I think about 50 people. It was a pure online event, more than 50 people at that, which is pretty good. And we're going to bring out some of that substance from that event in the conversation today. And of course, we've just done a poll, which has now got 30 responses. So that's better than we were. That's pretty good as well. So and we're going to talk about at least 3 aspects of breaking it down of what do business people want from the architect's views, what do architects want from the business views, the views of each other, so to speak, and also growth. How do, if you're starting as an architect of some shape or form, again, we're being general, we're being a bit ambiguous, how do you develop more into becoming a leader? And I kind of think this is a topic that is quite important. So where do we want to start? Should we just do some brief intros?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm Mike Broomhead, for those of you that don't know me, and I've been involved in the leadership event, as I said, in April. We actually hosted the event with this group, which is the BCS Enterprise Architecture Group, as you probably know, and also the BCS IT Leaders Group.
I'm Mark Davis. I work for Arup. I'm the head of architecture for Arup Consultancy.
Gabriel Me, I'm Deputy Head of Architecture at the Crown Execution Service.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm a disembodied voice here, but I'm here to sort of drive the results of the report. Yeah, so Simon Field, you've heard from me earlier. I'm a senior architect at Ardoc and also a bit of an independent as well.
So Simon, I've made some notes as to some of the relevance of how this topic has come up today already, but I was going to weave that into some of what I was going to talk about. So I could start there, but is it worth starting with the survey questions and
do
them one by one?
I shall scroll them down as it's
Big reveal.
the big reveal, exactly. That's why let me just try and reduce the size so that it fits. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I'm hitting the minus one here. That's really weird. If I hit Control Plus, it actually gets smaller. No, now it's getting bigger. Gone crazy.
I think tech hates architecture.
Yeah, I think it probably. That's as good as it's going to get. I'm not going to keep fiddling. I could be here all day trying to refine this, but
This is kind of the view of the business from an architect's perspective, which I think is your sort of you were looking at this in terms of the April event as well.
Yeah. Do you want me to elaborate a little bit? Okay, so one of the we had this event, as I say, this joint event that Mike mentioned in April. One of the big themes of that event was around how do architects get closer to the leadership of organizations. And there was a number of conversations around there. One was around this idea that bigger organizations have lots of leaders, and it's not just a person at the top. It takes everything. There's a lot of complexity in modern organizations. There's a lot of demand for technology. There's a lot of leaders to work with, and there was an idea that sometimes that's hard to manage. And I know from my own organisation that can be quite a challenge at times. And they were looking at ways of better managing that and sort of doing some analysis around understanding that. So that was one there. I think the other one was that what you exactly want is some kind of, this is our wish list, architecture team, go away and do that. You just don't get that. They often don't think of, they don't often know what they want themselves, and sometimes there is that conversations that need to happen. And I think the big one there was as an architecture team, we just probably want to be sort of involved in some way so we can just show the worth there. But it's just quite interesting here. But the one that made me wonder here was about project managers, which is what makes me smile a bit from some of the experiences that I've had in places around project managers, and myself and Simon were just talking actually in the break around that answer. It wouldn't surprise me with the top one, but I think there's a bit of a naivety around that the CEO is going to come down and give you everything you need, or welcome, be very interested in architecture to a certain extent.
What do you think, Gabby? How we've applied this question and what it's showing?
I think that last point, I think it can backfire on you if the CEO takes too much interest in it. Because one of the things I put down was call it to that question is those who are non-tech but don't admit it or accept it and think they are technical.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that 23% project managers, those are probably what those project managers call themselves, technical project managers, and know exactly what they want from architecture and have not really.
I have met some myself.
Yes. So the difficulty is also an opportunity, though, of course, because sometimes it's better, and sometimes some engagement's better than none. If they just keep throwing things over the fence to you and from solution and everything's sorted, and I think that can often cause more problems down the line than actually having someone engaging with you coming in. And in the different, I've worked in different sectors, but mainly the central government, and it's interesting. You have some CIOs, some CDIOs as they call themselves, who are very hands off, and others that are very. And the point you said about organizations being very complex and hierarchical, I think especially these days with the younger people who are sitting in the development space, they don't like hierarchy at all. I'm sure you've experienced that. And I think there's a way to model a business where the hierarchy is about managing people and performance, and making sure the funds are there and stuff like that. And the actual technical work, more matrix, push down the decision-making process as deep as you can. Solution.
It'd be good. I mean, I think my sort of thought it'd be good to maybe. We'd need more time for this. This isn't going to fit in today's session, but it'd be good to understand a little bit of the why behind some of these numbers. So we'll come back to on some of the other themes, but we're kind of intrigued as to what we should do as follow-ons, either in an event or in some research or in online community discussion. We do have an online LinkedIn group. We must recap that at the end if people aren't members already, because I'm not. I think there's several reasons I would imagine that people may have chosen some of the choices that they've chosen. I mean, I can sort of imagine the C-suite, the CEO, etc., as being some of the toughest cookies. I can kind of relate to that intuitively. Because they can be most demanding because they are the most senior. I think as you intimated, I am sort of a bit surprised about the project managers. And I don't know if that's because the project managers are, as you say, they know it all and they're micromanaging, or even if some of the respondees actually have a disproportionate amount of time with project managers and therefore that has translated. So I think maybe there might be a little bit of a follow-on exercise that might be warranted behind some of this perhaps.
Definitely, I think you're right. I think also there's some project managers who still see architecture as the police, basically.
Yes.
And something to be avoided or got around, basically. And they get hijacked by suppliers who sort of hoodwink them into thinking, oh, well, you don't really. What did they have recently? A supplier saying a statement of work is our high level design.
Yes. Right.
So things like behaviours like that, well, we won't be able to deliver by October if we want this technical detail. Yes.
And from the people that submitted in the room and online, is this something that you think that is worth understanding more? Could we help ourselves? Quite a few nods there at the back. Could we help ourselves a bit more in terms of how to overcome this type of situation, perhaps?
We'll see kind of two aspects to this, which you just mentioned. So one is mismatch in expectations in role. So misunderstanding of the role of the architects, either CXO, like you say, the project managers, just have a different view. You're very techie because you're the architect. Well, I'm not because I'm an enterprise architect. But I think the second one, which is quite, I think, poorly defined and understood in the market, is actually putting your finger on the value of an architect. So I think one, particularly on the CEO level, I've been asked by CEOs a couple of times saying, what is the commercial value of an architect? So if I have a project or program or solution, how much value will you provide as an architect if I had an architect versus no architect? In terms of, do I get my solutions quicker because I have an architect, or will it be more cheaper? Or what are your value proposition? Just telling me you need an architect because it's complex and we need to create lots of HLDs and DLDs isn't good enough for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't really care. So I think that the value articulating BCS-based view on the value of EA, and I researched this quite at length to try to come up with some numbers and figures. Gartner has stipulated a couple other analysts as well. Government Audio, I think, described it as well, maybe 15 years ago, but rather poorly. So having a commercial value, and I know architects dislike that because I sometimes have this discussion with my architects saying, well, what's the value you're producing? And I said, well, I create an HLD, but what's your value?
Yeah.
I think that might be
It's the language of risk, we talk to things around senior stakeholders, isn't it, that we sort of risk, and that's a subject that the C-suite understand.
Tell me, worried about. Tell me how much risk?
Well, we can
articulate
risk through
Yeah.
models and things.
Okay, so the value of an architect is articulating risk.
That can be one of them.
Can be one of them, yeah, one of them, yeah.
So just maybe having some, because if you know what the value of a developer is, they can code, or the value of a project manager, mostly because they're managing project, but it's very hard, I think, particularly on the EA level.
Providing options.
The value of a project manager.
Okay, so let's park it for a second, but yeah.
We are going to have to capture this. Future discussion.
Take my point.
Might be over a beer, or might be a formal event. I don't know which, but both.
Ironically, online, there's a question that's not that far removed from project manager.
Yeah.
So the question is, in many cases, agile delivery is seen as a value enhancer, and the focus on the quality parameters the architect brings to the table is not visible to the sponsors. And aside this, I wanted to say, in terms of an exercise, maybe there's something where we can hear from some different stakeholders. We can kind of bring some, some viewpoints, perspectives.
Yeah, absolutely.
So rather than just having panels with IT strategy and architecture people, maybe we kind of get different personas to sort of, meet.
Yeah, that's why we teamed with the IT leaders group, but I think we need to go further as well. So I agree with you on that. We tried that and we made a little bit of progress, but I don't think enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a really good point online. 5 years ago, I was at the Home Office. I had a head of software engineering reporting to me, and the first thing he said to me, "Why do we need architecture?"
Simon,
Yeah,
you
well, it's obviously a small sample, but it's a little bit worrying that 13% have trouble talking to the CIO. There is this thing called Dunning-Kruger effect, which some people may be aware of. And I can certainly recall one CIO I've worked with who I'm convinced was suffering from it. If you don't know what it is, it's basically that they absolutely believe they're experts in certain things. It's a little bit like what was talked about with project managers, perhaps. And because there's nobody else at their level, at their peer level, to counter that, they are perceived as being the experts. So they actually get worse in that environment. And whether those are the four that have boldly, said that that's their area of difficulty. But that is a bit worrying that if that relationship between architecture and the CIO is not working, then how on earth is it going to work beyond that?
Yeah. Okay, cool. We must move on. That's the first of three. What's this second one, Sam?
Reveal.
What questions do you find the most difficult when you're
Difficult to answer.
to answer? So this is mine, I think. So there's kind of three that are pretty. Well, actually, no. One of them has. I've got 5 minutes now. Tell me, has actually leapt out, hasn't it, at the end? Because those three. No, it's this brownish. This one here, 30%. These brownish were quite close packed at one point, but this is now. Yeah. So it's on the spur of the moment. The elevator test. I've only got 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. Which is I mean, they are slightly. It is slightly related to this one. What the heck are you? I mean, my personal observation is that. I have to say, I personally, I'm not great at spur of the moment. I'm just not. I just always say, later, damn, I wish I'd thought of. So personally, the solution to this for me is to think ahead and be prepared, which of course is far easier said than clearly. But it does very much relate. I mean, I think that those top three topics of you've only got 5 minutes, be succinct. Who are you? And explaining language I understand. The thread for me there is communication, which stood out a country mile from the event we ran in April. In April, we had aspects such as clarity of purpose, scope, status of progress, and impact. So clarity being the key words in various respects, and ultimately about knowing your audience so that you can talk at the right level and earning trust. Now, what I'm interested in. I'd be interested in both of your views. Sorry, Simon as well. Your views is: are we doing enough to help ourselves? Do we have enough training and mentoring and so forth as architects for skills such as soft skills, as they're sometimes termed, for communications? What do the three of you?
I think it's no is the answer. I don't think there's any. I don't think we think about that as skills in architects. I mean, it's. I think it's the opposite way around. Personally, I think it's easier to teach people the sort of architecture knowledge and skills. It's very hard to teach people sort of interpersonal skills, and some people are more orientated towards it than others. And it's very hard if you get people who are sort of deficient in those areas. When we look for interviewing people, it's one of the ones I'd probably put above. I need to have people who can talk to others and stakeholders.
Well, isn't that an interesting conundrum? It's the hardest and yet most important. Gabby.
Yeah, no, I was saying interviewing people for architectural, I wouldn't even have them in the room if I didn't think they had the technical skills to do the job. I think it's all about the soft skills when you get to that point, and I'd be looking for people who can listen as well as communicate, and who are flexible, and who can actually think on their feet and things like that, and who can have empathy with the other stakeholders in the delivery or whatever, and it's I don't know, maybe there's just a type of person who's drawn to this kind of area that doesn't necessarily have that. I don't want to stereotype, it's interesting what you got up there though. Those a lot of those underneath a lot of those questions, I think, there's a what's in it for me question. That comes from senior business leaders, because especially in the organisations I've worked in, which are very politically driven, and you get to a certain level, up to their level, it's all about the politics. It's all about what they're achieving in the next 3 months, and looking good, because and sometimes their own personal motivations don't really align with the business's needs, and you sometimes find yourself in a situation where you're juggling that, what does this CIO need and what does the business need and how can I make that happen? So you have to have that kind of sense of judgment as well. And I think that's something you might probably better learning on the job.
Yeah, it's not go away in a classroom. It's, which is why, and I did say training and mentoring deliberately, and you've kind of hinted on that. Simon, any brief perspectives?
Well, it was interesting actually with the previous question. We obviously as a group don't have much difficulty talking to other architects, which is maybe not that surprising. But there is a danger in communication that you kind of talk your language. In other words, you end up speaking as if you are speaking to another architect. And actually, if you're talking to the finance director or the head of marketing, or even perhaps a project manager, you need a completely different language and a different visual language, a different spoken language. And that's as much important, to understand that. And if it's only architects who are recruiting architects, then actually we may end up recruiting people who are good at talking to each other, but not very good at talking to those other people. So bringing other people to appreciate those people in the recruitment process is probably important as well.
So I just want to follow up on that thing that it's more on the job than it is sort of classroom. And are we helping ourselves enough? I'll rattle through these examples quickly. I just want to make the point of we've done a little bit of education a bit today, but have we just highlighted the need? Or have regarding communication, or have we really helped? I genuinely don't know, but just to give some examples of, and I'm sure these are only half of what I could have captured. Dal and Konstantinos this morning both highlighted involvement with business aspects, i.e. stakeholders. Ben Fox highlighted low perception of supporting business roles of architecture. Ben Fox also said the clarity of roles and skills, clarity, that word that came up in April. Casimir said, secure a decision with clarity of benefits tailored for key stakeholders' needs. And Lorne said you've got to have deliverables that are not in their, that are not in their language is one of the pitfalls. I'm sure there's been many other examples that have come up. But should we follow on today of tips and traps? And is that kind of, should we be doing this is what I've learned, show and tell, or should we be taking more of a mentoring approach, a sort of a one-on-one guidance? I don't know, what would people value if we're to follow this up at all?
Yeah, I got a suggestion. I mean, years back I did a course on elevating the value of enterprise architecture. The guy specialised in just promoting, elevator pitch, how you deal with the situation. Maybe getting somebody like that to present would be useful.
So an elevator pitch actually can be taught, I think, is what you're.
Oh yes, that makes you think about what you're trying to sell and selling yourself. So I agree.
I think Lorne mentioned before also, I think storytelling in that context. No? So you're right, elevator pitch is a vehicle for that, but I think the storytelling is always very particular when you talk to a project manager versus a CEO versus an architect. The way you construct your story is very different. It's a bit like somebody mentioned this example to me, is that just imagine a carpenter building a beautiful wardrobe, talking to another carpenter, showing them their tools. You talk about the tools. You talk to the customer who buys the wardrobe, what about tools? It's irrelevant to talk about the wardrobe. So it's a bit the same. So trying to kind of have different perspective on stakeholders and think in different ways, use different language. Or
you got something from online?
Yeah, so there's another recommendation for a training course actually, which personally I kind of align with as well. So as an EA, I've been recommended by my leader to go on a presenting with impact training course to help in delivering short, meaningful presentations to senior stakeholders who have little time and attention, exclamation mark. This should be encouraged for any EA, I feel. And this resonates with me because early on in my solution architecture career, I was asked to speak at an event, I think it was 2008 time, and I was sent on a kind of presenting with impact type course.
Yeah. And
I have to say, I've done loads of technical training up to that point. That was one of those kind of soft skills, communication skills training that just elevated my career like almost straight away. But it's to present well is I think what sets apart.
So that sounds like a low hanging fruit. Yeah. We could at least survey what people have found useful and try to crystallize that before we consider anything else. Perhaps that's actually makes it easier than I was anticipating a moment ago, which is fantastic. Anything else online?
There's a couple of quick points relating actually more to our previous, but they do tie into what we're talking about. Gail says, may I suggest the prime value of an EA is to moderate good conversations around all aspects to do with the global design of the enterprise, making sure they are grounded, visible and benign. And then Clive Rimmer says, much of the challenge with proving value of EA is that often it is jam tomorrow, whereas PMs have to deliver today. And that's what we've got online at the moment, but please keep them coming online.
I find the phrasing of the questions interesting. You know, can you explain this to me? Almost hostile. I've got 5 minutes. What does this mean? I think sometimes for communication to happen, you need to have someone who's able to transmit and someone who's able to receive. And I don't always think that, I'm going to pick on project managers. I also always think, I don't often think they actually want an answer. They're asking the question, which should be in your defense. What you've produced is complex, I don't understand it, therefore it's of no value. So I think we just, in any communication piece, you can have all the tools you like, you can have all the mentoring you like, but if you don't have the relationship with someone who actually cares about what's happening, they will use these questions to knock you back and keep you out of the way.
I mean, we were chosen the harder end of the spectrum. Deliberately, but no, I do agree. Okay. We should move on because we've got a third.
I think I've baked mine. I wrote those, and I must admit, I probably baked my neuroses into the answer. I had the CEO probably, and I can think of a few that I've encountered in my mind, and they do tend to be blunt, abrupt, and it is almost, I don't know who you are. I don't know what I don't understand what you do. I've got 5 minutes, you know, what, and I've already predisposed to thinking you're wasting my time.
The diagram one particularly is one that gets me. The number of times I see an architecture diagram go up and it has so much detail and information in there. And it's like, well, that's fabulous. But because of the sheer quantity of information in there, it's actually telling me nothing. Can you abstract that away? Use the diagram to communicate, not to show me how much data you've collected.
And increasingly, people want things to be simplified. I was at a staff conference yesterday, and our business management team were working on ways of working. They produced one side of A4, and the feedback was it's too difficult to read. One side of A4.
One quick.
Yeah, I think just to hop back to the presentation skills, I think that's key. And I think interesting, I'm just reflecting on today, you know, how much that would be very valuable for those who presented today to sort of raise our own game. Sally Field, I think it was about 5, 6 years ago, did a thing on soft skills. And I think we should try and investigate what that is more than just presentation skills. Someone mentioned earlier in the day about negotiation skills, sales skills, about the internal sales, but yeah. And probably a set of 4 or 5 different ideas around soft skills that we should investigate.
I think so, yes.
There's a quick one on here that reinforces what you were just saying, which is it's also worth bearing in mind that many folk don't want to think. This is a challenge when explaining things to some groups. Harsh, but probably that.
So before I started any public speaking, I had some training. And the best bit of advice I had was go and listen to other speakers, not in the same field as you, but how they present and learn from those people. So I went to see Bill Clinton speak at, I can't remember, it was in London, Albert Hall. I went to see him speak and I learned more from that, more from his 1 hour session than I did throughout the whole of my career. Just watching other people, learn from these other people and the styles and I'll throw that out.
No, and the same was recommended to me for writing skills, actually, of you know, if you want to be able to be a good writer, then read good writing.
You did start at the top there,
though. Simon, we should
be a lot of money.
we should move on, but this is clearly very interesting and fruitful. I think there is definitely more potential in this than we have time for today. But
yeah. So here's the third one. This is the more introspective. How do we think we become leaders, or what are the skill sets that we find useful? And like the other 2 questions, there was a working group in that workshop in April, which Lorne and I sort of jointly facilitated, that was looking at this question as well. So I can kind of feed back some of the thinking, and largely I think they ring the same bells, you might say. And indeed, we've already touched on these things. It's interesting to see facilitation and listening skills sort of come out very highly. followed by storytelling and at least an understanding of the business. Now that links to, I think, a number of the talks we had earlier today that says, well, even if you don't understand it before you start, step one is to really understand what's going on. Started with a business model canvas, I think. Start plotting that stuff first. So I think that links in. I've got some of the results of that earlier. We didn't have, because we'd split into 3 different sessions, we didn't have all that many, but the trends I think are similar. We actually used the archetypes at work, sort of leadership profiles, which is an interesting model. You can Google that one, which has different personas, if you like, or archetypes. But interestingly, when we looked at, we actually managed to do 3 questions, which are the sort of characteristics that are most important for architects, which did we think as a group were our main skills, and which did we think were our main weaknesses. But interestingly, in line with this, we had the storyteller, that's one of the archetypes, to come out top, along with explorer, is that probably actually fits very nicely with facilitation and exploring different solution spaces, I suppose, were the 2 highest ones in terms of what we thought were important. So that really does link in, I think, with this survey. What was interesting was that the strengths that people thought they had were very strong in the sort of the exploration and the dreaming or the imagination, the dreamer archetype, and the storytelling to an extent. And a bit of the renegade, and somebody else said, well, hire architects to throw grenades in. He didn't quite say that, or he or she, but that's an interesting one. That starts to appear there. But it is interesting that among the weaknesses, also actually in the top list of weaknesses, storytelling was also there. So some of our group also felt actually that was an area that they could get better at and lacked. And the other one that was the highest weakness by far was the archetype called the nurturer. And again, that's the sort of empathetic one, isn't it? And if now they may have had mostly in mind their own staff. If you're a manager and perhaps you didn't want to be a manager, but you ended up being appointed a manager, and therefore that's kind of the one you don't acquire the skills in. But that nurturing is probably important in terms of relationship forming, whether it's with project managers or the CEO or anybody else around your stakeholders. And that was there certainly seemed to be a sort of plea for help there. Because it was very low, it was clearly the top of the weaknesses there. I'll stop there, but this is the link in, what we've got here and what we uncovered in that workshop.
A very quick observation for me before I hand over to you to review. Then, so I mean, I was about communication, suggesting it seemed that we could harvest some resources and tools or whatever quite readily, and you've said you're sort of, I think, hinting in a wider sense of these aspects that there are resources out there, so perhaps we could a similar exercise perhaps maybe warranted wider than communication.
I think that's true.
Yeah. Mark and Gabby.
Okay, I'm going to say the previous thing I noticed here was, I would have thought, if I put money on it, that my technical background and experience would probably be the number 1 there on how do people become an architect, because I think that most people in the room may have come from that kind of background to start with, and they probably come from that kind of background or some kind of internal business analysis thing, type background. So that one's the one that sort of stood out for me. But I do think that the ability for storytelling is, a real key skill in what we do, how we explain things, isn't it? And we've had some good examples of that in some of the presentations today.
True.
I think so.
Yeah, I concur with that. So I think it was Max Weber, the sociologist, who said that leadership is about a mixture of passion and reason, and neither one should be sacrificed for the other. And there's obviously a lot of passion and reason on display today in this conversation. And I managed to catch a bit of your talk before, and that obviously displayed all those qualities as well. I would say, I scribbled down some things on the back of my invite. Be passionate about your subject. Really knowledgeable. Gather the technical experience, especially in one aspect. Be able to be generalizing across all other aspects. So you have, again, learning on the job, you have to pick up a lot of things. The senior leader in architecture. Be able to let go and allowing the team to thrive and lead as well. We have to know when to step back and then be ready to step in and take the responsibility, even if you didn't create the cock up. Provide the guidance, make the executive decision, and make the case for it. And all those other things that are good things, soft skill things we've been talking about are needed as well, I think.
Good points there, yes, making of them. Okay, brief comments. I appreciate we're running out of time, but brief comments online or in the room. Oh gosh.
Just on archetypes, I did one many years ago where we all ended up being Dungeons and Dragons archetypes of rogues and mages, and I thought it really resonated with the group.
I was just wondering if there's an association of project managers somewhere talking about architects. Where you would perhaps get them together, let's meet up with them. Let's talk. The bodies.
Yes, group.
Maybe that tongue-in-cheek remark is there's something in it.
Very serious.
Yeah. Oh no, okay. Maybe that is a follow-up. Maybe we have a session with us and PMs.
There is a BCS specialist group of project managers, and I did present to them.
I think we'll survive.
He's still alive, so.
Oh, yeah.
We shouldn't forget that project managers deliver the architecture. There's no other way of it getting done, really. What else? Who else is going to do it?
They're an enabler. I wouldn't say they deliver it. They're more of a hindrance.
Who delivers the technical change?
So this is part of the discussion we need to facilitate appropriate.
All these project managers going through my mind that have come.
So usually we see that project managers and the leaders in the delivery, they play with numbers, right? I've seen few leaders in architecture space, they play with the props. I mean, when they want to prove the idea, they have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They generally bring in Legos, umbrellas, something to prove that this is what I want to get us to, and this is the benefit. I think that will basically definitely help in storytelling.
Yeah.
And the passion, what they want to basically achieve the objective for the organization. That's a bit of very addition.
Okay.
I think there's also openness, inquisitiveness, and also I think going to the storytelling thing, sort of trying to be the glue between all the different parts to make sure they're all pulling in the right direction. So the project developers can be quite resistant to architects as much as project managers can. The wannabe architects in the project management space who just want you to write a HLD doing what they say, right?
Online.
So amateur dramatics has been suggested as a way of getting better as an architect and architect leader.
Oh, nice.
And the commentary is, interestingly, the commentary is you have to learn how to deliver a line with meaning/feeling. It then makes presenting a performance rather than an ordeal. Of course, you do need to learn your lines, smiley face. And then someone else suggesting that a follow-up session would be great.
Right, okay, good. And so what regarding follow-up sessions, I'm trying to note some specifics because I think there's much potential and we need to break this down. So a couple of points. We have a private group on LinkedIn about the BCS Enterprise Architecture. So if you're not a member on there, please, before you go today, look it up on LinkedIn and apply, and I will approve you. Some of these follow-up, so we'll publish what we think we should do, but equally, if people want to take the lead or make contributions, we need to make some specific sessions, I suggest, where people can contribute. So please don't expect that everything will be done to you, if you know what I'm saying. Yes. So I think that's the action on us, is to break it down and have some fora. Or a forum is fora where people can weigh in. So please let's have that chat on that group or whatever. I think that would be helpful.
What's the group called again?
BCS Enterprise Architecture Specialist Group. EASG. Yeah, it is indeed not catchy. Yeah.
Change it to the amateur romantic.
EASG open brackets. Right, any sort of closing remarks other than what I was just said?
No, that's good. Brilliant. I've got one closing, rather sobering remark. On Sunday, I've been at Crown Prosecution Service 3 years. It took until yesterday to have a buy-in from a CDIO on mapping the actual enterprise. No mapping of the enterprise whatsoever. I think we are in one of the things. One of the qualities we do need is eternal vigilance, because we're having to sell this idea over and over again.
Yeah. There was, I can't remember if you'd arrived by that point, there was a session today about the turnover of CIOs versus the life cycle of enterprise architecture. And yet quite often the CIOs and under them are are part of our main sponsors. Therefore, isn't it a surprise that sometimes they said work very well? It's, yeah, definitely.
I'll just hand over to you to close the day, I think. It's for Dr. John Law, I should say.
Well, thank you. Lauren, do you want to close up? I mean, final message from me is there are drinks, wines, beers next door. That's the message.
That's a good message. And I'd just like to say thanks to Dal, who actually made today happen.
Right, I hope you've all enjoyed the day, and for everyone who's online, thank you. We'll be posting the slides and the presentations on the BCSE YouTube channel. So watch this space, and you should get an email shortly when they've been edited. And yeah, I hope you've all enjoyed it. And for the sixth one, this is still, I'm going to stress this, this is still the best value for money EA conference in the world. Can you get a whole day? Brilliant. Okay, great. Drinks and everything next time.
You're going to offer to mail the drinks to everybody. Very generous.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm Sandy Newell. We've been in touch.
Yes.
I should have spoke to you earlier about the potential.
I'll have a beer now, I'll sort out anyway.
Yeah.
For the day?
You've turned up.
I know, I bought.
And you've got his tea.
I bought my minions with me to go with me. Yeah, no, it's been good actually.
I think it's all sort of a business. I think it's a third somehow integrates with the.
Enjoyed this actually as well.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And there's some
different very much.
we're not in control of that. And
Yeah, I think you're right. Though it depends on the nature of the business.
Yeah.
Where EA's.
Right.
That I was trying to get to.
So it had the enterprise architecture